So everything there should be up. Let me get the music playing. Oh, 1 sec. Wait a minute. How do I restart this list? Fuck, the freaking Plex Amp app is kind of weird. Oh, there we go. Alright. Playlist started. Cool. Gotta get dailies and stuff done still. And I still need to finish up these boards. Right. So I do a set of dailies, that'll get done. I can spend Vitality to get that one done. I need VA to do that one. Okay. Sure. Let me invite my alt first. I think my alt's on a different channel. Okay. Alt is logged in. Alright, let's go from here. Hi, Tira. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we go over here. Oh yeah, the missing person board was here, right? And that should count. If I'm not mistaken, yep. Let's roll the board. No, we need these and these. Let's try to get something else. Hey, the cork. Welcome, welcome. I got my phone in. I spent a bunch of time, setting it up earlier today. It took me a while to get everything configured back to where I would want it. But at least I got it set up and done. So that's good. Alright, so now I just need these two things there. Cool. Oh, but yeah, there's something funny. Remember my old macro thing? Apparently it got powercrept. They powercrept my macro. Yeah, it was a bit of a pain to get everything set up again the way I like it, but oh, I had to anyways because new phone is new phone, right? It's wait. So remember this video? Where is it? Let's go find some fun, shall we? It's a really old video. This one. This macro. Remember this? Apparently this got powercrept. They powercrept this. This thing got powercrept. The machine gun. They powercrept the machine gun. I posted it here actually. Here, they powercrept it. See, look. They freaking powercrept it, look. Those are much bigger numbers. They freaking powercrept it. They powercrept it, man. The kkona character powercrept it. They powercrept the machine gun. I just assume they push a button to get a buff. I'm assuming not. But apparently they powercrept the machine gun. Yeah, no, that's not that would be ToF where you get gear inflation. They straight up just made a better machine gun. They made a better machine gun. We can obviously see how terrible the camera is in Wawa from how much it's shaking from that. But yeah, they powercrept the machine gun macro. AK-47 to the AK-74. Yeah, they powercrept the AK-47 to the AK-74. But it's like, again, like at this point, if this is what you're trying to play, just go play an actual shooter. That actually has a properly functioning camera. And isn't Pepega like this. I mean, like, you basically just only push a button to get a buff. And then go back to macro. Right, you just go back to macro. Just the macro. The macro got powercrept. The kkona powercrept my macro. Thus, there's the title. That's the whole title, right there. They powercrept my macro. Kinda funny. But yeah. Okay, Space Pirates, Jerry 85s, Astral Hives, Machinery Enemies. What does my alt need? My alt needs Laser Juggernaut, Astral Hives, Machinery Enemies, Scythe Arachnids. I guess I warped both my accounts there. Oh yeah, I forgot to make sure both my accounts were on the same channel. Oh well. I'll do that after. Because my alt is not on the same channel. But yeah, they even powercrept the unintended mechanic. They even powercrept that. No, I have not. Send it on Discord, we can look at it later. Okay, what else is my alt wand? Okay, it wants astral hives. Those are over there. Oh wait, I need a machinery enemy. Yeah, same. It's nice when they find supply pods out of nowhere. The fuck is this laser animation? Classic Hoppa Scuff, man. That laser animation. Right, classic Hoppa Scuff. In floating point value? Yeah, but who cares about floating point value? I float too in water. But yeah, the dev by 3K fake bot reviews on Steam, and then Steam took it down, and then put in the negative review. Damn. Wait, actually? You got a video? Send the video on Discord. We can look at it later. Like, I haven't really been paying attention much to all the shit going on. But damn. If that's true, actually, just damn. Alright, like, I've barely even touched the Nikke update. Though I don't really touch much of them anyways. Until a thing. An infinity clusterfuck? No, that would be if they made a fusion of Infinity Nikke with Nikke. That could be a clusterfuck. A different kind of fuck, though. Probably. That'd probably be a different kind of fuck. Oh yeah, am I wrong or am I right? They'd probably like that kind of fuck. Their consumers would probably like that kind of fuck.
What do you think is in there? Drop your guesses in the chat.
Alright. Okay, I got basic control limit, I think, hit. Okay. I could probably just kill the boss just in case to double check. It is nice though how quick these dailies here are for now. Surely they won't get worse in the next update. Surely. What killed them all? My ult still hasn't teleported properly. No way they get worse. Yeah, exactly. Surely they won't get worse, right? Surely. Their support tickets take a week to respond. Developer closes the ticket. There's no response within 12 hours from the users. Damn. Well, it is what it is, right? But that's crazy. They got more Infinity Nikke drama. They needed to have. They should have made an Infinity Nikke instead, so they could have the clusterfuck instead. Right, with infinite of them, right? Just kidding. But that aside though, things are just what they are. They just are.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Okay, we got this join up today. Nice. At least it's a quick one. Obviously, I get to stay on top for join up there. Join up a bygone over there. What were the other missions I needed here? Damn, I have to go to Inners for cave corals. One sec. I need the lock and the other thing.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Alright, I'll claim that. Inner skull emoji, I know. I gotta do a bunch of shit here. Oh, I have to go over there too. Wait, so how am I supposed to set up the mod thing for the map? Do you have like a file I can just put into the mods folder to make it easier? I'd rather do it an easier way. Because then I can just do the exploration here. Let's see and work around. Wait, how the hell do I do that? Where the hell did they go? Where'd the ball go? God damn it. Yeah, I know how to do that. That's fine. I already have a sibling for that. I already have the sibling for that. Because it made it easier to just, like, use my old mods folder from before. So I already have the sibling. To the mods folder. I just need the thing to put inside it. I already have a sibling. Don't worry. Copy what? Okay. Wait, where's the thing? Why doesn't it... Where the fuck did the thing go? There was a link to the zip file? Okay. It tracks old man too, right? It also tracks the old man, right? Because they want old man tracking as well for Artificial Island. So I have to keep both the old man add-on and that one. The old man add-on that doesn't get updated. That's unfortunate. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Yeah, why the hell won't it put the ball here? fuck? He just keeps disappearing. Alright, there's Schrodinger's cores. Yeah, and that's the best name for a cat. If I ever had a pet cat, I'd name it Schrodinger. Best name. Don't you agree? Best name you can give a pet cat is Schrodinger. Yeah, I know. I know. We're naming it after him because he's the one who did the experiment with the cat. It was his cat, right? It was his zombie cat, the one that was dead and alive. The undead cat. Okay, it wasn't a zombie, but that's a different way to look at it, right?
Treasure hunt live stream. My absolute fave.
It was a hypothetical. Aww. He has to come back when it's definitely real. Only hypothetical, disappointing. Come back when it's definitely real. I'm kidding. Just do it, you know? Just do it. Just do it. You know, just like the Nikke logo, just do it. Just do it, you know? That's how it works, right? You just do it. Right, you just do it. Okay, then Shia LaBeouf, yeah, just do it. Yeah, like him too, then do it. Alright, come on, Seeker. After Ostrod have been fixed, limited breaks. What do you mean limited breaks? Limited has been broken this entire time. Also, he's still not fixed. It gives the wrong reward. But limited has been broken like the past few days. It's not tracking clears now? Damn. So it's even more broken. Nice. It's even more broken. No, you can't. It registers when you've cleared it, so you can't. I mean, it would tell you that you cleared it already, so you can't get any rewards. You get marked as cleared as soon as you clear it. So, like, no way that's gonna work. Right, like, no way that's gonna work when it already marked you as cleared. It does. It's right here. It marks it as cleared. What are you talking about? It says so right there. Oh, you mean limited rate? Oh, that's a different story, yeah. Yeah, they're experts with quantum mechanics, you know? Yes. They did. They did in fact do that. What was the point of that elevator there? Eh, whatever. But yes, you're not wrong. They did indeed copy it. Alright, at least that one's solved. So I need that and the other crystal thing. But I'll claim that for shards. Man, these things are gonna take forever to fill up. But at least we got a couple of weeks of that stuff. But yeah, I gotta like take out every single thing here from the list. Gotta clean all of it out. Alright, gotta clean all of it out. Yeah, they have some weird propensity to do that. I agree. And they're not always the greatest thing to rerun. In some cases, we really think that they really shouldn't have. But they rerun them anyways at the weirdest times. They also pick the strangest times to do them. Right, they also like to pick the strangest times. It is what it is. Oh yeah, you know what actually? This shit was funny earlier as well. This was a comment on one of my videos earlier and I responded to them. So remember when I did the Bellotro thing, right? This guy says here, never understood the hate boner the top players has for Wawa. Like, I understand it's a big success. This is not why. And I gave him a long-ass response going into detail my issues with the game. Because it's very long and extensive here. And then this is the guy's response here. Okay, I ain't reading all that shit, but I think you hate Woo or something, and that's it. He's not gonna read, and then I respond with this one. As expected of typical Gacha gamer, can't read. Only has room temperature IQ measured in Celsius. Can't think for themselves. Treats games as if they're their personality. Can easily get distracted by shiny, flashy objects. You guys aren't looking at nor for games in these games. You guys don't even look at the game as an art form. No. You guys only see graphics and nothing more. Yep. I mean, Kelvin, it would be a higher number. Celsius, the room temperature is like, what, 20 degrees? Right? Like, what's your room temperature? Like 20? 22 degrees? Right? Like, that's typically what I assume your room temperature is. I don't know, maybe I prefer it colder than you guys do, but... yeah. Either Lucy. You like keeping it lower than 18 even, yeah. 18's nice too. Nah. They just power crept my Chishia macro. Is what noodles? What the fuck is this? I lost my way. Is percent and noodles. Sure. A strange man. The face! Wait, the face. Gotta see the face up close. Look at the face! That face! The face of the freaking imposter, man. That is definitely a face. Wait, there's this guy too, right? A strange man. Look at this guy. He's just... His feet are clipping through the ground. He's just, hanging around here, okay? Don't worry, he's hanging around here. It's a zombie. He got a ripped jacket. Okay. And he just looks weird with his posing. But is he kind of looks like he's doing that freaking whatever pose. Hey, do you want to join our adventure? Sure. Dude doing the moonwalk, yeah. He's doing zero gravity Michael Jackson. Yep. Zero gravity Michael Jackson. Why not? Hi Nikke Master Gaming, I'm doing fine. But yeah, like I was saying earlier though, my Chisha macro got power crept. Right. Refresher for the guys who don't know. This was posted a year ago. This thing. Right, that old macro. Now there's power creep of it, look. Now we have power creep for it. I think the name of the character was Kkona. Or whatever, I heard. But they power crept the machine gun, see? My machine gun got power crept. They power crept my machine gun. My macro got power crept. Yeah, you have to be really fast to do it, but you need to just animation cancel the aim shot. But yeah, my machine gun got power crept. Right, my machine gun got power crept.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
No, they need a macro still, I think. It looks like they need a macro because you can see the keys being highlighted there. You can see the target reticle thingy is like flashing red. So they're definitely using a macro. They still need the macro. I think it's the same macro. It's the same macro. My macro got power crept. Yeah, and I never got credit for it, man. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's not like I play this shit anyways.
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
I have no idea. Maybe. All I know is apparently it's better than what I was using before. What I did before. Because I assume limited character has better weapon that gives OP buffs. To be fair, I barely touched it either, man. I touched enough of it to realize I don't like the shit. To know I don't like it. I touched enough of it. Like, I have no plans on touching it anymore. Unless I either get paid to touch it,
Let's go find some fun, shall we?
or like, they EOS it and then they release it as a regular thing. Kinda like Mega Man next time, and then I would consider it. But yeah, we still have all these reacts and stuff to go through later. Let me see if I can get the thing done that was mentioned. Wait, it was here you guys said there was like a download link for the thing? Was it here? Files.capbox.moe. Okay. And I just put it inside? Oh shit, okay.
Fun, shall we?
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do my join off stuff first and then I'll put it in. That'll be very helpful. Oh, I looked at 2.0. No, 2.0 Wawa is still the same garbage as it was in 1.0. They half-assed some more quality of life to make it look like it's better at the surface level when they barely changed anything in practice. But like, you know, devs indoctrinated, right? Not devs listen. Devs indoctrinated. But that aside, it's so much of a joke, you can actually just alt-tab out of the game, play some Balatro or something else, and you'll still beat it. Yeah, you can literally play Balatro or something else over top, and you will still beat everything. Like, the actual game part is missing. There's so much automation in there. Like, it makes it, like, there's so much automation and, like, so little input you need. It makes the meme level of, Sonic Force's Luminous Forest look like Dark Souls, man. And that was a freaking level where you can hold down the boost button and just jump occasionally to win. But that requires more inputs, because you at least have to hold the button down and jump at the right time. Like, it's not a joke, that thing there. Like, my VOD, for most of it, I was actually just, like, when I played it, I was just playing Balatro with the thing in the background. The only time I had to do something was when I had to walk to the next area and put it back and then AFK again. Like, that's how much of a joke it is. Where is it? The VOD is here somewhere, here. But basically, I would alt-tab in and out of Balatro, and I was just playing Balatro while things were going on. I was just playing Balatro over top. Because, yeah. Oh yeah, QTEs too are funny, because you can fail them and they will still succeed. You can't fail the QTEs. They will just automatically succeed for you. Which makes it even more sad. You could just let go of the freaking thing. At one point I thought, like, as a joke, they should get a collab with Mario Party and put Luigi as a playable character. Because the old joke, Luigi wins by doing nothing, right? Right? Y'all know this old meme. Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing. Right? They need to get a collab with Mario Party. Gotta get Luigi in there. Right? Old memes. They gotta get a Luigi from Mario Party collab. Oh, here, let me verify you then. I can just verify you manually. Are you in? Which one was your account? Just type in a message in the verification. I can instantly verify you. Nikke, okay. Sure. Done. The bot is like borked. I have to figure out how to fix it. It was like an old mod set it up before, but then he left. So like, sometimes I have to manually verify. I have to like come up with a different way to fix it at this point. A different alternative. But yeah. But like, yeah, this shit is just like old funny meme. Win by doing nothing. Right? They just immediately fell off.
Start! Let's go find some fun!
Rip Mario. A whole 3-minute video of winning without touching anything. Yep.
Finish!
But yeah, they need to get a collab with Mario Party's Luigi. Specifically Mario Party. Not the other Luigis, just this one. Look at the AI skill is showing. They can't throw it at him. It is so sad but so hilarious at the same time. Doing nothing is the strat. They just... And there's even more. Because he didn't put any input. So if they do any action, it's wrong. Yeah, that's where the dough I missed. Yeah, I dare recall. Oh, come on. But yeah, just winning by doing nothing, and they make it for every freaking Mario Party game. It's just a tradition. Everyone makes a Luigi wins by doing nothing meme. Right, they have one for 10, they have one for like various different Mario Party versions. But like that, yeah, that's just the thing. Winning by doing nothing. That's why they need Mario Party collab. Specifically so I can get Luigi. Oh, cool. Okay, so ToF Creator Awards April. Nice. How many pulls is this? That's 30. Oh, that's another... Okay, sure. There we go. Okay, we'll look through them slowly later. 56 pulls, yeah. Nice. Better than 10 cent. That's better than 10 cent. Oh yeah, there was the other redeem code thing, right? I posted the redeem code thing. I haven't tried them yet. We got more free pulls, right? From redeem codes. Make sure you get them too. It's under the ToF section of the Discord. We got ToF back, ToF 2025, and comeback. Here, let me just pin these so you guys can get them too here. Right. Alright, let's try them. I might have redeemed one of them before. I don't know. Either way, free is free, right? You might as well try them. Okay, I redeemed that one. Second one now. Okay, I got that one too. And then come back. So I didn't redeem any of these yet. Nice. Okay. Yeah, enjoy the codes, man. Enjoy the codes. I gotta pin it on YouTube as well. Right, gotta make sure they're pinned on YouTube. Let's see what we get. So first one is red nucleus. Nice. Second one, red voucher. Where's the third one? Where's the third one? That's already +2 pulls. Very nice. Surely we'll get the third one. Right, there's like a little bit of a delay.
Woohoo! Let's go find some fun, shall we?
Yeah, it failed because I already think. Oh, here we go. The third one, gold nucleus and yellow tissue paper. So here's the thing, right? I'm not actually. Here's the thing. I'm probably gonna end up eventually going back to more variety once I can figure things out. But here's the thing, right? Gacha games are not a genre. They are a monetization model. Keep that in mind. They are not a genre. They are just how they're monetized. Right? Now then, now that we put that aside, that type of game, not really interested in the horse racing girl stuff. Right? That's like what you gotta keep in mind there. As for open world, I mean, like, I barely even touched a lot of the other ones. It really depends on how they handle the stuff in there and the content and the structure of it. Right? Because, like, if the game is just exactly like Genshin or a clone of that with nothing else, the answer would be a no, unless I get paid. That would be just a big fat no. Right? And like what I've said before, I played the clip a lot a couple days ago before on stream. It all goes back to this clip here. From Reggie. This clip.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother?
Shall we?
If it's not a battle, where's the fun? It's a test that you pass, or a quest.
And then the rest of the quote will be a quest that you fail. Right? It all goes back to that. Right? If I don't like it, I don't like it. Right? And if I don't like the original thing in one place, I'm probably not gonna like it in another place if that's all they have. You can implement, yes, they're called loot boxes. Gachas, loot boxes, surprise mechanics, gachapon, whatever you want to call it, they're all the same thing. And yeah, they generally, by design, they make them worse by default. So instead, I look at it this way. Is the rest of the product good enough?
Let's go find some fun,
Or
shall we?
entertaining enough? Or like, do I get enough enjoyment out of it? To make me willing to tolerate with whatever is left. If I'm not, like, if it's with the monetization scheme, am I willing to tolerate with what's left when we put that type of stuff aside? Sure, you could look at piracy that way. But yeah. Exactly, like, this is like nothing better. At the same time though, there's like a lot of stuff I do not play on stream that I do off stream. Right? It is what it is. It's just a bit easier when you have live service stuff to deal with, so then you have a bit more consistency. That's kind of like the only real benefit there, is to have something consistent. Because otherwise, with the other stuff, I would be hopping around far more often. And it's not as easy to deal with things when it's like that. It really depends. I mean, occasionally when there's something I do want to go back to or touch or whatever, I'll play other stuff on stream. I haven't done it as often because I haven't had the time for certain things, but yeah. I'll do stuff on stream, I'll do stuff off stream. Eventually though, I would like to be able to do more and more things on a regular basis on stream. But yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Everything is like, you're fucked at the start. You're not wrong. We're all gacha by nature. Right? And then that's why we all know it sucks, because we live it every day. We live it every day. It is what it is. At the same time as well, we only have so much time in there. You could always get more of other things, but you can't get more time. So at that point, you gotta choose what you actually want to do there, right? If you don't like what you're doing in there, or if it's like, for me personally, I do not like it when things get a bit too excessive or too annoying with the stuff in there. Especially when, like, I'm basically forced or stuck dealing with it. And I don't like the rest of the stuff that's there, or like, it's what's left over isn't enough to compensate. Like a year ago, we played Grand Blue Relink. After I finished the story, I immediately uninstalled that game. Because the reality is, we barely even got to play the game in the 20 hours that I went through it. Because most of it was just me farming crap in a stupid circle with a timer. Over and over and over again. The same thing over and over and over again. There wasn't anything else to like be doing in there. I couldn't even like put in the resources to try other characters in there because the amount that they need was an excessively ungodly amount. I probably could have looked at tools to cheat to get everything unlocked to get around it for a better experience. But if I have to drop through like all those many hoops after already spending that much on the game, yeah. Oh, Palworld is like different because like the game was built around it, right? It depends on how the stuff is structured and built. Palworld is a crafting survival game. A survival crafting game. The whole point is like building and tinkering and working on the stuff in there. That's the game. Right? It's the same reason why people like things like Victorio and shit. When I played the Arknight's Enfield beta, I played a lot of it off stream because I was super into like doing shit with the factory. I think I put in like 200, 300 hours into the Enfield beta. If I count on and off stream time, because I was just messing around and like upgrading the thing like constantly because I was like really hooked on the whole base factory shit. It depends on how the thing is structured and what you want to do in there. Like, I enjoyed the freaking flowchart simulator of messing around and optimizing that thing. Especially because when it's like, whatever happens with that, it's completely on me, whether it works nicely or not. Whether, like, the upkeep is there or, like, it messes up. Versus dealing with, like, bullshit timers where I have to wait to do a bunch of random crappy trash mobs in a stupid circle with a timer to get shit's amount of resources and repeat that for weeks on end because your game doesn't actually have a game, but you need to force people to log in daily so that they can form a habit and maybe spend more likely to spend for psychological reasons. It's like, it's an engagement farm in that thing, and if it's only just an artificial engagement farm and it's nothing else, it's not like natural, you know, I'm not exactly a big fan of that. Addicted to production games, never tried them. You plan to give it a try. Enfield is gonna be on the simpler side compared to playing stuff like Factorio or Satisfactory and stuff, but it still gets pretty complicated. Like a bit more complicated than you might think. Especially when you start working with like the next major area after you finish like the initial story area. When you get to the I forgot what the place was called. You start working with like fluids and stuff, and you're building your factory in like 3 dimensions instead of just like in a grid. You have to build up as well to deal with fluids, where like you're doing things like you have machines pumping in. You have to get like machines to extract water, transport water and fluids and stuff. Have the fluids go through to clean things, or like as a consumable for a machine, or at the same time you have to also filter out the fluid coming out because it's dirty, and you have to deal with that, right? But you also have like limited space. They consume power, so you have to manage your energy generation as well as your as well as like whatever else you need to produce. There's like a whole lot of stuff you can do to like really optimize it. And if you're not at least somewhat interested or curious about that stuff, it's not gonna be a great time because it is a requirement to play the game. you will spend a lot of your time in there. Most of my time was just spent optimizing the freaking production lines. There was a tower defense thing where you have to also build your own towers to like shoot things down or whatever and stuff like that. It's not. At the same time too, EnVtuber is not an action game. It's a tactical RPG. Well, yes, like your actions and stuff happen in real time. It is not meant to be played like an action game, because that's not what it is. It's a tactical game. And there was a bunch of people that were not happy with the combat because it wasn't just Pepega Monkey Brain, press 2 buttons, swap to next character, press 2 buttons, swap to next character, brain dead slop, like the majority of the gachas are. It wasn't like that. And you had to be like a lot more tactical with your stuff in there. You had limited resources and stuff like that. You had to actually choose how you use it. You couldn't just spam shit. Like, your skills and abilities do not have a cooldown at all in EnVtuber. Because that's not how this stuff works. It's a tactical game. The main thing is like resource management and positioning. Like, the reason why the perfect dodge is shit, I don't even understand why they even put a perfect dodge. They shouldn't have put one in the first place. Is because the whole point is they're encouraging you to plan and position better. Not to just like wait for something to happen and then just very quickly tap a button to avoid the damage and iframe it out. You're not meant to be doing that. That's not the type of game it is. Because it's not an action game, it's a tactical game. Like, a lot of people, they got a freaking wake-up call when except they complained because it wasn't that. Same time, unfortunately, from the technical test to the actual beta test, they actually made the combat worse. They downgraded it, in my opinion. The problem with the technical test combat was the AI was just really stupid. If they just improved the AI, that's all they needed to do. But they simplified it drastically in the beta from the technical test. Because Pepegas were complaining and trying to play it like an action game, when that isn't what the game is. Because they've probably never played a tactical RPG before. They probably never have. Right. I've played a couple back in the day on consoles and stuff. So, like, I know exactly what to expect out of that type of thing and how they work. But with all the people going in, all the tourists going in, all they know is freaking Hoyo games or the Genshin clone and Wawa. That's all they know. When the game isn't that, they get mad. Because it's not an action game. But yeah, like, my problem with it was the AI is dumb at times. Sometimes it gets stuck. So hopefully they can fix that. But yeah. It's like not meant to be played like the other gachas. It's not meant to be. That's not the type of game it is. It is supposed to be a tactical game. Oh yeah, they could have Meltdown playing all sorts of things that actually require the brain. Because you actually have to think. Like, that's the point, you actually have to think. And not just press your mindless rotation over and over again in a loop. But that type of thing is too hard. I remember, like, someone else as well, they made a video on as well on, like, they should get rid of the perfect dodge, and I agree. They should. I don't even know why they put a perfect dodge in the first place. They don't typically exist in strategy games. Because, like, that's not the point. But yeah, it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do my join opt and we'll try installing the mod. But yeah, like, if they can't handle the factory, they can't handle the rest of the game thing anyways. It is what it is. Oh, the Blue Zero video. We actually saw it yesterday. Honestly, we should check the comments again. Maybe they got more interesting comments since last time. Because we saw it when it was, like, fresh yesterday. So there wasn't many comments on it. Could be interesting to see if there's, like, anything, any new comments or responses there. Your doctor to deploy the microservice infrastructure to do trials. Basically your work. And you're gonna be heading to bed. Oh yeah, no problem then. Yeah, you have a good night then, right? You gotta do your... You got work to do when you wake up or something. Yeah, hopefully we can see stuff with the NTE CBT soon. I assume the CBT is gonna start in July. Because the selection date is at the end of June. So we'll see.
And now it's my turn to shine.
Yep. Frost doesn't exactly have the greatest mobility. Ah, nice. There was a lot of stuff in there that we were messing around with. Yeah, it's a lot of... I played a lot of that closed beta. I was just doing a lot of messing around. We found bugs and glitches and stuff. We went out of bounds. But it was funny to see stuff out of bounds in there, even if the things were broken. But it's like, we knew things were gonna be broken, it was a beta after all. And it was like a pretty short one. That I was pretty sure was meant to be more of a preview. So kinda knew what to expect there. We'll probably have a lot more time with the second one. Especially considering they want to do it on a much larger scale this time. Especially when compared to the first one. Okay, we got this one out of the way. We got more to grab here. Cave corals, all this stuff. No, we don't need that one. But I think we keep that there. I might as well get those ones done. But yeah, like, I'd rather go through all of those, all the things on the Lince's fanbox board now. Because I don't want to have to deal with it, scramble to deal with it later. Much better to do it slowly now. The hell, why didn't it stay climbing? But yeah, the mobility of the stuff here for Frost isn't as good as what Volt has, or what with Entoria, or what Fizz is about to get as well. But it works okay enough. Yeah, Aster's mobility is cracked as all hell. Alright, that's another one off the list. I'm gonna need cave corals and then the other stuff here. That's the room where Scylla is, right? Yeah, AOT booster grapple except you can swing in midair. Yeah. And because of replenish module, you can just keep going. And going and going. Which is pretty neat. There was something else I noticed too with the thing in there. I don't think a lot of people noticed it though. But there was something else I noticed about it that was kind of cool. Yeah, you still have to be a little bit careful, but like, it's still neat. Way more cave coral. Oh, here we go. Cave corals. No, we would need to get rerolled because we don't need that material. We already have those done. When you're swinging against the wall, it uses 0 stamina. Oh, that's neat. It seems like it'll be fun to play with. How many pulls do we have? Okay, that's 155 plus how many weeks is it to the patch? Oh, that's 4 weeks. Oh, that's what? 4 pulls a week then, if I count the dailies and stuff, the weekly stuff. So we have one, this one's from just dark crystals. And then plus... Alright, that's 3,000 dark crystals divided by 150. So that's 20 more pulls there. Alright, I should grab these. Oh wait, that's at the front. Plus 80. Plus 28. I'll have 300 pulls by the time it comes. At least. So we could probably just keep going and try to build a full thing. So that'll be nice. Oh yeah, I have to send them my my May content soon. So I can get all the resources there. Oh, and then if I count like the discount packs I could probably grab, I could probably easily just get a 6 4-piece there by the time it comes. So that's cool. And then after Aster should be anniversary anyways. For global. Considering our patch cycles. So we'll probably have like top-up reset and stuff. Oh, neat. No, but you know what it made me think of though? One of the attack animations on it? Yeah, probably. It's fortitude anyway, so there'll probably be some uses. Was it the execute where I saw something? It might have been the execute one. If we could have like enough targets in there, can you keep chaining them? If you could like chain a bunch of them in a line and just jump all over the place, now that would be cool. Too bad it kills like all of them. If it could just like, you'd do it one by one, and you would just like jump into each of them. It's tough. Anniversary character don't mean anything. It just happens to be whatever releases on that day. Let's be real. It's just whatever they happen to release on that day. It just means we get other events, more resources that time. That's all it means. And everything rerun. It means everything gets rerun. More stuff from events and shit than usual, and probably top up reset like we had before, because we had it twice. You know, like that's all it really means. I mean, everything gets rerun. To be fair, it's like you miss something. Within the next 4 patches, you're gonna go see it rerun again. Because, like, they always rerun stuff to match the element. Always. Yeah, I guess for global, we'll probably get Volt on the anniversary. Maybe Volt. Right, maybe. Because we just had Flame. We have Fizz we have Frost right now. Next is Fizz. So it's either Volt or Altered. If it's Altered, that's when you know you have to, you know, where like, you basically want everything if it's Altered. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they're rerunning freaking Meryl with Frost. The Meryl rerun with Frost makes no sense. Because like, you're not gonna use freaking Meryl with Frost. Meryl is Volt, not Frost. Honestly though, for global, for like bygone stuff, I can imagine the Fizz fortitude comp being quite good. Because the 10% execute at the start will offset the slight damage increase you get from DPS resonance. No. No, they don't. It's whatever the fuck they feel like. It's whatever the fuck they feel like doing. They don't recycle rolls. The rolls are whatever. It's whatever they feel like doing. There's no actual set pattern. There is no set pattern. If they decide to make something fortitude, they make it fortitude. If they decide something's benediction, it just is. Yeah, so you get to force the weak point whenever you want. You get the execute at the start. Asuka will still have her resistance shred. Right? You'll get your resistance shred from A6 Asuka. As long as because the thing is, the only thing that makes Claudia better than Asuka is a slightly better matrix set and the trait. But if we don't use if we replace Claudia's trait anyways, then Claudia doesn't have much value over Asuka. Like, here's the thing, right? When they release something, as long as it matches the element, it's meant to always be used by the DPS players of the element too, regardless of their fortitude or benediction, right? Like Frost meta right now, we use Grey Fox, who also has benediction roll, but it doesn't matter because we're not in benediction because we're not using 2 benediction weapons. It doesn't matter here. That she has that. It doesn't. We're using this stuff anyways. Like, in practice, in reality, it's like you just pull for whatever matches your element, ideally. Pulling multiple elements, unless you're swiping, you're not gonna be doing that. But yeah. Like, I don't play every element. I have some stuff that I can use for cope for Volt and Fizz, but my stuff is Frost. Yeah, you can do a funny with that thing, the weak point thing, yeah. But like, with altered units, they're meant to be super flexible to be used with anything. Generally speaking. Okay, yeah. Let me go put the mod in. I'm running out of black gold. But yeah, like, for some reason, this reminds me of the freaking homing attack thing that you have when you use the custom character in Sonic Forces, the grappling onto the thing there. It just makes me think of the homing attack for that. Because you just pull yourself towards them. If they had a better visual with, like, more of them in a chain, that'd be better. Where, like, it was just enemies being chained together. Yeah. Like this. Like, you're just jumping around like this. And then going to the next one and the next one. Because that's nice to mess around with, just running around like that. Okay, let me get the thing installed. Let me go to the folder. Oh, that's Fizz. That's Aster, next unit. Fizz. We'll probably pull A6 4-piece again. Alright, let's see if it works. Yeah, you get Attack on Titan Classic Next Slash. Yeah, it does look pretty neat. Definitely gotta get my hands on those to mess around with. I could probably get like something decent to work with as well for tank anyways.
Time to head out.
And like it also helps how it can trigger Fortitude Resonance. So I can just combo it with thing. If I was in the mood to play tank, I could just stack all the things that I can use there to do that type of stuff. Yeah, I have no exploration points here because I already finished all that stuff. Alright, let's check what happens when I warp into Kylo. Like, I didn't need to do anything into the thing, right? Just put in the mod. No editor exploration point pack thing. It's not showing anything here. You sure? You sure the thing just works if you just put the file in there? Is there anything I'm supposed to do to trigger it? Okay, let me go to the file name. _2_P to both of them, the pack and the sig patch. Okay. Do I put the 2 before the P? Or after the P? Before the P? Okay. Alright, I put it in. I still have the orbital eye thing in there too. Because I like to have the orbital eye thing to track stuff as well.
Time to head out.
Does it just put it here on the map? Like that? It keeps them on the map after it scanned them, right? I think maybe I have to scan them first. It's not showing everything. How do we do this thing again? Oh, I have to touch these, right? No, it is a sim link. Because the old man add-on works. No, I have it as a sim link. Pretty sure I have it as a sim link. Maybe I'll remake the folder then. I'll try remaking the folder. Yeah, I'll remake the sim link. Give me a sec. Because I'm using the link shell extension, the thing for Windows. I have it set as a sim link. Again. Maybe it'll work this time, I just remade it.
Time to head out.
It's just a... Okay, now it's working. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, I don't know what happened. The thing was just was borked. It's working now. Let's go. Now we can see everything. I had to just remake the sim link. I told you though, like I know what I'm doing. I used sim links before. Because I actually use it for a lot of things to move certain files to other drives that aren't supposed to be there. And like as like workarounds. But especially like when I'm restoring like backup files when I'm like reformatting stuff. Just out of convenience sake, I actually like make a fake sim link to an old folder structure from an old drive just so I can use Hakuneko. Which I use as like a manga downloading scraping app. But like because of like how borked it is like when transferring stuff over and I don't want to reset up everything, I use sim links to create a fake folder structure of the old machine I had it in. Come on. The fuck? Why won't it go in? Right, you're supposed to get them to go into the ore, right? Why would I go in? I thought you're supposed to like lure these things into the ore. Which one's the black hole? Wait, you need to kill them? Oh. This is... Look at this weapon, man. Whee! Beyblade, let it rip. Just spin to win. Oh, there's like a lot here. Okay. I think we'll start with back here. There's like a lot of these things here first. Where's the thing I gotta activate now? God damn it. Alright, we need the other one here. Alright, we have both of them. Now we can extract them. Oh wow, there's like a lot of stuff here. And there's just 2 buttons here. Let me just do all these tracking things then. And then we'll go back. Wait, what? It says this way. Wait, where do I go now? How long do I follow the arrow for? I only saw the arrow going this way. Right, he's just pointing this way. I don't see anything else. Huh? I don't see anything else. The guy sitting nearby. No, that's just back here. Oh, this is more ores. Wait, that just says it's this final signal point. Oh, up here. Something's here. No, it's just this thing. What? We're not playing Gathering Wives. We're not playing Gathering Wives, I mean Gathering Wars or whatever. Right, it just says this way. But I don't see him as, at all here. Oh, I've picked up on something. Well, he didn't die. He survived. He survived. Good for him. Right, he survived. Alright. That's another one destroyed. Yeah, there's lots of stuff around here. And then there's like all those supply pods we can be grabbing to increase my power further. Yeah, of course. The boss is easy. You just need to do damage to it. That's it. It's an easy boss, man. Takes like 2 minutes. Because it just stalls for time. Alright, let's get rid of this one. Eventually he'll get caught up. The event stuff will help a little bit. Yeah, you should use the things over here. The things from over here, the newcomer stuff, use all of these. Use the gear they provide you. They'll give you a big boost. Use it. They'll give you a massive boost. Yeah, but come on. It's so hard to see the reticle sometimes. Sometimes it's hard to see the reticle when doing the shooting thing. Yeah, they probably can. Like how to make the game functional. They could learn how to make a game actually work. There's a lot they can learn. Like how to make a functional game. How to not waste billions of dollars. And and actually make something out. Freaking Star Citizen devs, man. Yep. It is what it is, man. And best part, you don't need to have like a $20,000 spaceship that isn't even complete. Or even in the game yet, that they were selling years ahead of times. Freaking Star Citizen's a joke, man. Like, cool concept, but like, there's no... They still haven't gone anywhere with it. Oh yeah, you have to buy the add-ons on top. That's just the base ship, not including the upkeep and all the other shit you gotta deal with. That's just the base cost I'm talking about. Right, we're not even including the stuff you have to add on to actually make it so you can actually use it. Because those get sold separately too. A fucking joke, man. Right? And it's like they don't even have the ship available yet either. Which is just sad. I feel bad for the people who are like spending money for it because it's like, I mean, cool idea, but like they're never gonna get there at this rate. They're never gonna actually get to play the game they wanted to play after spending all that money. Yeah, I think Star Citizen could have been cool. But like, the whole situation thing there is a disaster. Yeah, they all got scammed. Which is sad. That's why you should never buy a promise. Right, that's why you should never buy a promise. Feels bad, man. Oh, it's one of these. No egg there. No space egg. There it is. Oh, wait, I was supposed to scanner it first. Crap, the egg is stuck. Oh, there's another egg to scan. We're good. But yeah, why didn't you think you call it scam citizen? Yeah. It is what it is.
Treasure Hunt live stream. My absolute fave.
But yeah, it just like feels sad and not great over the whole thing with Star Citizen there. It feels bad. What are the paint jobs for this one? Okay. How about this one? Oh wait, we can't see the paint jobs in the Reaper until we unlock it. Thanks for the follow as well. And welcome. Mysterious Air 1. Okay, then there's like more stuff around here. You know, I wonder though if like to install the mods would the symlink be needed for the people doing it on Linux? Would they also need to have symlink set up to get the mod to work? I wonder. Damn. Someone's gotta try it one day. Cause this shit works under Linux. Yeah, I changed the keybind of my rapid fire click with the X button just for the mining thing. Just so it'd be a bit nicer to hit it in a more comfortable spot. So I don't have like the crazy loud left click spam right now. Oh, there's probably an opening in here, right? Oh, yep. There it is. Where there's a hole, there is likely a goal. Where's the horror statue? Right, because we need to get it there. There we go. What the fuck? What? What do you mean the simulacra spawn in space zone? Why am I all the way back here? Whatever, I might as well solve the puzzle here. Where's the gravity field thing? So the wind currents work. They really blow you. They blow you away. I was blown away by that wind current. How about you? Were you blown away by it? What do you mean deploy?
Everything's good to go. Is it time to wrap? Everything's good to go.
Oh! Oh, I know what you mean. The auto exploration. It's for this thing. You can set simulacrus to explore for you. They'll slowly explore for you. This is what it means. You can send them in to explore. That's what it means. Yeah, I already did it already. The other day. Yeah, you can just remove and reapply one. Ah! The gravity field. And we can't use relics in this. There's one of them. Where's the other one? Where's the switch? No! Don't go there. Ah! Oh wow, that one just got launched. I wish we had like a stomp attack thing. This would be so much easier if we could stomp downwards. Like a proper straight stomp. There we go, got it. Where was the thing I died before? Down there, right?
Show it you came up with.
Alright, we need to destroy this thing. What the fuck? The terrain here is so awkward. But you didn't hit the last one. How the hell am I supposed to grab this one? This one's like not reaching. The terrain here is so hard to walk around. There's so much crap in here. The terrain is so like too much jank. It's so hard to throw anything here because of all the crap here. They put too much shit on the ground. Look at this. They put too much crap on the ground. I can't like walk through anything. Right, like the freaking jank is still always gonna be here. Yeah, well, it's all uneven, the terrain. Right, there's a lot of uneven terrain. Oh, we have a 10 pole. Who knows, man? Maybe they'll make it so we can go to the giant sphere at one point. Wait, actually, wait. You know what? I think I know what the giant sphere is. It actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. I think you already know what the giant sphere is. We probably already know what the giant sphere is and we've been there before. Think about it. Think about it. What do you think the giant sphere is? What do you mean indoor zone? No, we've been there before. It makes a lot of sense when you consider how the fight puddle thing started. What the giant sphere would be. Think about it. This one. Especially when you look at the surface here. Who knows, man? Maybe. Maybe that's what that giant sphere is this whole time. There's a space elevator thing over here coming out of it. Into like this thing chunk over here. That looks like it could be the moon. Right, that one looks like it could be a far distant planet over there. Same with that one. Right? Don't you think it would make sense? Especially with it glowing and being weird like this? Because the whole thing is like separated apart. And it gives us a warning if we go too close to it. Probably gravitational field warning. Right? Think about it. What else could it be? We'll probably go around the planet though. That's my guess. My guess is we'll go around it. We'll go all the way around it. That's just gonna be my guess. But yeah, like, doesn't it make sense what the middle is when you think about it? Right? Because, like, what else could it be? Alright, there's another thing up here. Oh, I have to be zoomed in to see all these points. Okay. That's kind of weird. The rubber banding, man. Oh, I need to use the washroom soon. The fuck? The freaking thing glitched out. We're gonna backtrack, get this stuff back here. What the? There we go. Why is it tracking things I already have? We gotta find an entrance. There it is. What's this receive danger alert? Oh, we got that thing. But yeah, there's so many things to grab here. It summons a mini boss? Really? How does it work? Because like nothing is spawning. Too bad we don't have the rapid ascension like we have the quick descent from holding down the button. But they're adding that next patch anyway. Okay, we got two things over here. But yeah, the small exploration point has a very small tracking radius. For some reason. Compared to the other stuff, it's like very small.
That's a wrap.
The horror statue is still bored. It's still here. Leia's trying to attack it. Which is kind of funny. It glitched out and like Leia's trying to attack it. But yeah. Okay.
So I just keep on winning.
Alright, it's probably fine now. I was just looking at pings and stuff on something that I noticed real quick. Surely it's like despawned now, so I'm safe to walk around in there. Because sometimes the horror statue things glitch up. Right? Sometimes it bugs out. Interesting, it's all the way around here. No, so right here. I hate how they didn't make the train even, and you can just keep dropping this thing. Like, that's the problem here, man. The terrain here is awful. Because you have like the broken object carry mechanics. No. The reason why is it depends on their delay. Only some characters can use it. Basically, only the Kkona and Chisha can use it. The other ones are too slow. But what's important is also the animation. The animation to initialize it is the problem as well. It's why only those two can use it. Yeah, they throw two of them, okay. Kinda awkward, but okay. That said, it's like, if you wanted to play a game like a shooter at that point, why not actually just play a shooter? You'll have a way better time. Because in practice, the camera is like so broken, and it will automatically try to force you into auto-targeting lock-on shit, even though you cancel and you're doing aim shots. It's like super boring, that like the experience of using it isn't great. But it is funny. But yeah, the macro is in that video though. fair enough. Though, like, waiting for them to mess up and make it so they fully take advantage. That would be something. There we got a lot more to go through here. But yeah, the exploration points seem to only be picked up when I'm like close to them. If I'm like not near them, it's not getting picked up. That's what it seems like. Wait, where'd the thing go? The what can you claim? God, waiting for the freaking energy to replenish is annoying. No, they're one time only. There's a bunch of them, but they're one time only. These are one time only. But there's a bunch of them. Yeah, it won't give you anything. Why is the warrior statues chasing me? The big crystals reset. Those respawn. But I already did the thing here. This entire area might just be bugged though. Who knows, man? They can do all sorts of things. Like at this point, whatever Hoppa does is just random bullshit go. It do be like that. It's just like random bullshit go. Yep. Just test it first. Oh, they said they're gonna report it to the team. Someone also joined in and complained about the fact we didn't get the booster modules. Because we don't get, because the raid gave us the event rewards. Instead of the regular rewards, we didn't get the booster modules either. So they joined in to complain about that too. the yellow booster modules. You can only get the yellow ones from the weekly raid. But if the weekly raid's giving the wrong rewards, you can't get any of them. But yeah, where are we at now? 66 out of 129. So we're about like halfway through those. At least. The supply pods are gonna be the easier one to grab because like I can see where all of them are, but it's just the other things that are a bit harder to keep track of. Okay, there's a thing here. Oh yeah, the mecha races, I'm gonna have to do those as well. Do mecha races count as the supply pods? I'm gonna assume they do. I have to wait for energy to refill now. But at least we're making a lot of progress now. It helps a lot that I can like see the dots. Yeah, like there's a lot here. We're now at 68 out of 129. And it is this thing here. Gives me 25 more attack permanently. So we're obviously gonna want to get that too. Right, that's another one. Alright, then we loot this one. That's another one done. Okay, you can see like just the radius there. I wish there was a way to like increase the radius of that exploration point thing. To keep track of them. Do you know, Cork, if there's a way to make it even bigger, that radius? Wait, that didn't count for anything? Oh, rep. That's unfortunate. Wait, why can't they loot the egg? There we go. I wonder if there's stuff like all the way around here on the edge. Maybe. Wait, she's around here somewhere. Oh, there was another switch. Fucking hell. Freaking random crap here is distracting. Hi Theo. Welcome, welcome. Oh, nice. Welcome to the Twitch side. Oh, it's probably from over here. The hell am I being put in combat with? Alright, they should be nearby. Maybe in the rock over here? No, it's pointing this way. Where, like, it's pointing over there. Maybe over here? No, that's just in here. Where the hell are they? Alright, there's one thing here. Below? Okay. Where is the thingy? Where the fuck is it?
Ending the stream.
I couldn't even see the freaking thing! Alright then, I think we ran out of YouTube quota again. The freaking streamer bot quota thing is a pain. Hi there, Jesus. And it warps us all the way back in here. Because of course it does. Alright, sure, we'll put on the cat ears. Alright, there we go. We got the cat ears on now. But yeah, we're just going through all the stuff here slowly. There's so much stuff here to grab. There's a lot. I think we need to get out of this thing and go up top to get the thing I'm looking for here. Yeah, lots of stuff here. Grab all of these. Gotta grab those too. Wait, they have one that spawned in there too. Damn. I'm gonna warp in there briefly. We got lots of stuff to grab anywhere and everywhere. Mm-hmm. Damn, there's like a lot of stuff in there for rewards. Let me check the missing persons thingy. Alright, what can we grab here? Oh wait, no, those are older basic controls, my bad. You can't use those. That's unfortunate. But yeah, more free stuff, right? Free is free after all. Alright, there's still 2 more there I need to grab. Oh, this is the same shop as the other one. There's 4 pulls there and a bunch of other things as well. Okay. But yeah, they have like so much shit to find and grab. I'm only like halfway through this. Barely. This'll take a while to fully go through everything. But at least with the add-on, it does help a bit to like mark everything. The mod, add-on, whatever you want to call it. Because like there's a lot. Right, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, what was it? Oh yeah, I should be checking on my base capture. Rank 14 again. Gotta make sure I do my base capture stuff. We're dropping the rankings again. Gotta go back up. Especially because the season ends soon. I mean, like, just don't do it all at once and take breaks. Right? It's like, do a couple, take a break for a bit, do some more, take another break. We don't really have to rush it anyways. It's not like it's gonna go away. God damn it, all these lineups have frost resist. Wait. No, wait, I can be number 7. But yeah, having the thing just track them helps. I mean, this is kind of the problem with like this type of exploration system. Especially because it doesn't leave it like that, leave it there. It'd be nice if they just like had it like set up kind of like how it is in the East games where like after you pass through them and reveal the thing on the map, it saves the location. so you can go back there yourself later and you have everything marked. If it was set up that way, it'd be a lot nicer. But it's not. Okay, rank 2 seems like a good culprit to go after. I mean, good target, whatever. We'll do some reacts after this. The fuck is the freaking things doing, man? What the fuck is my freaking pets doing? Like, the freaking AI just keeps breaking down, man. Oh fuck it, rank 1 is easier. Okay, what you DM me? Okay. Did I hit the reward cap for the week? No, I did not. Now I did. Cool. Yeah, my power ranking thing on my pets are not the highest though. But we got it up here again. All that matters is I get into top 10. Top 10 is the only one with the rewards that matter. The other ones, like, I don't really care that much, just top 10 rewards. Because then I get the nicer box to pick the pets from. Wait, do I also have the thing for the other one? Oh, there's a side quest over there we can do as well. Okay, they don't track side quests here, I just double checked. Interesting. Yeah, people still are tryharding. It's not as bad as it used to be, but people still tryharding. Okay, we got 2 missing persons left to grab here. Sophia and Elaine. And then the other one... Is that the same one as the one over here? Let's see. They're different? Okay. Oh yeah, they are different. There are 3 spots? What's the other spot? Where's the last spot? Oh, there's another panel. All the way around there. Wait, it's outside? Okay, I'll do the unstuck trick to get outside. It's funny what unstuck does to you. When it like moves you to a different part of the map. Alright, conveniently all the way down here. But yeah, then there's more. So there's like 3 sets of these things. But yeah. And we still have, like, I'm only like halfway through the cosmic exploration. But then there's still all the other stuff. Check what? Yeah, Genjin's budget all went into the executives' pockets. It all went into the pockets of the executives. And ads. But sure. Oh yeah, the guy's quite big. Sure. But in all honesty, it probably just all went into the executives' pockets. Okay. You know, we'll go through some more of the reacts right now. We went through like 3 hours of exploration. We'll do them in smaller chunks, because it's like quite daunting the amount we need to do. Okay, let's see. We still have a lot to go through. It is what it is, man. What's this one? Shift up. Global Nikke players, and they insults them and then they're angry. Okay. I mean, here's the thing, right? Oh wait, no, Tencent does the publishing regardless, right? Because CN. Yeah, driving a mecha is sexual content, yep. Metrical, talking. I don't know. Symmetrical mecha docking? I don't know. The owners have big companies for their slush fund, yeah.
So, once again, it appears Global is just the beta testers for CN, and this time it is for Nikke. It's just released in CN, and they've got a bunch of quality of life updates that Global has been asking for quite some time now. Some of them just small little tweaks, really, that are not a major thing.
Okay.
And the mold situation is pretty drastic and really, really sucks. Another game that's kind of treating Global like second-class citizens, and citizens that have had access to the game for so long as well, that have been supporting the game, and now just pushed aside because the new child is here now, and that is CN. So we'll have a look at this post here, and then we're going to go over to this video from Sephi here, as he explains it a little bit more in depth, and we'll see what's going on, because I'm very much interested to see what he's got to say here.
Okay.
And we'll have a look at this post as well. Let me just move my camera also, so we're not in the way of his beautiful bearded face.
Now, third? No, they're fourth class. What are you talking about? What do you mean third class? They're fourth. Let's be real. Fourth class? Fourth class would... Right, because like first class would be CN. The second class is probably Japan. The third class, South Korea only. The fourth class, rest of the world. In that order, probably. Right? In that order.
Base. And let's get into it then. So this is from Glittering Novel.
Yeah, second class SEA. Yeah.
Mobile subreddit from 5 hours ago. The CM version has practically all the quality of life changes we have been asking for over 2 years. So far, these are all confirmed changes. Loading times are significantly reduced, which is ridiculous. The game actually performs better for CN now, which is wild that isn't just rolled out at the same time as it released in there. It's insane. Tribe Towers have auto progress now, so you can just literally auto clear those, which is, again, this is not like game breaking for Global, right? But it's another quality of life thing. Auto progress is sweet. All these sort of things, when they're just not in games, suck. And when a certain section of the game gets it, or a certain section of the community gets it and the rest don't, it's just like a slap in the face of those players. Again, the players who've been supporting the game for the longest time as well. It's not like the game's released at the same time and one player group is getting treated better than the other, although still trashy. You just insulted all of your previous supporters. Actually ridiculous. So hopefully this comes to Global very soon as well. Molds don't have SRs, and failed molds build up to 100% SSR mold. So there's no SRs in the mold pool now. there's just SSRs. You can fail an SSR, but you'll get PCs that I think you get like 12, I think. And then I think you need 50 to get up to being able to claim an SSR. So you can fail, but you won't fail into an SR. Basically, it just gives you part of a build towards an SSR, which again, it's not really failing in a sense if you only have to do a couple more and you're going to get an SSR anyway. So again, no pool of SRs in that pool for the molds, which is the biggest thing here. That is ridiculous. The global has the chance to fail into an SR, but now CN just no, you just got SSRs and the potential to fail for parts towards an SSR in the future, which is just insane. The battle pass has 2 levels, one for pulls and one for resources. This isn't such a big deal, but still it's allowing them to get access to skins probably at a better deal as well, which is kind of, it is ridiculous really when you think about it. It depends when you know, like what you're after, really. The mold situation, I think, is the one that's the major problem, really. Multiple characters have had their...
I don't know. I don't play Nikke.
I have no clue about
I don't know Nikke, so I don't know much about it.
Nikke now for...
But okay.
It's probably been a couple of months, if I'm honest, so I'm a little bit behind on what's going on anyway. And apparently he's going to cover them in time, so we'll definitely look at that also when he does that.
But yeah.
You can now level up 5 characters at once until you're over the 160 wall. Shops have been updated with better resources and characters are available in other shops. And CN has animated solo raid frames as well. So I don't see a single excuse as to why Global did not get these quality of life changes. Even worse is that Global Nikke came a shilling Stellar Blade 24/7 we don't notice what they're doing on the CN servers. It's wild, right? It's wild. Again, another developer treating Global like they just don't matter. You know, that they were the firstborn. Now the new shiny babies come along and it's like you get pushed to the side, right? That's kind of what it feels like. And the fact that, like I say...
And what these guys don't understand is the publisher's fault. Oh, who's publishing it in CN? Right? Because Global has the publisher under Level Infinite. The devs are Korean. They're doing it, I'm assuming South Korea has their own thing. So it's just whoever's publishing it for Global, yeah. Like Tencent owns Level Infinite, yeah. But who's publishing it in CN? Did they mention who the CN publisher is? Like, did they mention who's publishing it in CN? Because, like, if it's Tencent themselves and not through Level Infinite, right, it's a different part of Tencent's fault. Or whatever. Right? Because it's, like, publisher making these decisions. Right? It's not the same publisher for everything. I have no idea, though. This is just me guessing.
They've been supporting the game for over 2 years, you know. It's not like, oh... We're worried that we've got to make sure we keep CN happy because CN is going to be the majority of our player base. Global has been supporting the game for quite some time now, so it does suck to see. Let's check out the video from Sephi, though, and see what he's got to say, shall we? I'm curious of his viewpoint on all of this. He's actually playing on a CN account here, so he's going to go through all of the things that we've just spoke about in a little bit more detail. I'm curious to see what his viewpoints are on this. As I say, I'm a little bit out of the loop with Nikke at the moment, so I'm really curious to see what an active player's got to say about this, because this is pretty shitty. This is pretty shitty. It just doesn't stop at the moment. It's just gacha game after gacha game after gacha game, messing up. If it's not Infinity Nikke, it's Black Beacon. If it's not Black Beacon, it's a Theory of Restart. It's just like, Hoyo, we're over there thinking, damn, man. Keep it up, guys. This keeps everybody off our case. Actually, ridiculous.
I mean, this is what happens when the freaking average consumer for these is really, really fucking brain dead and think Gacha is a genre rather than a monetization scheme.
Check this video out there, guys. If you
right, because the reality is, no, they're not that.
Haven't already, go check out Sephi as well. We're going to subscribe to Sephi.
True, it's the player's fault for eating the slop. True. They enable it too by eating it up.
Also, and let's see what he's got to say in this video, then, shall we? Got a beautiful beard.
And I wanted to make a video talking about the 2 things that have pleased me the most so far when it comes to this person.
I've got the sniffles as well, sorry.
3 things, actually. But before we start, as usual, hello there.
The molds
welcome
has
back
to be
my
the most
wife's and
annoying thing for him, right?
favorite gambling addict. Today's topic, Nikke CN. And of course,
Okay.
I'm gonna lower a little bit the music right there. I wanna talk about 3 things that are kinda pissing me off, that are really good, that we
I love the way he
need
says
to get
piss.
in global. Before we start, leave a like, subscribe, help me grow the channel, and thank you to all my patrons.
Okay.
Yes, guys, definitely go check out Seffi. Show some love.
So, let's start with the easiest one. That's like, whatever, you know, if we don't get this, is fine, but it's also pretty good. A lot of mission passes in Nikke are not good. The skin.
See, for me, I think Global should get this right. Again, it's not the end of the world. It's not the mold situation, but I think I disagree a little bit there. If CN's getting this, Global should get this. Okay, there's a spectrum of problems, right, of the scale of things, and this is not at the top of it. But I definitely think Global should be getting this also.
Skins suck. That's the reality, okay? Now, the Chinese pass is changed a little bit. It's the same amount of
Got the
pulls,
sniffles, guys, sorry.
but you are guaranteed an SSR because molds are guaranteed SSRs, by the way. We'll talk about that on a second.
Okay.
And
Actually
there is
ridiculous.
different tiers. So let's say you want to buy the mission pass in global. You pay 20 bucks and you get everything, right?
Yep.
But a
Yep.
lot of times the skin, it's a bad skin. This skin is not a good skin, right? It sucks. Did I get it? Yes. Is it bad skin? Yes. But sometimes I want the pools, but I don't want to spend 20 bucks for this. So what China has done is separated the battle pass into 2 tiers. Usually I dislike layered.
I agree. I'm not the biggest fan of layered tiers. And again, this isn't the
Yeah.
be-all and end-all, right? But the ability to be able to just go in at a cheaper price and go for the resources and not care, you know, if you don't care about the skins so much, it's allowing you to do it for a little bit cheaper, as I said earlier. You know, like, why is this not being rolled out everywhere? As I say, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give Shift Up the benefit of the doubt, right? That this is just going to roll out everywhere else. Why on earth it would launch in CN with all of this before Global is, like, beggars belief, as I say. But there's that part of me that's like, let's just wait. Maybe over the next patch or so, we'll see something like this come into Global. I don't know.
The battle passes, but in this case, it's pretty good because for less than $10, you are getting 25 pulls per mission pass. This is way better than almost any offer we have in the shop. And then if you want
Okay.
to buy everything, the deluxe pass, you will be getting the 25 pulls, plus, of course, the guaranteed mold and the skin. This is a lot better, in my opinion, than what we currently have, and I will say that I prefer this over the current system that we ourselves have. The second thing I want to talk is
It's another thing. It just gives a little bit more option to the player, right? You know, depending on how you want to go about it. What do you want out of the pass? Do you not necessarily want this? Okay, we've got a different version for you. Again, I agree. I'm never the biggest fan usually of tiered battle passes where you've got a free, a paid one, and then the ultra premium one typically. But at the same time, it is nice to have an ability to get access to just materials. You know, don't care about skins. Okay, you're not too bothered about maybe going for the mold. All right, you just want access to materials. Yeah, it does suck though. It does suck.
loading time.
I mean, for me, it's like, I look at it the other way where it's like, oh fuck, they created a problem, and now they're selling me a solution. Not, I want the resources here. For me, a lot of the time it's more like, when I see these in these games, it's like, I want these things gone. Because I don't like having to deal with them. Just straight up. It's like, yeah, they obviously created the problem to sell you the solution.
Times.
Or at least a
Because, guys,
band-aid.
You all know how slow Nikke is, and in order to demonstrate this, I'm just gonna close the game and I'm gonna reopen so you guys can see this in action. Okay? You all know how slow our normal
Based wallpaper. Let's
Nikke
go.
version can be. This
Yep.
game it's 1,000 times faster. Yes, of course, it is still
Again,
takes
this
time, but
makes
how
no
many
sense
of
to
you
me.
Literally
You know?
will open Nikke and
This is just
Wii game, wait. Who's the publisher of Wii game? What company is this one? Oh, this is Tencent's other publishing branch. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay, I understand. Yeah, I figured Tencent was also publishing it, but they're doing it under this thing, Wii game. Versus Level Infinite. Okay, yep.
literally
Interesting.
an optimization patch. Like, why on earth this wouldn't roll out to CN when it can go out to, I mean, wouldn't roll out to global when it can
Different
literally go out to CN
publisher,
on launch.
but
is
they're
kind
owned
of
by the same
ridiculous.
company.
Something else, because you know it's gonna take 3-4 minutes to like, actually load.
And make yourself a cup of
right?
tea.
Now let's wait until this starts loading, and as you can see, in fact, you can even start counting since I pressed the button if you want, and it's still less time than what it would take our normal Nikke client to load in.
Wait, why does it take that long to load it? What the fuck? Why does it take it so long?
And do everything. So you get these two screens to go directly into loading with our favorite girl, Rapapi, right here. You get the login message.
Damn, that
and
is already looking quick.
That was our two screens for loading. Good in.
Why do they need so many screens to load through
is-
as well?
okay.
This to like a normal, the PC version. And of course,
I don't even feel like I need to make a direct side-by-side comparison now. I could jump on a boot Nikke up right now.
No,
but
I'm just surprised that like
looks
there's
much
so
quicker to
skill
me.
issue with
I'm running
the.
on a
how
good
long it
PC
will
as well, you
take
know what I
to
mean?
actually get you in.
I'm just surprised how badly skill issued whoever designed these ports from each side is. Like, it's just sad how skill issued they are. That it takes them this long to load this.
That's the second thing. The amount of trash code ShiftTab has to have for Nikke to be this slow, while the Chinese version has no issue loading in, is disgusting. Some people, before
Yeah, because here's the thing with Snowbreak dailies. Here's the thing with Snowbreak dailies, man. They don't even take a minute. Like, this is the thing with Snowbreak
Five.
dailies.
4, 3, 2, 1.
But I was just like counting down before I started the timer. Right here. We include the loading screen.
Been 5 seconds already.
5 seconds loading.
Right, personal file.
Oh yeah, it could be faster. For sure. I was like farming for something else at that point.
Stop.
And done. 39 seconds. 39.47 seconds. Less than 40 seconds. Like, that's the thing, right? Depending on what you need to do in Snowbreak, this is how quick your dailies are. It's not even 1 minute. It takes longer to open up the game than it does to clear this. When the launcher decides to be Pepega.
Wait. Wait.
But yeah. Reporter's imagination is running wild. Symmetrical mecha docking, I don't know. That's my joke here, symmetrical mecha docking. I had to come up with something. But yeah. Like, it's that quick. So yeah, like... And like the joke was, oh yeah, I got the 1-day suspension for sexual content. And some guy was like, so mechas are sexual now? I'm like, okay, symmetrical mecha docking.
or you type OSF, it might be the anti-cheat. They use the same anti-cheat, easy anti-cheat, or whatever it's called. Now, the other thing that is minor, but I might talk about it later, it's frames and titles. The amount of frames and titles they have in the Chinese version is already a lot better, and it's not only botting titles and botting frames.
Yeah, Level Infinite, terrible
Frames or
publisher.
free.
It is
It's
what it
actually
is.
Titles that are pretty cute for pre-registering, for doing achievements.
What is it
He's
with
like waiting for a cold start to a diesel
companies
engine.
and CN now
Oh
in the gacha
boy.
space? What is it with... I get it right. I understand
Yep.
that CN typically is the largest revenue base outside of probably like JP and then like Korea and North America. for a lot of these companies,
North
right,
America's like nothing, man.
the drastic
They cope
difference
thinking
in
North
how
America is that high.
communities are treated is just like, it's like, why, you know, why? I just don't get it. I understand maybe listening to CN more, you know, because again, they're a lot more vocal and they will.
I mean, like, why could they? Isn't it very simple to just look up who's publishing it where, and then just realize, oh, no wonder, that makes sense. It's freaking Tencent level infinite branch is like, yeah, we know just how Pepega level infinite is, and how lazy they are about certain things and everything. So it's like, yep, not surprised. Right, and then like, yeah, Tencent's other publishing branch for China is handling the Chinese version. And it's not the level infinite one. Level infinite interns.
They will move with their wallets quicker, I think, than a lot of other communities. Well, it seems that way. Or this just two-tiered system in so many games. It's crazy.
Etc.
I'm lost for words.
One for registering on Wii Game. You also have the one that is from TapTap.
Yep.
There is like a lot of different ones. There is like 3 or 4 more already that I forgot to show or take a screenshot. That is what it is. And now let's talk about the.
It's a minor thing, but still frustrating.
Those 3 things are whatever. Cosmetics,
Yeah.
we don't care. Battle
Not a
Pass
major deal.
layer rewards, whatever. You know, some people might like it. Some people
They don't
might
care
not.
about
I personally
cosmetics,
like it
damn.
Because I
Sure.
in this post always, but I don't care about 90% of the skins Nikke
Yep.
releases because they are pretty bad unless they are the gacha skins. And then loading times, I think we all can agree loading times are good no matter what. This is another.
Yeah, for sure. You know, loading times in games suck, right? You know, and any reduction in loading times is always
frame.
good.
This is another title, sorry, not frame, as you can see. Pretty cute for registering with TapTap. There's a few more that I don't know if I will even be able to show here. I don't think I have them. Unlucky. But yeah, those 3 things are, you know, 50-50. Let's go about the main topic for this week.
Alright, let's get into it.
Mods.
We're going to talk about mods,
In
okay.
this game are guaranteed. Now, I said this that I was going to be waiting to see if this was the final version or not, because the global
Okay.
beta for Nikke had something similar, but they ended up changing it. When you get the mold in the Chinese version of Nikke, you cannot lose. There is no SRs. Now, you can.
What do you say to that? What do you say to that? Actually, crazy that you can't lose.
Yes,
a
the
dent
N
or
version is
SR.
censored,
It's
yep.
just SSRs.
It is
Or
censored, yep.
you can get the parts towards an SSR. So you can lose, technically. You can lose, right? But it's not to a lower tier of unit. It's just parts towards another SSR, which is, obviously, it's a loss, right? It's a loss, but it's not the same kind of loss. You're not dropping down and just being like, okay, okay, alright, got shafted. You know, RNG fucked me there. It's just, you know, okay, come back again, and you can retry, kind of thing.
Lose a mold, and instead of getting an SR character, you have a 39% chance of getting 12 of those pieces right here. These pieces, when you get 50, it's a guaranteed SSR. By the way, this asset, this art has been in the Nikke Global since release. They just never bothered to use it. But this is a 100 guaranteed SSR mold on a 4% for every character.
It's like, it was there, you know, again, as he said in regards to the beta, it was there, the artwork was kept, and then it was just like,
Yep.
yeah, we'll hold on to that for you know, for the special child at a later date. You guys
They need to
just-
pull the
you can
CN
look at
players
it like
already
you
in the
can
global
see,
version,
you
yeah.
don't get to touch. You
They
don't
got
get
1
to touch.
SSR out of those 30. Korean probability is BS.
So, when we talk
Yeah.
about quality of life, there
Mhm.
are certain things that we need to get. This is not a matter of when we're getting it or maybe they cannot do it safely. No, we've been playing 2.5 years. How many of you have opened 5, 6, 7 malls in a row and got nothing on our SSR malls that are like what, 61% right now? How many of you have opened literally tens of malls and got nothing, bro, or just 1 SSR? And now here they are guaranteed. And it's like, yeah, sure, there is some quality of life that is.
Well, that's their own problem. They
it's-
need to
it
get
is
over the
literal
barrier.
Quality of life that is not.
As I say though, even like these smaller tweaks that are quality of life, you know, things like the game loading in quicker,
Luck issue.
things like the battle pass, right?
Yeah,
Things
luck
the,
issue notice.
the profiles, the titles, you know, They might not seem like major, even though like the loading screen, the loading times is a major thing. Like, you know, not when it comes to video games, right? A reduction in loading times is pretty big. It might not seem it when you speak about it, but it's pretty major, really. All of those things, you're like, okay, that's quality of life updates. It's not breaking the game. It's not really ruining the experience, shall I say? Although loading times, the mold situation is insane. But all of these, just there's no reason why Global hasn't got them. I'd love to know the reason, and I'm sure there will be people out there that will be playing defense and offering up reasons why and arguing that this is why it should be like this.
Yep.
I'd love to see those arguments because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Not mandatory. For example, towers in here, they can auto progress. Right click, as you can see on the bottom, right here, this button, you guys can see what I'm clicking. This is for auto progression, and this will basically mean that when you finish a level, it will go to the next one automatically and progress until you fail. That's like literally a quality of life. That doesn't matter if we get it or not. It would be nice, but it's not something that will, you know.
Again, I disagree. I think those things kind of like do matter, you know? If it's not in the game, it's not in the game, right? There's quality of life, little tweaks. You know, we spoke about this many times in my videos and in my streams where, you know, there's plenty of things in a game where the game wouldn't be, it's not worse off for not having it, but having it is like an improvement. It's not like you're like, well, I can't.
I mean, it's worse off because it doesn't have it. What do you mean? It's worse off because it doesn't have it. That's all.
Play the game anymore because it's not there. You're not going to stop playing. It's not ruining your experience, so to speak. But it would be nice to have it.
I mean, it depends on your perspective on the stuff in there.
And then a certain section of the player base get it, and it's like, okay, now it actually feels like an experience ruining option now, because it's like we could have it. It's right there. Some people do have it. So it is incredibly frustrating.
Make or break an account, but the guaranteed mold over 2.5 years.
This is the major problem. This is the major problem.
Imagine the amount of characters every free-to-play account. Not even well.
I don't know.
Most free-to-plays have lost overall. It is retarded. It is just disgusting, in my opinion, that this is not in the global version. But yeah, there is a bunch of different things I want to talk about for the Chinese version. A bunch of character kits.
I'd love to know the reasoning the devs have got then. I wonder if we'll get a response from them
Miranda is better,
in regards to the molds, you know?
is better, and 102 is better. So many different characters are better. I want to talk about that. I'll make separate videos when I go in depth.
So he's talking about kits actually being improved now as well, which again, why? You know, if fundamentally you think characters need to have potential tweaks, why only for one community?
I'm understanding their skills.
Wait.
Just want
The girl they have on the poster girl isn't even the higher tier character? Wow, that's sad. Their poster girl is only a purple tier. They aren't the yellow tier. Rip.
short video before I go to bed because
that's a rip, man.
Almost 6 a.m. guys. I'm too tired.
Jeez, bro.
I'm gonna go pass out. I love you all. Do let me know how you
get some sleep, man. Get some sleep.
Feel about the molds being 100%, and if you think Shift Up will bring any of these to global or not. That's it.
Now,
I'm out. Love you all, bastards. Good
yeah,
luck.
great video. Great video. Guys, go check out Sephi here, bringing you with the info. It has to come to global, right? It
Oh,
surely, like, the molds has to, the loading screens has to, the auto clip, it all has to, in my opinion. Like, you know, it all has to. But the mold situation, obviously, first and foremost, that's going to change people's accounts, right? That's account affecting. All the others experience effects, which I've said this before. Small quality of life updates might seem very small on their own, right, in a vacuum. When you start totaling them up, it's game changing. It's game changing.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's the reason why it's called.
I don't play it, so I don't know.
It improves the quality of the
game. I just thought it was funny that it was purple instead of yellow.
It's like whatever. But then
I just thought it was funny.
Into dozens and dozens, it's like, okay, we've got a totally different game here, and this is what we've got right here with Nikke. You've got CN playing a different version of the game with better options, better quality of life, and guarantees on molds as
But
well.
also more
Well,
censorship.
sort of, you know, but still kind of a guarantee because you can only fail into building up towards an SSR anyway. So it is a guarantee, really, when you think about it. And
No,
yeah,
it's not.
this is pretty shitty from Shift Up. So I'd love to see what kind of response we get from them. Whether this comes to global.
They were
when
aware
it
they
comes
were
to global,
useless, so they
and
asked for
why hasn't it
upgrades.
come to global? I
Okay.
really would like to know. But guys, let me know what you think in the comment section. Go check out Sephi as well if you're into Nikke. He's the man. And yeah, if you've enjoyed the video, guys, I found it informative.
True,
Give it a
the
like,
EM blade is
subscribe if
blue.
you're new, and I'll see you all in the next one, guys.
True, the legendary EM blade is still blue. That is true. What is this one? Kuro trying to sabotage Zenless Zone Zero. What is this?
There is a warper ring, and Zenless Zone Zero is in his crosshairs. And I've got to ask the question that's been burning in my mind, and
Okay.
maybe in yours too. Is Kuro Games, the developer of Wuthering Waves, actively trying to sabotage Zenless Zone Zero, especially with its anniversary patch on the
I would consider they have 1,500 employees. They can't do shit in game development. Maybe. Who knows what those 1,500 Yandere dev clones are doing?
horizon? Now, I know that's a pretty heavy accusation, and believe me, I don't throw words like sabotage around lightly. But the patterns, the timing, the sheer audacity of what we are seeing from certain corners of Wuthering Wave community and its most prominent creators is becoming too blatant to ignore. And it bears an uncanny, almost sickening resemblance to the kind of manufactured drama we saw targeting Honkai Star Rail around its 3.0 update. Fool me once, right? It's the exact same playbook. Content creators who glaze Wuthering Wave 24/7 suddenly masquerade as longtime Holyverse game players, only to immediately unleash a barrage of criticism and negativity conveniently right as hyped patch is about to drop. Let's be clear, Zenless Zone Zero is a powerhouse. It's carved out its own unique space, its own dedicated fanbase, and frankly, it's a damn good game. It's stylish, it's fun, the combat is slick, and it's got that Holyverse polish to it. Remember when ZTZ first launched? There was a massive coordinated attack, a firestorm of negativity clearly
Damn, okay.
designed to cripple it from day one. But it didn't work.
I mean, I didn't like it either, but I wanted to play a completely different game, basically.
ZTZ weathered the storm. It thrived. It proved its resilience.
So it was like,
Now
yeah, I
it
uninstalled
looks
it the
like
same
they
day.
are trying again, doubling down because ZZZ is too successful, too resilient, and frankly, too hard to attack legitimately this time. And their smear campaign is so desperate, they're willing to torch their own credibility, flip-flop on their supposed principles, and become the very type of player they once claimed to despise. For weeks now,
Shill is
ZZZ
talking.
has been hammered
Uh-huh.
by negativity. This isn't feedback. It's targeted, coordinated assault. And guess who's leading the charge? Wuthering Wave content creators, amplifying and often orchestrating these attacks. And let's talk about the elephant in the room, or rather, the scent in the room. Saint Tone has.
Oh
Are you
boy.
this butthurt about your game inflating HP by 58% in 3 patches?
Wait, 1 sec, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing.
There is a warp zero. Sabotage.
I accidentally clicked the wrong thing
Resemblance
when I was like
update.
clicking on a different
Only
window.
one. Content creators who glaze Wuthering Wave. Convenient. It's a massive coordinated from day one and successful. Desperate has been hammered.
Patches. Are you this butthurt about the HP in version 2.0 being 150% of what it was in 1.0? Are you this butthurt about somebody talking about how you're being an absolute fucking elitist and trying to gatekeep endgame from other people when you are on the record saying if you're gonna play casually, don't step onto this side of the court. If you're gonna play casually, don't play Shiyu defense. You don't deserve to play Shiyu.
I don't know what the hell they're even talking about, man. What's a Shiyu? What the fuck are they even talking about? It's so hard to understand what the hell these guys are talking about, man. Endgame mode?
defense. You don't deserve to
The
get the
Abyss
rewards.
mode, okay.
Double crit everything and I can't clear. You might suck at the game. You might just be really bad at the game.
A name
He downloaded it yesterday. The fight is the most brain dead you've seen. It's just a mouse left click button. You see you do the skill, yeah? I mean, here's the thing, right? All of these games are like that. That's literally every single gacha here like that. It's all just mindless spam your shit. Use it when it's available in a specific rotation order. And call it a day. Right? Like, that's basically all it is. It's why, for a lot of them, basically, if all they have is combat, I'm not very interested anymore. If that's all they have, because honestly, it's like, it's just kind of meh. Like, here's the thing, right? If we exclude, like, some of the ToF raids, are we trying to do weird animation cancel thing to, whatever? From ToF? And we remove freaking, we remove, like, avoiding shit in Snowbreak? Which I don't even properly do that much anyways. But, like, we look at it from there. Ironically enough, the most engaging combat I've had, if we remove ToF raids from the equation, is the fucking Infinity Nikke bosses and enemies. And all I have is a shitty little projectile that I shoot from left click, and then a stomp attack. But for some reason, I found that the most engaging out of, like, anything else I've played in these gachas. If we exclude ToF raids. The mechanic-focused ones. Because raids like Gunner is just, okay, I just spam my rotation. And call it a day. Right? Like, let's be real. Right? Because, like, the Gunner raid is literally just 2 bosses DPS down. I mean, like, it was built around there, right? The thing is, Infinity Nikke at least built all the bosses around your moveset. I haven't gotten there yet. We haven't finished the story yet. Okay, yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. We'll do it, like... Maybe we'll do it on the weekend or next week. Like, ToF is just a weird mess. It's a mess. But, like, yeah. And, like, the thing is, too, right? There's, like, nothing else to it with a lot of these other gacha games. It's like, I just find them boring. You can have all the action combat thing in there, but I find them quite boring because I'm just pushing, like, 1 or 2 buttons, swapping to the next thing to do the same thing again in a loop, with spamming left click in between. And I'm just like, whatever. I've gotten pretty bored of that, if that's all they have. So, like, for me, slowly, more and more over time, the value of combat has drastically been reduced there. Especially doesn't help how, like, with those as well, the reward for doing the content itself is not worth the time nor the effort to go after. It's just not worth it at all when you start valuing time and stuff like that and looking at it from that perspective. Right? And then for some of these as well, it's like, it's even more annoying when it's like, they're basically forcing these weird arbitrary time gates and stuff to hide the fact that that's all they have. Because they make it take forever to go level up that character that you could have potentially spent $300, $400 plus to guarantee a single character copy. Because that's what their pricing is. Right? Like, it's not great. And that's the reality. And, you know, I don't think I should just speak for myself here, but, like, if you bought something that was, like, I don't know. Let's say you bought something that was, like, $400 or whatever. I think you would have at least some expectation that you would be able to make use of it, pretty quickly. Right? And not do weird, busy work chores ahead of time. Unless it's, like, something you're physically, like, creating or something. And you bought, like, a bunch of supplies because you want to make, like, a statue or painting or some painting or whatever. On, like, some figure or whatever like that. That type of stuff. Like, at least I'd like to assume that. right? Rather than some like scuffed 3D model tied to a JPEG, right?
Any of you already know, a prominent Wuthering Wave creator, someone who, and this is public knowledge, has received thousands of dollars from Kuro Games for the video. Now, supporting creators and getting paid for your work is one thing, but when a creator who supposedly campaigns Wuthering Wave dedicates a significant slice of their channel, we're talking about something like 20% here, not to Wuthering Waves, but to relentless attack Hoyo.
It's not 20%. It's more like 80%. Let's be real.
Questions. Coincidence? You tell me.
Like, let's be real.
When your paycheck is coming from one company and you spend a good portion of your award-winning content attacking their direct competitor, it starts to look less like a genuine opinion and more like, well, let's just call it brand ambassadorship with a very specific agenda. Are those creators passionate advocates, or are they becoming hate shields, weaponized to tear down the competition? I'm just asking the question here. And the hypocrisy. Oh, the sweet, sweet hypocrisy. It's almost comical if it weren't so infuriating. Remember when the Wuthering Wave hardcore elite Centone has were all about get good, all about how games should be challenging, how players should invest time learning mechanic and overcome
yeah, except that's all cool and all. Except you can't even. Except they put a bunch of shit ahead of you to stop you from even doing it. Right? It's like, you want me to spend weeks on end farming these Pepega shit materials to level up that freaking character, either pre-farming ahead of time or dealing with it after release, right? And then you have to do the same thing for their equipment, their echoes or whatever, and all the other crap you might need, right? Before you can even get to the starting line to even try to do the thing, to actually play the game. But with what little content they have, they put so many things ahead, like to roadblock you, to stop you from doing it or slow you down, because they don't really have anything there.
difficult content. That was the mantra, wasn't it? The badge of honor for the true gamer.
You can run any of these on a DPS character, and you will clear the endgame. If you invest a moderate amount and then pull one of these weapons for any DPS character in the game, you will clear 1,000,000%. You might just have to play a little bit more sweaty. You might have to optimize your rotations a little bit more. You might have to grind more on your relics compared to, you know, pulling a limited weapon. But why shouldn't you if you're using the free or more accessible option? I think that that's a perfectly reasonable trade.
But now that Zillison Zero is introducing content that, God forbid, ask players to actually learn the game, to understand the characters, to strategize, to put in a little effort, suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly the narrative flips.
The way that the endgame is, I think, structured from the perspective of ZZZ and really just Hoyoverse games in general, is that the endgame becomes really, really, really easy to do if you have the newest on-character units.
Yeah.
And it can easily be done by people that are like casual or just one step above casual.
That's like exactly what a lot of these games do. They'll design the content around the newer one that they're trying to sell, and then do it again with the next one in the next patch, and then the next patch, and then the next patch, and then the next patch. They always do these things without fail.
In my opinion, if they have the newest units and the newest disk drives, all of that stuff, and they could have like mid dog shit builds, the newest characters just make it a lot easier. And that's because they just naturally, inherently, right? All their motion values are higher, all their buffs are better. They either apply their anomalies faster or they have like better anomalies in general, and it just makes it to the point where having all the newest stuff means that there's way less skill investment involved. You should have to grind more or play better if you're using a less premium option. And
yep. He knows, but he won't admit it.
If you're on signature, you should be able to play worse or not grind.
They won't admit it. They won't admit it. They're gonna gaslight themselves into thinking it's a good thing. Here's the thing, right? With how these people are, man, they're so fucking brain dead. They'll gaslight themselves into thinking one thing is positive when it suits them, but then it's completely negative when it's for something else, just to prop themselves up because they've made it their entire personalities. Like, bro, what? The example is Genshin Spiral Abyss. What was Tower Adversity? Yup. They changed it to make it more convenient for the current character banner. Yeah, they've been doing it for a long-ass time. It's not surprising. They do this shit all the time. Other games do the same thing too. A lot of these other games do it too. They want to promote the next thing that they're selling. And they realize just how fucking retarded their average consumer is, that they think they'll have to go after and clear it for the shit rewards, when in reality, no matter what, even if you get the max reward out of it, you're always losing more than you're gaining. A lot more. But again, like, these guys can't think for themselves anyways, and they're taking advantage of that, and they're preying upon them. Because, like, that's, like, that links partly into the rest of their monetization model, to prey upon, like, how fucking stupid these guys are. Right? It's like, it's not worth it. Right? Like, let's say you have to spend, let's say, 25,600 premium currency to get it, to go clear the content. But you're only getting 700 back. What kind of rate of return is that? Right? And you still have to consider the relative value of that 700 compared to the amount of stuff you're using. And when you start looking at it that way, it's even worse. Like, it just gets far worse. But that's also forgetting the fact that you need to spend the time to go and farm the materials and shit, which is another very annoying, tedious, and boring and monotonous task that you gotta do, of farming the same crap again over and over again in a stupid circle, right? In a stupid flat circle in a boring room or whatever, over and over and over again. But it's also time gated and spread across several days or weeks until you can get all the materials you need, so you can then put them into use. And then when you consider the time value of that too, and you start to value the time there you spent, it gets a lot worse when you really drag it out further and further.
Grind as much and be able to clear the end game. And naturally, the better you are at the game, which, you know, I assume that you're pretty decent at ZZZ if you're clearing with, like, ER Haramasas and, like, Juyens with 99% crit.
Yep, you can't use them unless you pre-farm,
like, really
or you farm them after the fact and waste weeks of your time. Or a mix of both. And I've always, like, hated that aspect. But honestly, it's only gotten worse and worse with these games over time. Alright? And, like, I'm like, no, I'm at the point where, like, I'm not willing to really tolerate with a lot of this shit anymore. Right? I'm really not willing to tolerate it when it's like that. Unless I can do it some other way and not have to deal with any of that bullshit. It's just... no. Damn, they're like tontas in Spanish. Spanish, men stupid. Saint Tontas is an appropriate name. Okay. Interesting.
with some dog shit investment and still get the clear. And I think that using that example as like, oh, I'm still able to clear when I'm somebody that's like a professional, basically a working professional at this game.
You're glad not everyone is perfectly rational? I mean, like, that's the thing, right? That's who they're preying upon. right? They're preying upon it that way. If you start thinking of things rationally and looking at it for what they are, right? You're not gonna value everything the same way as these guys. Like, to that point, it's part of why, for me personally, I'd rather, if they're gonna put endgame content in a lot of these games, you either make it a joke, if you're gonna put resources behind it, that's like for premium currency stuff, or you don't put any at all. Right? Like, if with Snowbreak, it's like whatever. You can like freaking fall asleep through it, and you'll get everything, so it's like, I don't care. Everyone can do it, whatever, no problem. Heck, for Neural Sim, you can sweep all the way to the last floor of each Neural Sim stage. And then the last one, you're literally only doing it for a funny ranking thing for a week, for a week long, profile badge thing that goes around profile border that only lasts 7 days, or you can just ignore it and not do it, but you still get the same rewards either way, whether you clear the last thing or not, right? And then you have ToF, where they just put 0 premium currency there, they move it elsewhere. When you look at it that way, it's like, yep, I'd rather it be that way. Make content that it's like, you want to do it, not that you need to do it. Or you manipulate people into thinking they need to do it. Right? Because that's basically what they're doing with these types of endgame modes as well. They're manipulating people psychologically, being like, okay, here's another shot at the slot machine. You just need to do this thing first. And then it backfades into the dopamine hit. Well, wait. If I pull this character, I can build them up and have an easier time. Or maybe I can clear this thing to get that extra shot at the slot machine that I couldn't get before. Right? And they're only thinking in the present. They're not thinking down the road as well. They're not thinking as well, like, what the true deeper cost is for everything like that. Because you gotta take that thinking to a far deeper level and break everything down further to realize it's not worth it. But of course, they're preying upon people who won't do that. Like, that's the whole point there. That's why it's like... Oh shit, did my internet die? Did it die? Am I still connected on YouTube? Wait, am I still live on YouTube? Okay. I might be. What the hell? Okay, YouTube is alive. Why is my Twitch dead? What the fuck happened? What the hell? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. Oh, wait, Twitch is alive now? It died for a sec? Okay. Whatever, as long as it's working. I was just like, what the fuck? No, we didn't get banned, we're fine. I was like worried for a sec. YouTube was alive this whole time at least. The Kutak is attacked, I don't know. Anyways, that aside though, right? Like I was saying, they're preying upon people who don't think rationally. And they, again, like they bury things further and further behind multi-layered systems. Twitch having API issues? Oh, I guess. Well, it seems to be fine now, so we should be good. But yeah. Again, like they have like psychologists and stuff like that They do all these research and design these systems of after all. Because the whole point is that they're trying to milk money out of their players. And this is kind of one of the ways they can go about doing so. Right. Okay, let's get back into it though.
Is, you know, when you take that sort of framing and you compare it to somebody that is, and let's be honest here, playing this game to have fun, and not playing this game to have a paycheck and be paid to be good at it and be paid to be able to clear.
I mean, like, that's probably what most of these people should be looking at is playing it to have fun. And if you're not having fun, then you have to look at it from the other aspect of, am I getting paid to clear this? And that's basically how I look at like a lot of these at times. Right? If I'm not gonna enjoy it, it's like, okay, am I gonna be paid to do it then? I start thinking of it that way. Are they gonna pay me to do it? Which is why it's like, I'm at this point, I'm like, for a lot of these, if like, after initial, look through the stuff in there, if I don't exactly like it or whatever, you know, it's like, well, if I get paid, maybe I'll consider it, but otherwise, nah. Well, yeah, of course. They've been doing it for years and years. This is not anything new. If you really want to look into more of this, and you have time to burn, look up the video called Let's Go Whaling. And they'll go deeper into all these topics. If you're really curious on it. But yeah, like, this stuff is set up like this on purpose. It's also why they put, like, they freaking starve you with, like, these with resources that you need to go back to get more pulls at their, you know, slot machine of sorts, right? The gacha machine, whatever. Right, that's why they put it there. To try and, give you some positive reinforcement to keep going and going into these systems. It's also partly why I hate it when they make these infographics. These people make the infographics, like, showing all those things there, assuming you're gonna go out of your way to go get them all. Because they don't realize this is part of the psychological manipulation. You know, people should stop comparing games. It's as bad as comparing sports cards. At the end of the day, it's just a bunch of graphics and codes. I mean, it depends. You know, there's still more to it than that.
Have double crit everything and I can't clear. You might suck at the game. You might just be really bad at the game.
Sintondas himself, the self-proclaimed champion of hardcore, is now apparently on the side of the casuals he once might have looked down upon, complaining that ZZZ dares to have a learning curve. This Veteran Wave creators, this voice of doom and gloom, are strategically trying to push the so-called issues into the focal point.
I mean, it's not even just gachas, it's just the whole thing as a whole. Right, like everything around this type of stuff as a whole.
Just as Zenless Zero's marketing is about to ramp up for the anniversary.
Has he won any boss tournaments? The answer is no. Of course not.
Think about it, this isn't just about airing grievances, this is about maximizing damage. They're not just trying to sabotage ZZZ's marketing campaign by creating a cloud of negativity. Oh no, it's more insidious than that. They're trying to pollute the algorithm. They want that when new, unsuspecting players or even curious outlookers search for Zenless Zero, they're bombarded with Veteran Wave content, with this negative takes, with this manufactured drama. They want to forcefully connect the two in the digital consciousness, effectively hijacking ZZZ's reach and the discoverability. It's a digital land grab, an attempt to siphon off potential players by sowing doubt and confusion in the community. On top of that, we are seeing deliberate, targeted attack on specific Zenless Zero content creators who are positive, who are helpful, who are building up the community. This attacks aim to drive a wedge to undermine the credibility of those who genuinely support the game, further sabotaging the community from within by silencing potential positive voices and promoting their own narrative. The ZZZ community needs to be aware of this. We need to see this tactic as what they are. Don't let these voices dictate the narrative. Don't let them tell you that wanting to play a game well is elitist. Don't let them tell you that challenging content is bad. Don't let them gaslight you into thinking ZZZ is something it's not. And don't let them hijack our game's community. This isn't about bluntly defending Hoyoverse. They're not perfect, no developer is. But this is about recognizing a pattern of behavior that is toxic, that is hypocritical, and that feels suspiciously like a deliberate attempt to harm a game and its community, especially at such crucial times. So I ask you again, is Kuro trying to sabotage ZZZ's anniversary through their content creators? Am I just seeing ghosts, or is there a deliberate, cynical game being played here, targeting ZZZ?
Or is it doing out of content? I don't know, man.
Your thoughts in the comment down below. And if you love ZZZ, if you appreciate the effort and artistry that goes into it, don't let the negativity win. Keep playing, keep enjoying the game, keep supporting the creators who genuinely love it, not those who seems intent on tearing it down for clicks, for clout, or for other incentives.
Okay. Sure. Oh yeah, we should check mark that as seen. Debloat Windows? I mean, there's a way to have Windows installed without the bloat anyways. Which is what I did. I don't even have to debloat it. Because I set it up in a way where I would get around it anyways. What is this one? The Gacha bubble is going to pop. I mean, again, like, what's funny is, like, these guys don't realize Gacha is just a monetization scheme, not what the game is.
Guys, I think the Gacha bubble is going to burst very...
The actual bubble isn't Gacha, it's live services. It's the live service games industry as a whole. And it's already been slowly bursting. It has nothing to do with Gacha. Like, it's just the live service problem as a whole. It's just the fatigue from all the slop being thrown around. And how all of them try to keep you playing for as long as possible. And min-maxing your engagement at the cost of the experience. It has nothing to do with Gacha. It's not. It's just... Gacha is just one of the ways they monetize it. It's a live service game problem. It is not a Gacha problem. It is the industry as a whole. Yeah, free-to-play / Gacha is just realizing most people don't have money to fleece you, so you go whale hunting. Exactly. Right? They changed the method on how they do the things. But yeah.
Very soon, and I think there's two reasons for this. Reason number one, I think way too many gacha games are becoming high production, high budget to the...
They're high budget, high production, but they have no game. So they're just a sorry excuse of whatever they cooked up in a boardroom meeting to take as many marketing checkboxes as they could. That's what a lot of them end up feeling like. Like, let's be real. Don't you think stuff like Wawa, HSR, ZZZ, Genshin, or whatever, with how the stuff is these days, they feel like they were all cooked up in a boardroom meeting to see whatever they could do to farm as many things as possible? At least Genshin, when it, like, in 1.0, it looked like they at least tried to do the whole Zelda clone thing before they gave up on it entirely. It looked like they tried with Mondstadt. Right? But, like, after that, nah.
Point where it's unsustainable. Reason number two, way too many...
There's always a con if they implement something good, exactly. But the thing is, the player, the consumers, they're so fucking brain dead. They lack the ability to think critically, or think for themselves, that they'll gaslight themselves into thinking any of these cons or these negatives are a positive. there's a lot of other like newer issues and problems that didn't exist in a lot of these games in that used these monetization models before that came about because of how they decided to structure the things here. A lot of the things just didn't exist before, or they were just so obscure that like you didn't really think of it. It was like very like hyper specific, but now they're slowly getting more and more normalized again.
Many upcoming releases are way too similar. I want to talk about the similarity thing
Yep.
first because I feel like that's a lot easier to explain.
Okay.
I noticed that a lot of upcoming hype releases are way too similar. Ananta, Evernest and Evernest, and Silver Palace are all open world action combat gacha games that take place in a city. Ananta and Evernest and Evernest specifically take place in like a modern, somewhat vaguely futuristic city. Meanwhile, Silver Palace is more of a Victorian era steampunk aesthetic kind of thing, which is more unique.
Hey, to claim top drops? You might need to, I don't know. It just worked for me. When I went and claimed the drops, it just worked. I connected it to the Perfect World thing. You have to connect your Twitch to your Perfect World account, and then you connect that to your thing, and then you just claim it.
But it's still a city. And then we have games like Azure Familia and Seven Deadly Sins Origins, assuming that game is still being made. That game was announced like 3 years ago, and we've heard
It's connected to the old one? Just connect the new one. What do you mean the old one? Oh wait, my exclamation point drops needs to get updated. It's not the same thing anymore. It's not the same thing anymore. And they changed it. You have to click the connect here. It's slightly different now. You click bind account. That was under the old publisher. You have to redo it again. You have to reset it up again for a Perfect World. You log in with your ToF account here, you log in with your Twitch, and then you click bind. That's it. You have to redo the linking process. Because, yeah. It's under Perfect World now, no more level infinite. The old one was I have to update the thing and change, the exclamation point drops command. But it's like this now. Did you make sure you binded them? If you didn't, rebind them here. Rebind them over there. Rebind it again. Because you might still be trying to claim for the old thing that didn't exist anymore. You have to bind it there too.
nothing about it. That game might have been cancelled, who knows. But assuming that game's still being made, Azure Familia and Seven Deadly Sins Origins are directly competing with not only each other because they're more high fantasy, but also current gacha games, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, and to some degree Infinity Nikke. Infinity Nikke is an open world gacha game with high fantasy elements, but it's not an action combat game. It's more of like a fun, cozy platforming game where you can play dress up and feel like a pretty princess.
Yeah.
You know? And so it's technically those games are competing with Infinity Nikke, but to a lesser extent. But
I mean, again, this is what happens when the freaking dumbasses trick themselves into thinking that Gacha is a genre. It's a monetization model, not a genre. This is just how they monetize. The actual thing is they're all free-to-play live service. That's what they are. They're actually competing in the larger free-to-play live service thing as a whole. Have you send it through Discord? We can look through it, I guess. I haven't been paying attention to a lot of this stuff, man. Like, the thing is, I don't pay attention to a lot of this stuff when I'm not on stream. Hey, you can just tell me, I guess.
But not only that, there's probably a bunch of unannounced projects that are also
Damn.
very similar to all of these games. The reason why the similarity thing is an issue, is a problem, is because very soon gacha games are going to massively lack identity. So, as an example, let's say Ananta releases in December of 2025, which has been a rumor for a while now.
It's
I
not.
don't know if there's any evidence for that, but supposedly that game is going to release in December. We'll see. And Everness and Neverness releases at some point in 2026. There's a very high likelihood Everness and Neverness is going to be a complete failure because of how similar it is to Ananta. The people who play Ananta are very likely going to be the same people who would be interested in Everness and Neverness. But are you really going to play two versions of basically the same game? Open world, city, action combat gacha games. Like, personally, I am very interested in Ananta. I think it looks amazing and I cannot wait to play it.
Okay.
And to some degree, I'm also interested in Everness and Neverness, but I'm not going to play both games because they're just way too similar. And I feel like a lot of people are going to feel similar. And because of that, there's a very high likelihood that Everness and Neverness, or Ananta, depending on which one comes out, might just be a complete failure based on the fact of how similar it is to a different game. Same thing goes for Hydro Familius and the Racing's Origins. Like, they're just way too similar
Okay.
to a bunch of other currently and potentially future releases. It's worth remembering that gacha games are very different from your traditional full-priced video game. If Silver Palace, Ananta, Everness to Everness, Azure Familia, Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, Black Beacon, etc., etc., if all of these games were normal, traditional video games that cost $40, $50, $60, and they had a clear beginning, middle, and end, all of them being very similar wouldn't really be a problem because you can just pick up right where you left.
I mean, like, the problem itself is just the live service market as a whole. He's just putting the gacha label on it. But it has nothing to do with gacha as a whole. It's just the freaking live service market is a disaster. And there's too many of them. And people are getting tired.
Left off whenever you want. One day you can play Ananta.
What do you mean they didn't fix the server number? What do you mean?
The next day you can play Wuthering Waves. The day after that you can play Destiny.
What do you mean they
Child.
didn't
It
the
doesn't matter,
number?
right? Because eventually you will finish all of these games. But gacha games are very different. They are games that continuously release new updates. They get new
Yeah, the updates have like no content in them. The problem is instead, because they have no content, they drag your shit out as long as possible. I mean, visually Silver Palace looks great, but it also looks kind of boring. I don't know, it's just the camera shit that they're doing in here doesn't work for me. Like, they can't trick me with the camera techniques. They can't. It doesn't work on me. I can see right through it. So it's just like, eh? It's just another one of these things that we have so many of, and I don't really care that much if that's all they're gonna have. Right? So like, if what they showed in there is all they have and just more of it, well, you guys know my answer on that. Right? Like, I don't really care anymore if that's all they have.
characters, they get new story, new locations, everything, right? Roughly every 6 weeks, and they highly
Yeah, they're trying too hard and it annoys me. I hate it when they do this shit. I really hate it. It annoys me.
incentivize that a person plays the gacha every single day. They are trying their best to manipulate you into
It's not even that, man. You're like, when you realize all you're doing in these games is pressing 1-2 buttons, spamming left click in between, and then swapping between everything off cooldown. At some point, you just stop caring anymore. You just get bored of it. If that's all they're doing here, and there's nothing else to it, which is what the vast majority of these things end up doing anyways. So like, if this is all they have, and I don't care, and then I'm not interested in anything else in it, well, yeah, I just don't care anymore. Because, like, yeah, this does look great visually, but, like, when I'm judging it like that, I'm not looking at the game as an art form, or looking at the art of the game. I'm looking at only the graphics of the game. I'm not looking at the game anymore. I'm not looking at the art of the game. I'm not looking at the game as an art form. I am just looking at the graphics. And when that's all I can see here, I just don't care anymore. Right? Am I looking at the game or am I looking at the graphics? Because the Silver Palace trailer is just me looking at the graphics. We'll see. Who knows? The thing is, NTE is quite CPU heavy. We'll see how that will pan out. They're boring, man. These games are boring. They look great visually, but they're extremely boring for a lot of these. Like, the sad part again, it's like, Infinity Nikke is like, in 2024, out of all the gachas that I've tried in 2024, Infinity Nikke is the only one I actually found engaging. At least somewhat engaging. And it's a fucking platformer game. You always facepalm when it has a mobile version that launched for these open world, yeah. They'll reduce the traffic significantly on phone, like how GTA 5. Oh yeah, no, they have a slider for that in NTE too. They had a slider. I'm just curious on how they'll go about it. Because here's the thing, right? With phones, the mobile SoCs, you only have so much power budget. You have to share the power budget between the CPU on your phone and the graphics portion of the phone. The graphics chip portion. So, depending on where they lean on drawing power from it, because it is a more CPU intensive game, will drastically impact the performance of the game. Honestly, like, here's the thing. Like, let's be realistic here. You shouldn't be playing any of these open world games on your phone natively. Like, you straight up should not. Especially if you want to do it for extended periods of time. Don't. If you must play these things on your phone, get a cloud subscription service and play a cloud version. Do not run the game locally on your phone. No. Like, you can use your phone to purchase quickly, sure, if that's what you want. Otherwise, if you have to play it from your phone, save yourself and get yourself a cloud subscription. Like, actually. You don't even need to... And, like, the thing is, if you play a cloud version, because these games are online only anyways. Right? You won't need your, like, your $1,000+ Red Magic or whatever they're called gaming phone. Because you can run the cloud version no problem on a much cheaper, like, $150, $200 phone. With all the modern features anyways. And the phone will probably have a better battery life, will be more resistant to water damage and everything. Right? Like, think about it. Just play a cloud version. And here's the thing too, right? Depending on where you live, right? Like, I've been messing around with the Boosteroid Cloud. It's like 10 euros a month. If you subscribe for a year, it's like 8 euros a month. Right? When you consider that, let's say you would have been spending like $1,000 instead, right? To get like $1,000+ on the higher tier phone. That thing is borked. You can look at your inventory, but I have to change the link on there. I have to update Nightbot. That hasn't been updated forever. But yeah, like, if you think about it, let's say you bought a $200 phone instead. You have $800 left, right? If you think about it this way, if you're spending, let's say, $7, $8 a month on a cloud subscription, how many years of that cloud subscription can you get? Right, if you think about it. Right? You could get, like, what? If 1 month is $8, 10 months is 80. 100 months is, well, $800. You could get 100 months. That's like 8 years. You could get 8 years of a cloud subscription for that same price if you bought a cheaper phone and just did things that way. If you really had to play these on your phone. And at the same time, the benefit there is you can play actual other real games that aren't this live service slop on your phone too. Because the way these cloud subscription services work is they link to your Epic account, they link to your Steam, they link to your Microsoft account, they link to your Battle.net account, or whatever, your GOG account or whatever. You buy the game on their platform, and you log in to the cloud thing with the app on your on your phone or web browser or whatever, and you can just play it from there, the actual thing. And if you ever get an actual computer later down the line, you already bought the game, and you can just play it that way. That's not a flagship though for $250. You're not getting a flagship for $250. What the fuck you on? You aren't getting a flagship phone for $250. That's less than what freaking Qualcomm will charge for the SoC on their flagship models. A previous old one, you're not getting that either. You're not getting the top tier flagship phone from a previous year. You're gonna look at several years in the past. If we're talking like 5 years ago, sure. You'll find like a flagship phone performance from 5 years ago for around $200, $250. These games are gonna run like hot garbage on those things. But like, yeah, sure. Right, like I just got a new phone recently. It has like a MediaTek what was it? The G95 or whatever I think it was. It's like on par with like a freaking 2020 flagship phone from 5 years ago. I spent like, what? I was able to get a coupon and the thing on there. I bought a case and stuff for it. I spent 200 Canadian dollars on it because I just needed to replace my old phone. Flagship 2 years ago, those things are still expensive, man. I don't know what you're on, but like those things are still quite pricey. We're still looking at like $600 for like a refurbished 2-year-old flagship phone. $600, $700 still. If we're talking like 4 years, 5 years ago, sure. But like even 2 years ago, they're still quite pricey. Where I live, you can buy like the iPhone 10, right? Which is like how many years old now? That's like what, 8 years old, that phone? That's like, that just hit $200 to buy a fucking used iPhone 10. You bought one, your previous one, Lenovo Legion Y70? I'm not talking, I mean, I'm just saying, like, thing. Alright, let's look it up. I don't know why, again, you want these gaming phones, but sure. Okay. These are like, what, $300? $300 on like AliExpress? Maybe? Why wouldn't it let me click the link? The fuck? I need to clean my glasses, whatever. But yeah, here we go. Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, okay. Yeah. I guess you could get this. Sure. Even then, it's like, yeah. This is the Chinese only version. You have to also make sure it's compatible with your network and everything. But yeah. It's also quite dodgy, exactly. And that's like the other thing too, right? Unless it's like you got no choice and you're buying it directly from a manufacturer selling it off of AliExpress, it's something you gotta be careful of. And like this thing too, this is a CN only ROM. I have to like, if I was to buy this phone, I would have to do a bunch of other work myself to get this to maybe work. Right? This is a Chinese version of the phone. It might not even work on the networks where I live. I mean, like, I bought stuff from AliExpress before that were legit. But also, I was buying stuff where, like, I couldn't buy it elsewhere. If you bought it off of someone else, that's one thing. If you know someone that's gonna sell it to you for that. But, like, not everyone has that luxury. Realistically speaking. Like, I don't know someone where I can just buy this shit. Right? Like, I won't have anyone I could go after. But then, here's the thing, right? That other person that you would buy it off of would have had to bought it in the first place and deal with that. And you have, like, all of those things to deal with. But yeah, like, you know, you gotta deal with all these hoops and everything. But yeah, fair enough. You can, in theory, you could get one of these. I personally still don't think it'd be worth it, but hey. You do you. Again, though, it's like, you're not gonna, like, I wouldn't run the games here locally. Damn, yeah. Like, I wouldn't run games on these things locally anyways. And with some of these other models here, you might not like the look. The freaking weird gamery look on some of these. Oh, but like, yeah, sure. These technically exist. I still don't think it's worth it. Heck, again, like, freaking cloud subscription services are... They're not that pricey when you think about it.
To playing every single day because they want to try to slowly force you to spend more and more money. That's why all of these games being
But like, you could also just play it on your own machine or whatever.
so similar is an issue. Because are you really...
But like, also, like... Do you really want to be doing this shit like this on your freaking phone?
going to log into 6 different games that are all open world action combat gacha games just so you can do your dailies and weeklies and participate in events and all of that stuff? Essentially, you would be playing 6 slightly different reskins of the exact same
You
video.
average at best.
The second reason why I think
You can
the
have
gacha bubble is
4
worse
years
is
and
because
still
of the
it's still like
production.
new, yeah.
The higher and higher production these gacha games are becoming, the more and more money they're going to need from their player base to keep the lights on. Believe it or not, all of these incredibly beautiful and highly detailed characters and worlds, all of the music, all of the writing, the voice acting, everything costs money.
Yep.
The higher production it is, the more money it costs. And
Like, just give it like 5 minutes or so.
if these games aren't instantly
They
successful,
usually take a couple
there's
minutes.
a very good chance that the game might just die out. And it's not because the developers themselves made a bad video game or they themselves decided, you know what, I just don't want to work on this game anymore. For argument's sake, let's say Ananta releases and it isn't immediately successful. It isn't immediately making like $50 million every single update. Let's say it's just barely making a profit, just barely is considered successful.
Okay.
And then let's say some kind of drama happens that makes the player base upset and makes them quit, right? A lot of people leave, and now
Rip
all of a
Edge.
sudden Ananta is losing money. It isn't considered successful. While a small budget gacha game might be able to bounce back from that, a very high production, very high budget game might not be able to.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? They're assuming, this guy's assuming all these companies are actually working at a much larger, more massive scale than they are. Because not all of them are. Not every single thing is the same conditions or whatever.
Because the developers, like not the developers, like the higher ups, the
The
actual
publisher,
people in
yep.
charge, and the investors might look at this game, this incredibly expensive game, and see that it's technically losing some money, and be like, okay, let's just shut it down. That might sound like an extreme example, but that's what.
Oh boy, you have multiple on one account? Check your UID. Do you know what UID your account is that you want it on? Because you're gonna have to make sure it matches the UID then. If you have so many on one account. You gotta check from the UID numbers and try to figure out what's the server UID number. That whole mess.
Happened recently to Tribe 9. That game was decently high production, and it had some massive drama when the game came out. It tried to bounce back, and it actually did become a better game.
Okay.
It became like surprisingly free-to-play friendly and generous, and was giving away a lot of stuff. But I guess it just wasn't successful enough. I guess enough people didn't come back because the game is getting shut down in November.
Yep.
You know? So it's very possible that these high budget, high production games are too high production, too high budget.
I mean, some of them are not. Not all of them are high production, high budget. Or at least what they think it is.
To the point where it's unsustainable. One small mistake, they're gone like that, you know? Combine that, the production problems, with the fact that way too many gacha games are way too similar, and they're going to be directly competing with each other. Again, if Ananta releases first, Everness and Everness just might die on the spot, or the reverse, you know? I don't know. And same goes for like unannounced upcoming gacha games, right? That are also open world, because that seems to be the big thing that every developer wants to do. It's open world, even though you don't need to. You can still do other types of gacha games, but it seems like everybody wants to do open world. So I genuinely
He
think
is
the
assuming
gacha
stuff,
bubble
yeah.
is going to burst very, very soon. We'll see what happens. I'm still excited for Ananta. I'll check it out. You know, I really hope I get accepted into the betas whenever those come out. It's been like almost 2 years and we still haven't got an announcement of the first beta.
Or any
I
gameplay.
think there was like a closed alpha test or something in China at some point. But yeah, hopefully we get like an actual beta soon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It worked for me, no problem. When I did it, it just worked. Right. I would get a verification code. What was that popping sound I heard? Was that Papega guy's video? His mic popped? It probably was. And then I would go in here, authorize, whatever. And then I could unbind and then bind it in.
The summer game show.
But yeah. If I unbind it, I would have to deal with the stuff there. I'm good, I'll deal with that later. I don't need to unbind my account. But it worked. I don't know. It worked for me. I don't know, maybe you skill it should. But like, it's a pain when you have like too many characters on one account and then it gets confusing or whatever, I don't know. It just worked for me. But I also only have one account. Not like a lot on one email.
Summer's Game Fest, whatever it's called, is happening next month. Hopefully we get like another trailer and we get like the announcement of a beta or something. That would be cool. And hopefully I get accepted. Anyways, thank you so much for watching this video. Feel free to share your own thoughts on the stuff that I talked about down below in the comments. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and if you really enjoyed the video and want to more directly support me, become a channel member for just $5 a month. Thank you so much for watching, and I see you guys later. Bye bye.
The oversaturation thing, yeah. The main problem is a live service game and it asks for too much time commitment in exchange for mediocre experiences. Exactly. This guy gets it. This guy here gets it. Right, they have to like force people to log in every day. And like the reality is, I don't want to, personally, I'm not a fan of doing all the crap in them every day. This guy, the guy who made this video doesn't get it, but this guy over here gets it. It's a live service game problem. It is not a gacha problem or whatever. Yep, they're farming for engagement and playtime at the cost of the overall experience. Like, that's the reality. Okay, let's see. We went through some of these ones. I guess we can look at this one. Mobile game commercial so shameless they had to take it down. What is this? ผู้บัญชาการนิเกะมาหาแล้วค่ะ Okay.
I love how they don't even try to pretend like it's normal, good, in-shape chads that are playing this game. They're like,
yep.
Yeah, we know you're a nerd that's sitting inside, and this is for you. You are our target audience.
Okay. He's staring at the ass. Oh boy.
No fucking way. Is this real? No fucking way this is real.
ทำอะไรอ่ะ
โอ้ยอะไรของเองวะไอ้บอลคนกำลังยิงเพลินๆเลยเนี่ย
เล่นเกมอะไรอ่ะ หัวเด้งแบบเนี้ยนะ
เกมนี้เก๋ไง
There's
ไม่
no
รู้จักเหรอ
subtitles available.
ไปไหนก็ไปเลยแบบคนจะเล่นเกม
Happy Birthday นะพี่ อธิษฐานสิ
What?
Oh
Is that the
my
guy the
God,
cosplayer
who
too?
does this? This is
And they're shaking their
no
asses for
fucking
him.
way this is real. No fucking way.
ผู้บัญชาการขาเป่าสักทีดิ ถือจนเมื่อยมือหมดแล้วเนี่ย
Oh, what's your wish? I get it.
Okay. What's your wish, yeah?
Oh my God. Read Dev's apology after that. It's real. Wait, they
They apologized
for this? The majority of the player base thinks it's an insult from the publisher. Most of the comments said they shouldn't portray the player base like that. Oh, so they're not mad about this. They're just mad because the ad called them fat.
They're mad. They're
Okay.
mad because the ad called them fat. They're mad because the ad called them fat. That is hilarious. They're not mad because of anything else, but because the ad called them fat. Now that is hilarious. What is this one? How one update ruined this gacha game's reputation. Oh yeah, Infinity Nikke.
Gacha games have
Sure.
revolutionized gaming over the past decade, with games like Genshin Impact popularizing the genre since COVID, but recently a lot more
It's not
gacha
a
games have been
genre, it's a monetization model. God damn. They still call it a genre when it's not. It's just how they're monetized.
coming out and becoming more popular than ever. Think Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, and Infinity Nikke is no exception. Gacha games, for those unaware, are typically free-to-play games with characters or weapons or sometimes even outfits that you can purchase that'll improve
I have
your
no
gameplay
idea.
experience. I've been playing Genshin since 2021, and I spent more money on that game than any other game in existence. Infinity Nikke is a dress-up gacha game, typically tailored towards a female demographic, which isn't to say men can't play the game as well. I've played Infinity Nikke, and I actually had a ton of fun with it. But since its inception, there's always been high standards set for Infinity Nikke. It's kind of the first of its genre in the gacha space. They were filling a gap that's existed for a really long time, because if we're being honest here, typically gacha games are tailored towards a more male demographic. I mean, you have characters like this, but Infinity Nikke was tailored towards people that want to dress up the main protagonist, and I really do mean truly amazing clothing. The amount of effort that went into creating these designs is nothing short of astounding. But over the course of the last month or so, something catastrophic has happened, and the game's and developers' reputation has been tarnished, possibly beyond repair. Let me explain. A few weeks before the latest 1.5 update dropped, EnVtuber, the developers or publishers of Infinity Nikke, announced something really cool that a lot of gacha games do, and it's basically like a pre-registration reward list. The game was coming to Steam, so they wanted to get a certain amount of pre-registers on the platform, and they'd give out rewards to the player base to say thank you. Everybody was going to get a free 10 pull when the game reached 100,000 wish lists. When I say a 10 pull, by the way, it's basically the main premium currency of a gacha game, where it lets you buy the main products that are on offer, like outfits or characters. Definitely the most important currency in the video game, and other than spending real money to get that currency, the only ways to really get it is generous devs, limited time events, and a very limited amount from like exploring the scenery. And they also said there's an extra surprise if they get to 200,000 pre-registers. Once they hit their goal of 100,000, they changed the rewards from a 10 pull to 2 measly pulls. Said that they were saving the 10 pull for a higher target and completely and utterly forgot about the surprise reward. Obviously, players weren't happy about this. A boycott definitely ensued, and people were rightfully complaining. I mean, they were lied to. The company backtracked pretty much instantly and gave away 20 pulls for the wish lists. But if this was the only thing that went wrong, it might not be so bad. But it's not. There's more. A lot more. At the end of April, the 1.5 update dropped, and it's only been 5 months since the official release of the game. And to say this update destroyed the absolute core foundation of the game would be an understatement. There's a lot of reasons people were really anticipating and excited for this specific update. It was honestly one of the game's first major updates since release. In terms of quality of life, outfits, story, and especially optimization for mobile players, which are one of the core player bases for these gacha games in general. Not only did the promise of co-op, coloring outfits, and a miracle outfit that would be available always for free really excite players, but it's also one of the biggest reasons they were incredibly let down. Now listen, for players like me, where in pretty much any game I play, I get super excited about things like being able to color outfits like transmog, and I get really excited about being able to squad up with my friends in games as well and play co-op with them, because it's a core memory creating thing. The ability to recolor outfits is something I would personally be incredibly excited about. But unfortunately, players were left with a really bad taste in their mouth after what happened with this update. The second you load into the game, you don't really get to experience these newfound improvements, because you get thrown straight away into a retconned main story. You start in a weird new place, you get a new tutorial where you get told by this brand new character that you have no idea who it is that you've basically lost your memory.
I've said my complaints. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm completely lost. I did say that. I just rushed through this part here and not pay attention, just so I could do dailies and log off. Because I was just doing that for like most of the thing until I feel like playing it. That's kind of where I've been at. But like, yeah, it's just really, really dumb, the freaking redoing of the story stuff. Right? But that's about it.
surprise, surprise, the plot of every gacha game ever, which meant everything that OG players did when starting out was basically just wiped from memory. Obviously, OG players to Infinity Nikke felt incredibly unheard and really disrespected when this happened, but what made it even worse is the fact that the story itself that was put into the game for this retcon really just wasn't put together very well and wasn't that good. People were left with more questions than answers, more confused than ever. Even things like game mechanics aren't really intuitively explained in the new tutorial. Things felt illogical and the narrative just wasn't good. Now for me, I truly think a retcon is something that should be avoided at all costs, especially if players are actually showing a good amount of interest in your current story, which I'm pretty sure was the case for Infinity Nikke. People were rightfully caught off guard by all this. And the biggest reason I could find out for the game actually going this direction was to make the co-op makes sense. And I'll keep it real, I don't think a game really needs to do that, especially not with a complete retcon of the story. I think the entire story retcon just needs to be reverted back to what it was. But the retcon isn't the only problem with the 1.5 update. It's just the beginning. Bugs. We all know what they are and what they're all about. Not those kind of bugs. Bugs like this. Bugs in certain situations can make a game hilarious, even more fun, and sometimes people really don't mind having them in the game if they're few and far between. But for
that bug is great. I like that one. The majority
of bugs, they really do just ruin the player experience, and it can really ruin immersion for people that want that in the RPGs that they play. A massive amount of players couldn't even load into the game with this brand new update, and as of recording this, like a week and a half to 2 weeks after, people still can't. For the players who are able to log in, it's a minefield of disasters that they're
oh, that's pretty cool. They're floating in the sky.
trying to avoid, just hiding around every corner. For some, the game kicks you out without you even being able to move an inch. For others, the game's lagging more than modded Minecraft on a Samsung smart fridge. Controls can just seize up and stop working. Photos are getting deleted, friends are getting deleted, quests are getting locked, missing voices, some even missing cutscenes, which if you do miss the cutscene, by the way, it can soft lock you entirely out of the story. And this includes the tutorial, so brand new players that are just joining Infinity Nikke are getting soft locked in the tutorial and not even able to play the damn game. And if you do manage to get into the game and get past the absolute clusterfuck of a retcon, the co-op features, which is the whole purpose of the retcon apparently, barely work anyway. Whole update's an absolute dumpster fire right now, and I know the devs are working on it to try and fix it and make things right, but you can understand why players are really unhappy, especially those who have sunk a somewhat sizable amount of money into a otherwise free-to-play game. But let's talk about that real quick. Monetization. Probably one of the biggest pain points of gacha games and one of the most critically examined parts of a gacha game by the player base. Before I get into the biggest problems with the 1.5 update, the gacha system does require a little bit of explaining for Infinity Nikke, even if you're used to gacha games, because this game works very weirdly. So in games like Genshin Impact, you pull for a character on your account or a weapon and you get to just play that character, use them, and if you pull for multiple copies, you get constellations, which make that character stronger, and every 6 weeks, a new patch comes out with new characters, right? Same goes for things like Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail. With Infinity Nikke, you actually pull for outfit pieces, typically 10 pieces of one outfit. There's dresses, headpieces, shoes. So you're guaranteed one piece of the outfit every 20 pulls, and you can't get dupes until you complete the entire outfit, which is honestly a really good thing, but it can and usually does take up to like 200 pulls to get the entire set. And that's the part that's crazy to me. In the 1.5 update, they actually increased the number of items per set from 10 to 11, which is hilarious because it's actually socks that can't even be seen under the dress. But it does mean it's
socks you can't even see.
An extra 20 pulls that you've got to spend to get the full outfit. Now there's 4 color versions of every 5-star outfit in Infinity Nikke. You get the first one just by getting the full.
I think the problem is the dyeing part. The dyes are the problem because you can't really recolor them the way you think you can. Right? Because like if you want to actually do all the recoloring stuff, you need to pull the entire outfit twice and get all the evolutions if you want to actually be able to do that. Otherwise, you're shit out of luck.
Outfit. The second for pulling 180 times.
And here's the thing too, even after that, you realize just how broken the recoloring system is when you can actually play around with it. It is really broken. I mean, I've shown it already, but like it's extremely broken how the things look when you recolor things, because the reality is the base color of whatever you recolored is still there and it's just placed over top. So like you can have some really strange effects, especially if the dress has like gradients, color shifts, multiple color ranges on a single specific spot. or with hair, and it's just gonna look really, really weird. Some of the colors you can get from it are kind of interesting. But, like, at that point, you're just working around the fact that it's, like, extremely broken, and making it work because it's, making use of whatever is really broken out of the recoloring and dyeing stuff. More so than anything else. You also can't really see when you're recoloring, but, like, no, I'll show you again how broken it is. I have a full outfit that it's a full evolution, where I unlock the extra recolors. I do have one. Oh, let me just switch to it, and I can pull it up. Cause I did pull one outfit twice. I mean, not even ToF is as broken, man. Right, I think the easiest one to see it with is hair. Because hair is where it's, like, the most bizarre. Except when you see how it happens to the hair, you're just gonna be like, what the fuck what the fuck is going on here? I'll show you what I mean. So remember the twin tail hair from the balloon outfit? I mean, like, I'm already making use of it right now. The weirdness of the hair here. I'm already making use of it right now. But also the lighting doesn't match what it looks like in the dyeing area. But anyways, we go here in the workshop. Let me just sort it by fresh, cute, and fantasy. 5-star only, fresh, cute, and then where's fantasy? I'm sorting for that one specific hair, right? So I have all the variations of this hair. These have been recolored. Okay, let's say we go with this one. This is the initial one here, right? This is the base. This is the base for this one. This is the base for this one. It looks like this. This is the base for the blue one. This blue one here. And this is the base for the black one. Okay? So let's go dye this. I have access to the full color wheel. I have the entire color palette. Let's say we want this shade of blue here. We only have one area here, so I cannot customize this gradient. But this is 0090FF. It looks like this. I can change the glossiness, and that's about it. Right, so it looks like that. We'll keep it at default glossiness. So yeah, we're gonna use this color code. If I go here and paste the color code, it looks like this. What the hell happened? It looks different now. Look. This is the same color. This is the same color. Okay, we'll do it again. We'll do it on the pink one now. Right? And it looks like this on the pink one. They all look different despite being the same color. Right? It might be a little bit subtle, but you can tell something is off. Here's the white one. Here's the pink one. White, pink, white, pink. And this applies to every single clothing piece that you try to recolor. Depending on which base you use, the actual result will be drastically different. And here's what happens if I use it on the dark blue one. This was the reason why I even pulled this thing like multiple times. This specific one. Oh, when they released this one before they had dyeing. You can't even see it here. You can barely see it. I didn't even notice until I unchecked it. I barely noticed the fact this thing got dyed. Look at this shit. What the fuck happened? The drastic difference here. This is all the same shade of blue. Oh, watch this one. Look what happens with this one. This is one where it gets weird. This is where it gets really bizarre. Okay? What the fuck is happening here? What the fuck happened here? I used the one with the black base. Look what the fuck happened. It looks nice, sure, but like, what the fuck is going on? This is all the same shade of blue from the dye. But like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's so boring. It's so weird and boring. And keep in mind, this one. Is black. This is black. This is supposed to be black hair. Where the fuck did this come from? Where the fuck did this come from? Now you see just how much of a mess it is to dye hair? You can only imagine how the rest of the dress would be like when you're trying to recolor these. Right? Especially when you have all of these parts here. And when you try to, let's say, recolor this thing. I don't know, let's say we make this one that. Or actually, here, we'll select all of them and we'll make it this purple color. This bluish color. It looks like this one right here, right? Look what happens when I select this one and do it. Something's not quite right. You can definitely tell something is wrong. I used the exact same shade color. And you can tell something is wrong immediately. It is like incredibly broken. And this is the same outfit. Keep that in mind. This is the same outfit. And if I put the same color thing across different pieces of the same piece of the same outfit, it looks drastically different. Again, if I go from here and do the same thing, right? Like, what the hell is going on? Again, if we go over here, do the same thing. Where's the dying button? This UI is like... I don't like this UI. Fuck, how do I enter the dying mode again? I forget. But like, yeah. You can see how broken it is. Right? And this is from someone who has like the full evolution of that outfit. So I have the ability to look at all the variations. Right? I originally pulled it for this one, just so I could get the hair from this one. Right? This one here. But yeah. Depending whatever uses the base, the whole thing is just a weird mess. Despite it just being a different color texture of the same design. It's just a different color of the same designs. But like, recoloring them makes them look drastically different. Whatever they're doing, it's really borked. Okay, what the fuck happened to my hair now? There we go, I fixed it. Right, the wings here are also a bit weird as well with the thing there, but yeah. Depending on whatever uses the base, it can make the whole thing look weird. Look how scuffed it is, like when I dyed this other dress I had. Look how scuffed it is to try to get my colors on it. Like, look how scuffed it looks. And this was, again, like a 5-star piece. I think this was from the Miracle outfit. It looks so scuffed. And, like, no matter what I would do with the other variations of it, it would still look broken. Like, look at it. It even looks like it's clipping through itself, too, at parts. It's, like, really borked. And it's, like, from a 5-star outfit. Like, you can see it, like... You can see the original textures and stuff of it. Like, you can see parts of it seeping through. You can see it seeping through the dress here. And this is from a 5-star dress. It doesn't recolor properly at all. Right. So like imagine you go and pull the you go pull like a bunch of duplicates. You pulled like the entire set twice of something, so you could recolor whatever. And then you go and do your recoloring and it comes out like forked.
The setting sun looks like a helping of delicious, savory barbecue.
And like that's kind of the problem here. The dyeing feature is like really fucked. It's like not what we thought it would be. But yeah, that's the thing over there. The dyeing just doesn't remove the base color. It doesn't. And sometimes it'll just clip through it or break it. And that's why you have those weird things going on. For some things it might be nice, but in practice for some of the other stuff, it's like why even bother to dye it? It takes like the actual cost to dye it is so much, and it's going to look fucked.
Times, and the third for pulling 230
Right, and it's even worse if they have like multiple layers to the outfits as well.
times. The fourth you can only get by pulling like you did for the first one, so that can take up to 400 pulls to get the full color outfit. I just want you to be aware of that and bear it in mind, because albeit the colors are pretty much just cosmetic only, it's really important for the next part. I mentioned earlier that players were able to trial run the clothes dyeing thing in a previous event, so you could go collect resources from the open world and then like create the dyeable colors and change any outfit piece using that just by exploring the game. Now that the feature's been permanently added, you can't do that anymore. The materials aren't farmable. You can get them from like limited time rewards and events, but otherwise, guess how you have to get them? By spending money. But it doesn't stop there. If you do unlock a color palette, it's not even for the full set of clothing. It's for one item. So you could
Yeah, and you have to unlock it individually for every piece.
unlock an entire color palette for, let's just say, the socks, for example, be able to change it to whatever, but then you would have to do it for the other 10 items as well to get everything. You gotta do it all again, and then to unlock every color palette option, you have to pull for the highest rarity, which again can be up to 400 pulls per outfit. I mean, this could cost thousands, hundreds of thousands one day when they start adding more and more of these outfits into the game. As you can probably imagine, the community is kind of devastated with the way that this game's going at the minute, and a lot of people are trying to boycott and hit the company where it hurts, the wallet. But we've seen this happen so many times before. I don't know if you all have seen the catastrophic downfall of Genshin Impact before, where people tried to boycott and it did absolutely nothing because people still played the game and still spent money on the game while saying that they wanted to boycott. But in the official forums of Infinity Nikke, any messages that are talking about boycotting the game are getting deleted, which has caused players to, and I find this funny, but they started calling it a girl cot, which obviously didn't fix anything, but it is kind of hilarious. People's accounts were getting banned, they were getting silenced for trying to boycott. The game has responded to this with an apology letter, which sounds good, right? So basically they've acknowledged their problems, and it seems like they're trying to enforce belief in the community that they're gonna fix the problems and start listening to feedback a little bit more. And don't get me wrong, some of the bugs have already been fixed. Over 100 to be exact, which is mind-blowing that they were over 100 bugs. They did apologize for not announcing changes like the 10 item outfits creeping up to 11 out of nowhere and not telling people about it in advance, but all they really did was promise it won't go higher than that instead of making it 10 again, and that they'd communicate about it better in the future. The dyeing feature is something that they are working on, but they really failed to hit the nail on the head with this one. They failed to discuss any actual problems the community has with it, which is having to spend so much money to be able to do it. And
I mean, here's the thing, right? I just showed it's even worse when you get to that point after the fact. He's probably not going to go into what happens when you actually start dyeing the outfits. Right? Like that part and how they look really weird depending on which you choose as the base. right? But like I showed it. You got to see exactly what I meant by the whole thing is like actually broken.
Instead said that they're working on more customization options and better quality effects. They obviously gave out free pulls, but this is very standard for a gacha game apology at this point. And honestly, the players are really not receiving this apology letter very well at all, and I can totally see why. It feels tone deaf, and like that most of the important feedback points just weren't listened to and was barely addressed. And wait just a second, because just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, there's now a brand new bug as of like 10 hours ago from this recording, where Nikke are reverting people's
Hi, Nikke
wishes.
Master.
And I'm serious, look at the official
Welcome.
Reddit here. They said, I'm gonna cry. I put money into the game. Not much, it was like 20 euros, but even so, I didn't make any refund and I was saving spins, and when I entered, I got this. I'd already seen many problems with the game, but it's already a disappointment. I wanted to give it a chance because of its aesthetic and design, but I'm already
Negative
disappointed and
currency,
angry
damn.
enough. Even so, I want to recover what I lost. You can see at the top right of this image, they have negative 1955 pulls and a
They got negative pulls.
negative temple as well. Gravelord Nito, great name by the way, Dark Souls 1 OG, said the game's bugging out for many people where they're losing diamonds and crystals randomly without pulling. There's a response here that says, I don't want to sound dramatic or anything, but for a game of this type, this is one of the worst things that can happen. And it's basically you paying for something that you can't use. I've never seen any other gacha have this kind of problem, especially since that's how they make money. Now, I have seen gachas have this kind of problem. Before, but typically it's fixed really quickly, so I'm really hoping the Nikke devs can get on this very fast. I want this game to succeed, and I know the people that play this game every single day want it to succeed as well, because not only is it a one-of-a-kind gacha game in the industry right now, but having good gacha games out there breeds excellence and competition in the industry, and I really just don't want the players to feel betrayed. But to say this update's obliterated the reputation that Nikke held for a while would be a massive understatement, and we can only sit by and watch the fireworks as things hopefully change in the future.
Look, it's the freaking Kurobot with the comparing waves crap, man. They're like, this is why we needed to keep doing the comparing shit. Uh-huh. We're not gonna click on it, though. We won't give him the view. But, okay, let's see. What's this about a Concord 2? Wait, where was it? I think I lost track of it. I mean, it's always been a Genshin clone, yep. They'll gaslight themselves to think it's better than it actually is, though. Even though it's not.
Boy howdy, let me tell you, if you think you're having a bad week, you know nothing about pain and suffering like Bungie does.
Okay.
It is... They are spiraling. They are circling the drain right now from the sound of things. It is a disaster over there. Now, the title is not me clickbaiting you. I truly do think this is a potential Concord sequel moment. Marathon is in horrible shape right now. Through controversy, as well as through just horrible timing with their tech test, where Marathon's tech test came out, and shortly after, Arc Raiders came out with their test. And Arc Raiders taught them how to fart. This game was Gangnam styling on Marathon. Everyone loved Arc Raiders, and most people were really underwhelmed with what they experienced in Marathon, for the most part. These are both extraction shooters, and it's a very hard sell to convince someone why they should spend $40 on Marathon instead of spending that on Arc Raiders instead. Especially when you consider that the people that were still hyped for Marathon are no longer hype after they've learned about Bungie stealing art and all of the fires at the Bungie HQ right now with all of the internal turmoil that's coming to light. It's only been a few days since the world was made aware that Marathon uses stolen artwork in their game, and they've been met with endless tomatoes being thrown their way and spitballs, and it's also earned them the nickname Art Raiders. The community is calling Marathon Art Raiders because they stole art, which is kind of cute and something they brought upon themselves entirely of their own doing, just because they are genuinely just a scummy company, it seems. And these few days have probably felt like a few fucking years for Bungie for how agonizing this has been and how much additional information has come out since this. If you don't
Yeah,
know the
we
lore
heard it
behind
was
this, I'll go ahead and
Pepega,
sack
yeah.
you with it real quick.
There's so many
And artists like
extraction shooters. Do we need
came
another
forward and
one?
provided tons of evidence and tons of examples and screenshots of her art being stolen and put into Bungie's game Marathon without paying her for it or giving her credit or asking permission or anything at all. It's just blatant plagiarism, and Bungie themselves came forward and confirmed that, yep, whoops-a-daisy, we did that. Now, they did downplay the amount of which they stole. It's a lot. They're making it seem like it wasn't, and they're also pushing the blame on some rogue employee, like fucking Ethan Hunt went crazy and, haywire. So a former Bungie employee did all of this, even though tons of Bungie employees, current ones, still follow Anti-Real's account. Also, not the first time Bungie's been caught stealing art. Crazy that it just keeps happening. Anyway, Bungie had a live stream where they were going to do like some marathon information and talk about
They were just inspired by it,
Of course, since this had come out, that live stream, well, it was going to be a little cattywampus. It was going to be a little different. And holy shit, it was... I swear to God, there are funerals less sad than the marathon live stream they did.
Okay.
There'd been long times of silence because other developers' audio wasn't coming through, and you'd have the other developers nodding in silence.
Reducing what's called like first sighted, which is like they look at you and they're like you, and then
you could do so.
It was rough to watch. It was definitely not a AAA development livestream, way below par on what you would expect.
If your dad fired up a live stream on Justin TV 15 years ago, it probably would have went smoother than this. It was brutal. There were issues out the wazoo, audio issues, and it just looked like everyone in there was deflated. Especially the art director, the guy you see on the right side of the screen. It looks like he hasn't slept in days, and most of the time he just kind of sat there in silence with like this deadpan stare, just like staring a hole through you. It looked like, Bungie higher-ups had his family off camera, like in a hostage situation with a gun to their head or something. It was hard to sit through. This is absolutely something they should have just not done, because it wasn't productive either. They couldn't even show marathon gameplay during this because I believe they weren't familiar with the extent of this plagiarism, so they didn't want to take the chance of showing more marathon footage that had Anti-Real's art stolen for it. So you didn't even really get anything from this. It was actually just awful. And when they were addressing this plagiarism issue, it was uncomfortable to sit through as well, and really nothing of value was provided here through this stream other than just a really
To be fair, the art steal the game was already hated for a reason, yeah.
Reports coming out saying things like Bungie leadership would constantly ignore
hated by for a reason, people calling it Conquer 2.0 since day one because of Sony.
Staff had been voicing concerns about the direction of Marathon, stressing that
I'm not surprised. Yeah, people were calling it Conquer too.
But Bungie leadership, which had been described by some as good old boy group, brushed off the warnings and requests. They also put on the big boy britches, playing a little hardball here, saying things that it's not aiming to please everyone. I think if you are only looking for PvE experiences, definitely Marathon is not the game for you. We are very comfortable saying, yeah, this isn't a game for everybody. This is a game for if you like PvP experiences, especially in sandbox spaces, then this is probably something you're going to enjoy. Spoiler alert. It wasn't. Even for people that have that specific taste in games, this was just lackluster for the majority of people that tried it. This was a game director that came forward with this statement here, and I gotta tell you, I know hindsight's 20/20, but maybe you should listen to your developers a little bit more. At least hear them out instead of just, sigh and tell them talk to the hand or whatever. Like, it's ridiculous. Another report came out alleging that the morale at Bungie HQ is in free fall, saying the vibes have never been worse. This is because of the response to the alpha, the players having such a negative reception to the game itself. And that was before the art theft controversy, so now it's even worse now that Bungie has been outed as plagiarizing art from Anti-Real. So everyone at Bungie, from the sound of things, is not having a good time. It seems like that place is hell on earth right now. And then today we got this little nugget from inside the Bungie soap opera. It just keeps getting worse. It is just so out of control. An ex-Bungie dev says Marathon leadership was extremely toxic and humiliating to work with. Bungie leadership needs to be gutted completely. I and every other
Okay.
sensible person on the planet couldn't agree more. It is clear that Bungie's leadership is dog shit, and has been for a long time. Even outside of everything we have now been privy to with Bungie and Marathon's development, everything that they have been doing with Destiny for years, I think has been completely unacceptable. I've talked about it a lot. The Destiny community has talked about it a lot. Bungie is a company that needs to change at the upper level. Like those like top of the food chain zombies, like those people at the top of the totem pole, those like upper echelon suits, they've got to go. They are clearly steering this ship into a goddamn iceberg. And I already know when more layoffs come to Bungie, they've already done a big round of layoffs not too long ago, but when the next round comes, everyone that is responsible for this disaster will probably still be there. Because for some reason in the games industry, and it's not exclusive to just games, it happens in Hollywood too, you only fail upwards. So even though the like actual upper level management is mostly to blame for this shit, they're the ones that are probably safest. Even though they're set to lose so much money on Marathon, so many clams flush down the shitter, they are going to instead lay off the developers most likely.
Yep.
That's my guess. That's how this always goes.
That's
Even
how it
though
always
it's not their
goes.
fault, the developers aren't the ones to blame for Marathon being weak. That falls on the shoulders of the people above them on the food chain there. Like, I think Expedition 33 has proven that a lot of these AAA studios have extremely talented developers that just do not get a chance to shine or do anything meaningful or work on anything valuable. Instead, these fucking soulless husks that are motivated purely by greed force them to work on mid-dog shit like Marathon. And like Expedition 33, remember, that was started by some ex-Ubisoft devs that didn't like what they were doing there, so instead made the most creative and one of the most stunning games that is in recent memory. There is no company in the AAA gaming space more creatively bankrupt than Ubisoft, yet it's clear there is talent working there. They just don't get to do anything, and I think the same can be said for Bungie. They just don't get to do anything because of Bungie. Like, as you've seen in the reports, they have voiced concerns, they have voiced wanting autonomy and wanting to make the game better or change the direction and make it more fun. They're actively being told no. They're being shut down. So instead, they're forced to work on this trash, and I bet when this flops, and I'm pretty confident it will flop, they will be the ones on the chopping block. It sucks. It just sucks. Anyway, though, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit more because, man, Bungie has had a huge decline. Like, my god, this used to be like a gold standard developer and like a dream job for so many people. Look at it now. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Okay. Anyways, next thing. Apparently they updated they made an optimization to the swinging thingy for what's her face? Aster?
正常移动右行轨迹，难以控制高度。
Okay. They were playing the NT music, but that's copyrighted. Apparently they optimized the string physics a little bit. Apparently. I'm not sure exactly what they did. Now while swinging, you can hit the dodge button again and again to shoot one string each time. Oh, okay. They optimized it a bit. Neat. You'll take out one string so you can do the thing and keep it going. Okay, that's neat. That's neat. Not gonna lie, when you think of map designs on Ubisoft games, are just insane. You love how Shadow's map looked? There is talent there, but then you just look at the rest of it and it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, cause like the thing is like, right, like as much as we like to dogpile on like how Ubisoft stuff is, they're still better than a lot of the fucking Gacha open worlds at designing a fucking map. There's at least some thought and effort put into it. compared to the freaking slop we get here. Right? And then people are acting as if their freaking thing is superior or whatever. But yeah. This is one of the features people are excited for the non-existent Ananta. Yes, like our flight apparatus relic. Oh yeah, but this is neat though. It's actually like optimize the swinging thing. You'll swing one at a time over each of them now. If you keep pushing the dodge button or whatever. So that's cool. Yeah, you launch the other string out. It'll try to grab something. Which is cool. Yeah, and you can chain the second string. You can chain it. So they're gonna hotfix that. Neat. Very neat. Right, we're slowly going through all of these. Fortnite is apparently getting cancelled. AI voice chat, what the hell? What's this?
A Darth Vader AI is getting removed? What is this? Oh, is this the Fortnite thing?
Context. Epic Games decided to let players voice chat with Vader himself during the ongoing Fortnite Star Wars event by using their new conversational AI feature. Naturally, things did not go too smoothly.
Do you like my lightsaber? It's red.
A red lightsaber, as befitting one who walks the path of the Sith.
Nigga.
Nigga. Again with this nigga.
Vader, why would you say something like that?
I speak the truth as I see it, apprentice.
Oh my god!
Is this demonstration of linguistic manipulation supposed to impress me, Negan? Spanish? A useful tongue for smugglers and spice traders. Hawk Tour. These skibidi toilets. Are they some new form of rebel alliance?
Oh,
Can you raise me up?
If Riz equates to mastery of the Force, apprentice, then my Riz is unquestionable.
This is so stupid!
For a farming, are you suggesting I concern myself with trivial aesthetics? You inquire about mommy ASMR. Does it involve lullabies? Some other form of psychological manipulation?
Chat is asking you which trilogy is the best in your opinion.
The chat seeks my opinion on trilogies. Such quaint diversion. The original trilogy demonstrated the Empire's might, and the prequel elucidated its fall. As for the sequels, they do not exist.
Yeah, way more entertaining
What
than background
value do you place
NPCs.
on such childish
They do not
entertainment, Master
exist? See, this is what AI was made for. This is it, right here.
Yeah.
Toes, Hana, are you suggesting I have a foot fetish?
What do you say?
There's Shockwave. Bye-bye.
Silence. Nick.
Nope.
I think that's enough.
We just need to
We're
make
gonna
more.
Take a little bit of a break now. Yep.
That was funny. Okay, that one was gold. I like this one. Oh, do they not have the original source? How are we supposed to enjoy it without the sauce? Okay. Alright then, what happened with this thing? What happened with this news channel? What is this?
You guys remember this Catliente person who apparently rebranded to Cat in Chat
Okay.
over here on YouTube? It's rather interesting. Years ago making videos like 10 mistakes small streamers make. And even up
Sure.
until like 11 months ago, videos like watch this video if
This
you're
was said like a
full-time
week
content
ago.
creator. However, things seem to have changed when 11 months ago she made this video in particular in the top right, which you can see titled "This VTuber was scammed." From that point on, it seems like she really started making more and more of these VTuber videos, and combined
Okay.
that also with a number of art videos. Now, I haven't seen many of her videos at all, only a handful. And to her credit, I have seen some people saying that while they don't like her coverage on VTuber topics, they do like her art videos. Once again, I haven't seen them, so I have no comment on that. That's just what I have seen some people say. Now, regarding the VTuber stuff, though, as I mentioned yesterday, there was a big issue with her coverage of
rip.
a Dokibird situation, which I made like a 25
That's
minute video on
unfortunate.
yesterday, so hopefully you saw that and are familiar with that situation. As
Rip
there's
the voice of Vader, though.
Before that, though, there was also another situation where she was being accused of harassing a VTuber group, leading to infamous quotes such as this.
Didn't know if you mentioned, a bit worried with all the people that are with the Lollipop group organizing a mass report raid. Yeah, what are they gonna do? Mass report me? Nice try. Look, I'm gonna be fully honest, and this is gonna be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me.
Really?
To be honest, okay? I've already called out Gideon.
Really?
The entirety of Gideon's
Which
team
model
is
version,
mass
though?
report me. So
That's interesting.
that their little lolly accounts is not gonna put a dent into me.
So it's a very interesting response because
Okay.
to my understanding of the situation that went on there, this was something from like 9 months ago, where she was being accused of harassing a group of VTubers.
I see.
And
Valorant.
the VTubers were then apparently going to report her or something of the sort, it sounds like, right? That's what it sounds like. Anyone more familiar with the situation, please do comment in the comments. You know, I'd appreciate the context. But so that's my like extremely rudimentary understanding of the situation. What I find interesting is her response there isn't something hypothetically like, oh, I'm not worried because I didn't do anything wrong and the reports are going to be false. No, her response is, oh, I'm not worried because they're too small. They're not big enough to hurt me. What the heck? On a video that Rev Says Des made about this, there's a top comment that reads, watch her complain about bigger channels bullying her as if she didn't do just that. It's funny how relevant that becomes again 9 months later as people are criticizing her over her Dokibird coverage, and now also a situation that's been exposed by VTuber Alicia. Maybe Kat will actually apologize, or maybe continue trying to ignore all this stuff, which so far seems like what she's been trying to do. Or maybe that comment will actually become reality, and maybe we'll see that Kat does try to make that sort of a response. Oh, I'm just being bullied, guys. On that note about Alicia, let me also mention something. I'm going to paraphrase this, but this is basically what she said in her video talking about.
Yeah, more engagement for her, exactly.
Experience with Kat. And
More
she told the
engagement.
community expressly not
Like
to
it or
engage
not.
with this person, because she already also predicted that this person, Kat, is very likely to try and play victim. And so this takes us over to Twitter. We can see a response here from Alicia to Doki, in which Doki posted a statement responding to recent allegations, those specifically being from the video that Kat made a few days ago that I mentioned I had covered yesterday. So consider watching that once again if you haven't seen it for the full context, including Doki's full response. At the core of the issue, though, is that Kat made a nearly 2-hour-long video trying to make Doki look as bad as possible, and in my opinion, also dragging out the video as long as possible to try and make as much ad revenue as she possibly can off Doki's name. As she tried to basically accuse Doki of not paying an artist, and making it sound like Doki's this terrible person for not paying this artist all the money that Doki owes this artist. The specifics are that this artist was supposed to be making a custom Doki-themed PC, because Doki held a charity event around a year ago in which a number of Doki-themed items were auctioned off. One particular item was this Doki-themed PC that someone bid for and won. The auction winner of that particular item, we can refer to them as. Thing is, it looked like the person who was supposed to build the PC was trying to take advantage of Doki. Sounds like at first they were saying it's going to be like $6,000, then they were saying it's like $8,000, then it went up to $12,000, and then eventually like $14,000.
Yeah, I guess the clown. I don't pay attention too much.
Point, I believe actually close to $15,000.
I don't pay attention to all the stuff that goes on.
Double the first price that was given to Doki. So
Damn.
Doki's like, hey, what's going on here? These people had also mentioned they had proof of all the labor that went into this, which, if I recall, this was going well over 100 hours of labor is what they were claiming. And they said they had evidence of all the labor that went into it.
Okay.
Specifically a time-lapse video of the build. So Doki says, okay, just show me the evidence you guys have and I'll pay the money. She never gets the evidence. This, again, is a really quick summary, but that's what was happening. Ultimately, this issue gets resolved. She ends up just scrapping the PC build for the auction winner and pays the auction winner the money that they bid and then some, to my understanding, like you know, bid extra. I think she paid about $8,500 to the auction winner.
Yep.
So
Okay.
this matter was all settled, except for one thing, that being the party who was supposed to be making the PC. To my understanding, Doki did not end up paying these people the money that they wanted for the reasons that we briefly went over. And so it seems like recently they decided to go to Kat and give Kat certain information. Kat once again then covering this in a way that tries to make Doki look as bad as possible, like I mentioned. And one of the things Kat did to try and make Doki look as bad as possible was referencing a situation where Kat herself was getting backlash over her coverage of a video she made regarding the VTuber Alicia right here. And here's the context for that. Back on November 2nd, 2024, Kat Liente, before she rebranded to Kat in Chat, made this video titled, VTuber with Cancer Got Hacked. Alicia saying, bro, what the frick is this title? Clickbaiting my cancer is insane. Reacting to my update video is totally fine, but the title? Ethics doesn't exist when there's ad revenue to be made, I guess. Yeah, apparently VTuber got hacked isn't good enough, gotta put the cancer in there. Now Kat has tried to make some excuses for that, which we'll get to. First, the rest of what Alicia said here. The title changed to VTuber in remission now. I still have cancer, my main mass is gone. Remission will be after my final 2 malignant spots are gone. Dang, can't we call me the funny VTuber or something? I don't even clickbait my cancer and I have it. I left a comment, this is so exhausting. There are comments in their section thinking I'm still hacked now, which I'm not. And my cancer isn't a YouTube money glitch. F off. She deleted the video. Thank you for your support, everyone. I'm glad she reached out and tried to mend things. She also paid me the ad revenue from the video as an apology. Stuff like this is really frustrating and upsetting when feeling like I'm being defined by my illness. I appreciate the support and empathy you all have shown me. Mentioning it.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. We saw the controversy there. It's like the weird shit going on with the publisher, Level Infinite versus Wii Game. Both are owned by Tencent. It's funny how like none of them went and looked at the publisher stuff. Because like, yeah, Wii Game and Level Infinite, they don't do things the same way, and there's a reason why people are we were happy that ToF is no longer under Level Infinite. Because of how things were handled. We're all happy we're away from that.
In videos is fine. My cancer isn't a secret, but please, for future creators, don't use it as your title or thumbnail. Feels weird having to say this, but this is the second time this happened in the past 2 days. I don't monetize my cancer, so please don't do it either. Now you're probably wondering, how did Kat possibly try and use that situation to make herself look good and try to somehow use that to make Doki look bad? Well, on a top comment on the video she made about Doki, we can see this comment reads, at the 1 hour, 10 minute, and 40-second mark. Know that VTuber did not have a problem with people talking about her situation. She had a problem with you clickbaiting her cancer. I wonder why you left that little tidbit out. This, of course, referencing Alicia. Now let's play that part of Kat's video and see specifically what was said here.
Just suck it up, man.
Okay, we got to pause already really quick, and this is the only time I'm going to pause that clip. It's like a 2-minute clip. This is the only pause. But the reason why is because just know at the beginning there where she's saying, just suck it up, man. To my understanding, this is her basically telling Doki to suck it up and to pay the nearly $15,000 that the PC building party is claiming. In other words, hey Doki, just suck it up and pay what seems to be a con their money. And then she'll go on to, as mentioned, reference the situation with Alicia, and she's clearly trying to frame it in a way where she's acting like she's so much better than Doki because of how she handled the situation. And this all just ends up backfiring on her so much when Alicia finds out that she said this in the video, but we'll get to that after the context.
I'm gonna give a personal anecdote, okay? There was one time I filmed a video about a VTuber. The video was edited by my editor. It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation. News YouTuber specifically, which includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day. So my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor's in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. The VTuber was upset because they were upset.
They could have deleted the video though.
And then so the editor changed the title and the VTuber was even more upset. Also for clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird probably because it's not his first language.
They could have just deleted it.
Because I wake up really late and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked talk to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake, happens. You know, I saw something, I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not gonna post it. But regardless, it happened. The video was live now, and the VTuber was upset. So I was like, oh shoot, this is really bad. I took the video down immediately, and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep. But regardless, the damage was done, it happened, and the editor is an extension of me.
You could just delete the video.
So to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I am so sorry. I made like no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long, but I gave them like what, you know, I felt would be fair for like the compensation for it, etc. And we called it a day. Even if you didn't fuck up, if it's a fuck up of your team or an extension of you, it falls on you and you have to clean up the mess. Okay. Did you poop there? No, but then now it's in your house. You got to clean it. Like, I'm the face of the brand, even though I didn't do it. The damage was done as a reflection of my brand. That's just what you gotta do. Like, it is what it is. Of course, I never publicly talked about it because it's not relevant. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I just did it all behind the closed doors and call it a day. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because you gotta fix your problems even if you weren't the one that caused it, if it is part of your team.
Okay, with that context, we're back on Twitter. Doki's response here to the allegations. Alicia responds to Doki. And this is what's gonna lead up to Alicia finding out about what we just saw. As well as also the
I don't know why they need to have the shit analogies.
I built my first PC with a friend and it only took 4 to 5 hours because we were YouTubing stuff. Doki dealing with this sucks. But what sucks also? The person who made the video. Hey Kat, remember me? The person who's cancer.
I mean, like, if we're just putting a PC together, you can get that done. If we're excluding like setting up windows and stuff, you can get that done in like half an hour. Depending on what you're putting in there. You could easily get that done in like half an hour. Right? And then, like, yeah, sure, installing Windows and all the other crap, sure, add like another hour and a half. Like, I could speedrun that in less than half the time this person was saying. I could speedrun that easy. In less than half of the time, maybe a quarter of the time.
You clickbaited for a YouTube video and blamed anyone else you could for that happening. Your drama channel is terrible, and you take zero accountability. I let it slide and was nice because I was too emotionally exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of your video, but you know, personal beef. That takes us to this response, and excuse me, I actually made a mistake. This is not the pinned comment. This is a separate comment that she made responding to someone, I believe, as we can see right here. So this person M says, it's not her fault because her editor can't speak fluent English, because actually she was too lazy to delete the video. Posting the screenshot, Alicia says, huh? Where did she even say this? And M saying it's a reply to one of the comments of the video. There's the screenshot of the full comment if you'd like to take a look, but essentially she's repeating in this comment that she left the same thing that we saw her say in that part of the video that we just watched a moment ago. And so understandably, Alicia has now completely had it with Kat, quote tweeting what we just saw here, this comment informing her about that, and saying, be the bigger person, you absolute scumbag. You clickbaited my cancer. The internet called you out. So you changed the title to saying that I'm in remission, which caused people to think I beat it. Then after you got double backlash, you reached out to me blaming your editors. You took zero accountability and gave me the ad rev to the video because you monetized my cancer. You are not a good person. Stop acting like it. Even though the entire situation wasn't my fault, quote unquote, is stupid. You directly say here, I wanted to respect that, but I was being lazy and planned to delete the video since it takes time. You can literally delete a video from your mobile device. Stop lying. It's not like I'm a YouTuber. Catliente, it's outrageous. You knew, and still let it go out. This tweet by Alicia being made on May 15th, and directly adding Catliente's account over on Twitter, as you can see. But unless I missed something, as of the time of recording my video now, Kat has been radio silence, not addressing any of this. Nevertheless, as you can see, she is still uploading videos, one being posted yesterday, and one today, even 3 hours ago. Alicia herself also making a video addressing this whole thing, uploaded yesterday, titled, I'm so done. Please consider watching Alicia's video, as I won't be playing her video here. I will link it right in the comments for you though. She's got a lot to say understandably about all this stuff, so again, please consider watching her video and seeing what she has to say. By the way, my bad, I meant description, not linked in the comments, linked in the description.
Okay.
I'm on
I mean, you can do both.
A lot of coffee, so if I've been messing up my words or anything in this video too, my bad. Yeah, kind of, how does All Might put it?
I mean, you can link it in a pinned comment too.
Yeah, okay, anyways. I
Easier for mobile users.
DM. That's the only thing I'm going to be taking a look at from this video. But this DM from Kat to Alicia says, Hi Alicia, I just want to apologize for the video posted about you. I initially filmed the video because I was equally as frustrated with you with YouTube taking down both your channels due to the hacker, and was hoping that making coverage could bolster YouTube to put your channels back up. Oh yeah, because again, the videos were about her getting hacked. So,
Okay.
referring to that. You can clearly see Kat's again just trying to make herself look like, oh, this good, virtuous person. After watching your VOD talking about news channels, I decided I did not want the video to go up anymore, as I figured it wouldn't be of use to your case, especially with the situation resolving. To clarify, I actually never put the video up. It was my editor that uploaded the video and put the title, I apologize if it came off worded badly. English isn't his first language. Because, you know, any of the other videos that this editor may have potentially put up, well, those titles are all fine, right? But like this was the one thing, this was the weird title that I definitely didn't do. It was all the editor who's only had a problem with this one ever, apparently. I'm like making a joke. I don't really know what the heck that's all about. I don't even know if I believe her excuse, but let's continue. There's one more thing here. I didn't even realize it happened until now, as I have a very nocturnal schedule. What? I was quite busy today with the face. I've since deleted the... Wait. I didn't even realize it happened until now, as I have a very nocturnal schedule and was quite busy today. Yeah, I don't know if I buy that either. This like, Kat seems like the sort of person who would, like, constantly be trying to see what people are saying about her and all that. I don't know if I believe that, like, she just wouldn't see this one. Like, dude, look at all the stuff she's responding to on the Doki video. Like, pinning comment, editing pin comment, like, responding to comments. And you're telling me that then she just didn't see this and wasn't looking up any of the reception, anything at all. Just, you know, I was so busy. I'm not saying it's a lie. I don't know. But, like, this is all so suspicious. I've since deleted the video, and I apologize for any harm that might have come your way. I truly did not...
Okay, so the Wawa thing was a joke. So, I guess we can finish this first, and I'll show you what I mean.
Yeah, Alright, yeah, there's one more DM too, but...
You level
yeah,
infinite terrible, yep.
Video once again in the description.
I mean, it is what it is, man.
I need to make some more coffee too, but...
Right. Level infinite has been a mess with how they have handled things in the past. So anyways, I'll show you the original, and then I'll show you what I mean by powercrept. So I made this video like a year ago. In about a week, actually not a week, in 4 days, this would have been a year ago when I posted this video on how to do this macro. Alright, I have the source of this. Basically, you can exploit certain something to turn Chisha's aim shot into a machine gun. Right? And basically what ended up happening, I was like coming up with like a dumb, I don't know what I was thinking for a title. Anyways, it got powercrept. This is on the Waifu's Grace Discord. They got something else doing it. The new character Kkona, I think it was. Right, Wawa is just a joke we call it because the freaking the people crying. But yeah, they got power creep here. They power crept my Chisha macro. An unintended mechanic got power crept. I don't know, I just thought it'd be funny clickbait title. Because apparently they power crept with their thing here. They power crept the thing I did back then. That was like a year ago. I don't play this shit anyways, so I don't really care that much. I just thought it would be a funny title. That's the only reason why I titled it that. Because I thought it would be a funny title. Because they power crept the unintended mechanic I found a way to abuse and everything before. Now you still I assume you still use the macro, you just use it with a different character. That's my assumption here. The macro is still there, you just use a different character for it. I don't think we saw this one. What is this one? We're still just digging through our reacts. What's this one? You find it strange that these gacha game companies are being so open about caring more about CN? I mean, it's not even that, it's the publisher. Keep that in mind, but also, China has a much bigger population, a much larger consumer base for this type of stuff. You have to realize just how massive China is. Right? Like, you really have to, like, really think about it. It is, like, the main market for this type of stuff. The Chinese market is the biggest. Like, regardless, for whatever, for what goes on here. Same time with Nikke, the game is censored in China. Keep that in mind, too. The game is published and handled differently there, and it is censored. The content isn't exactly the same. They had to make changes to it. It is not the same thing there. A different branch of Tencent is handling the publishing there. So, like, part of the problem with that whole situation is down to the publisher. WeGame is publishing it in China. The global one is being published by Level Infinite. You're into selling Wawa accounts, basically all trash, unrolled accounts around $30. I see, no polls made, yeah. Yeah, they use the Chishia macro, I'm not surprised. It's very efficient to use that. The Chishia macro for that. It's just that, like, I don't even get the point and the value of that type of stuff anyways, but... Is it really worth it to do all that work? Is it really? The amount of work for how little you end up selling them for is not worth it, man. When you consider $30 for all of that work is done by bots, okay, so you got bots to set it up and do all of that. That's interesting. I guess you're controlling 200 and 300 accounts at once. Yeah, fair enough. It's like 6... oh shit, yeah, it's 6:30 already, damn. Alright, let's see this thing. I was sent this too, I don't think we saw this. What is this? Kuro sends me here alone today. One Kuro bought versus 100 Hoyer shells, what could go wrong? Many of you thought Kuro were scared of showing Cardathea gameplay because of Skirt gameplay leaks. Okay. So Kuro sends me here to show you Moron's firsthand Cardathea gameplay and animation leaks. Okay. So we're just gonna look at attack animations or something? It doesn't have to be this way, we should be one big Gacha family, okay? Why are we always fighting? Why are they arguing? Why do the retards like to eat Hoyer shit so much? What? Alright, that's right, go ahead, give it up for yourselves, no hate. So this is just whatever freaking subtitles the guy put on this. Because that's obviously not what that guy was saying. Okay. And then they spam left click for that, I guess. Yeah, I still hate the way I hate when these camera things happen. Doesn't matter where. But like, you press, you just spam left click, use the ultimate skill, spam some more left click, and then the ultimate skill happens after. So you press 2 buttons. Got it. Sure. What?
Mi cuerpo estaba totalmente frío y el peine ni se movía. El peine arruga. Coño, me estudié. Me sacaron a las 6 de la tarde. La vi en robar.
I don't get why it was said this shit. ¿Eh?
Otro. Ahora voy a contar 3 cortitos, ¿eh? Uno que va al médico, llama a la puerta, ¿se puede? Pase. Que me pongo a leer por las noches y me se amontonan las letras y dice el médico que viene que yo te las pague.
Yeah. Yes, it's the guy from the Kek meme.
Otro.
The laughing one, yeah. He died a couple years ago, though. Unfortunately. He's no longer with us. He died.
Me pasó en la playa en Coní.
He had a nice laugh.
Vale, voy a contar este chiste que lo tengo aquí. Y ahora voy a contar la putada que me hicieron en la playa. Muchas gracias, voy a beber un poquito.
Okay. I mean, like, we're just looking at boring animations either way. I don't really care.
Venía yo aquí en el programa ni nada. Era yo un fideíto. Hacían un agujero en la tierra y me dejaron enterrado. Hasta por el pescuezo.
It goes back to what I've said before, right? These guys do not see a game. They do not see the game as art. They do not see art. They only see graphics. They do not see the game because, frankly, it doesn't exist in them. They do not see art. They only see graphics. That's basically all I can... Like, this is basically what I'm getting from this video. Confirmation that they only see graphics and nothing else. I don't know. Did he? Well, we'll double check. But, like, yeah, like, that's just what I get from this, man.
Me llenaba de arena y yo, a toda la gente, por favor, sacarme de aquí, mira. Ellos jugando la pelota,
They're just looking at animations, graphics, that's it.
Me venían, ¿quiere comer un poquito?
I mean, like, the thing is, it's sad when that's the only thing you can talk about. When that's the only thing you can think about or talk about, that's sad. Keep that in mind. It's kind of sad when that's all you can that's all they think about and talk about. Like, what about the rest? Like, where's the actual game and everything?
Y va el otro. Un pico, una pala, dice, padre, yo nunca cojo lo que no sea tuyo, cuya. Tío, puta, no era flojo, cuya. Otro.
But, like, yeah, I don't play either, I don't really care.
Uno que va también al médico, al totorrino, de este de oído. Llama a la puerta, ¿se puede? Pase. Y le dice el médico, a ver, ¿qué le pasa a usted? ¿Usted me pasa esto? Mira, la gente pasaba por allí, como yo no era famoso ni nada. Ella allí jugando los mamones a la... Totalmente frío y el peine ni se movía. El peine arruga. Coño, me estudié. Me sacaron a las 6 de la tarde. Otro. Uy, qué guapa esta niña. Y la rubia esa que está ahí. Hola. Otro. El inválido irá a contar aquí en directo en Los Ratones Colorados. La número 1 en Japón. Llego ya hasta
Yep, they just want, like, those kinds of, usuals, yeah.
Me dice, oh, te he visto en mi tierra. Digo, yo te veo los 20 duros, yo puta.
Wait one sec. Well, I guess we can mark that off the list. Right, we can mark that's another one off the list. What is this? Takumi, is this you? Wait. I think I'd have to be careful with shorts, just in case. Especially if there's, like, animation in there, I have to be careful. Right? Like, we have to be careful with that stuff. What's this one? How the internet changed Calliope Mori forever.
Calliope Mori is no stranger to drama and haters.
Okay.
In fact, in the end, she pretty much has the most controversial reputation among certain demographics. AI is no stranger to drama and haters. In fact, more recently, it pretty much is the most controversial topic among certain demographics. 4chan is no stranger to drama and haters.
Yeah, I
In
will
fact,
watch it if it
is
has
the
music.
most controversial social media site among certain demographics. I called it a social
Okay.
media site to piss them off. But horses are strangers to drama and haters. How could you not love a horse? They are very majestic creatures
Okay.
and apparently very large. Look,
Yes.
you've seen the Calliope Mori horse memes, so let me tell you how it started.
What meme? What?
AI has grown to super scary levels of almost convincing. The technology is really good, and there's going
Yep.
to be all kinds of good stuff that can come from this. But bad actors will not hesitate to take advantage of it to wreak the most havoc. They have created nation-compromising campaigns such as the presidents of the United States ranking video game characters and thirsting over waifus.
I'm a deadbeat to the soul, never missed a single of her stream.
Really?
I even tried to reconvert a portion of the White House into a Mori Calliope shrine.
Very unprofessional. They have to be arrested. Oh, one of them did. Yay! Oh, it was just AI generated too. Boo! Oh, he actually did get arrested. But I would argue that AI's most despicable byproduct came from the mind of the most despicable person in the world, the hacker known as 4chan. This time, instead
Oh
of
boy, hacker
deepfaking presidents
4chan.
and irrelevant streamers like Gold, 4chan put their sights on the most sacred kind of content creators, Vtubers. Not just any Vtubers, HoloLive Vtubers. And here's what they did.
Welcome to the stream chat. So as a special guest, I've brought in my stallion. I want to see how much lipstick I can leave on those fat, steaming horse balls until he gives me a nasty throat pie. I wish you could smell this chat. I prepped him up with an hour-long rim job earlier, so he should be ready for me now. Alright, let me just crawl under him real quick.
An AI vid of him. Okay.
Now, if you didn't recoil in disgust after hearing that, I kneel to you out of respect, you absolute mad lad, for being so numb and desensitized to the depraved things on the internet. But if you had a certain kind of reaction, then
Wait 1 sec. I'm apparently teaching people in Mr. Cake's Discord about the ways of the Chisha macro. It's exclusive to Chisha and I guess her. I guess I'll just link the thing. Because I was like, did they power creep it? It was a joke. I linked them my video of how to do it. It was a Chisha exclusive, but I guess it's on kkona. all the dudes are too fucking slow, so they just get seizures. No, that's just a 1-year-old video. I'm not a CC for it.
Congratulations, you now have a new fetish and I played no part in that. Now you might be wondering, why didn't everyone else that was part of the original 4chan post not get memed like Callie was? How come Iris and Crony did not
Alright,
get
well,
affected?
unpause it.
Well, remember what I said earlier about Callie
You tried the
being
new
hated
gun
by
last time? It's just ass. The camera jumping all over the place is awful, man. But yeah. You tried new gun unit last night, didn't like how she felt? Just use machine gun. Fuck that, just machine gun. Why use it the normal way when you can machine gun? This is the only way you use it. Machine gun. If you play on PC, you can make a macro yourself. Shift plus tab. Open the controller configuration in Steam input. And figure out yourself how to set up a macro. Because everyone has it. If you're playing the Steam version. Oh, they gave kkona a gun. And you can do machine gun with it. If you want to really hurt things with sound with the mic then, just crank up the fucking volume of the mic going out. Have it peak to an absurd degree. And just blast them with that instead. Scream into it and blast them with that. But really, why whack them with the mic stand when you can just use the fucking mic and blast them with something else? I guess so, the new Chisha macro. This was someone linked this on Waifu's Grace Discord. But yeah. And then like I saw it there. Blue Dragon was the one who linked it. And then Danny tagged me to show me my macro. My macro is here. Even though I don't play this shit. Oh, but yeah.
In demographics in the internet, 4chan is one of those demographics, and also Tumblr refugees and V-tweeters on Twitter that isn't gay, because gay tweeters are absolutely gay for Callie. Also, it's a relatively decent follow-up to the Callie lean meme, which I might have to explain in the future. HoloLive memes have a shit ton of layers, and I'm afraid any outside community will not understand them and think we're weirdos. And we are. We just don't want them to know how much weirder we can get.
Okay.
There is also the case that Callie's avatar is considered by an overwhelming majority to be the sexiest EN member of HoloLive, and that she's also Texan. And as you might piece together, it was Twitter and 4chan that spread this audio and meme around, especially admins on the abhorrent banned VT memes account that spams the meme and beating it like a dead horse. I am not sure if I used that figure of speech correctly. Not that I care. The admins of that account deserve the rope. In Minecraft. It trickled down to Facebook groups and other sites until Callie eventually took notice. Yeehaw, partner. I would also like to purposefully spread misinformation and say that this is real and it actually
I don't even know what the hell is going on with this one, because I don't follow any of this shit.
happened. But deadbeats, the absolute cucks, won't believe it. Cali is a Texan, a state with a reputation of a cowboy county, making her a cowgirl and implying that that's her favorite position. She has ridden a horse before. She's death, one of the horsemen of the apocalypse, so fucking obviously she has ridden one. It's canon, it's in the lore. But unfortunately, the 4chan army is stopped.
I mean, I've ridden on a horse before too. The fucking horse crapped like every 5 seconds when I rode on one. A long time ago. I was like, what the fuck? I was in like elementary school age at that time and I was like, what the fuck? Why is it taking a dump every 5 seconds?
Up
But
on
yeah.
its tracks when CoverCorp put out a statement saying that AI stuff is a no-go. Literally 1984. There's no fun allowed in this agency, the absolute state of HoloLive. I will not bother putting the statement here because I'm too lazy to find it. You're just gonna have to believe me because I'm the VTuber historian. Everything and anything I say is true and you, the viewer, is in no position to challenge it. What are you gonna do? Research? You are not gonna do that because you want to enjoy anime girls, meanwhile people like me have to suffer. You enjoy my content because you like seeing me suffer. But for real though, most likely Kali doesn't actually mind these memes as long as people don't go too ham into it. That's an assumption, but Kali herself is an incredibly chill dudette and is very open to edgy humor and ironic memes like this, so you know, she most likely has had a few giggles here and there, but at the same time, while she's beginning to be quite open to her community when it comes to fan service, degenerate lewd shit is explicitly a no-go for her, so there's always a chance that she might be uncomfortable with all the horse memes. Not that anyone aside from the deadbeats care because they're too busy being wholesome and laughing at the memes. And in all of this degeneracy, Kali had the audacity to release the cowboy outfit that she most likely had planned to release for entire months now. And we all know where this was gonna go. And in a surprising twist, she even acknowledged the meme.
To those of you drawing me with horses, y'all are into some fucked up shit, and I hope you get the help you need. I really, truly, I hope you get the help you need. And because of you degenerate fucks, guess what we got? A car. How fucking boring is this? Look at how fucking boring this is. It's a car that says law on it. It didn't have to be like this. Why does nobody take the opportunity to draw me with hot characters? You know, like Leon or some shit. If you're gonna be degenerate, have some taste. Be responsible now. You know.
This is a monumental victory for 4chan. They had ruined Kali's epic potential to showcase a badass skeletal Ghost Rider horse on stream. However, her response is pretty based. Holy shit, Elera tweeted a hit piece. Clearly, Elera hates Kali. Let the third Holoniji war begin. The internet is ruined for Kali forevermore. Her name in the VTuber scene unfortunately associated with horses for all eternity. Just like how Ina is associated with being the peak of petite sexiness. Ina so sexy. That being said, I wish you have a good day. Much better than the horse Kali sucked off.
What? Okay then. That was something. But sure. I don't understand what that was about. Something about horses? Okay. I don't know what the hell was up with that one. That one was just bizarre. What is this? Fallout 4, but every gun fires a nuke? What is this?
I want to introduce you to a world where bullets were never invented. Instead, humanity went straight to nuclear weapons, meaning that every firearm from a homemade pistol to a minigun is capable of unleashing Armageddon upon your enemies. In this world, there are only 3 rules. 1. You shoot first, or you don't shoot at all. 2. You should always have a backup plan in case you run out of ammo. And the most important of all is that water gun fights are now strictly off limits. In a post-apocalyptic setting such as this, there's only one thing left to do. Slavery. If you've ever watched a soot-encrusted Indonesian man mining sulfur for 7 cents a day and thought to yourself, damn, he's ripping us all off, then I have news for you, because we are the same person. All of that is to say, I'm a big fan of capitalism, and when it comes to maximizing shareholder value, nowhere does it better than Nikke World. Some people will call this a defunct amusement park taken over by erotic cosplayers, but really, it's just a different kind of amusement now, because we have hundreds of people forced into slave labor using explosive collars. From the moment I saw this 8 years ago, I knew it was my destiny to be the CEO of this wonderful business. So that's our goal. Utilize weapons of mass destruction to take over Nikke World and usher in an era of mega slavery. Can we succeed, or will we be stopped by literally anyone with a gun? There's only one way to tell. But first, I have to watch my wife get shot. That part plays out a little differently in this timeline. So my wife and son were vaporized in a thermonuclear blast. Unfortunate, but from their ashes a hero was born. We escape the vault and enter into a world whose color scheme could best be described as 50 shades of vomit. From here, we could go straight to Nikke World, but we're level 1, and we have about as many items as a paranoid schizophrenic who thinks the government is spying on him through his microwave. So instead, we'll spend a few hours gathering supplies and trying to reach level 15, at which point we should be ready. I saunter my way into what I assume is modern-day Los Angeles, at which point a Cockney robot attempts to socialize with me, but that's exactly what they expect me to do. So instead, I jump on top of my neighbor's roof and dive headfirst into a pool of radioactive sewage. That ought to throw them off. Our first goal is to find a gun, because the power spike from punching things to nuking things is pretty substantial. After wandering around, I find a dead body with a revolver on it, and upon testing it out on some nearby wildlife, I was both excited and terrified at the world I had created. I made my way into a nearby town where usually a small group of bandits is fighting with some Minutemen, but now a small group of bandits is committing a nuclear holocaust with some Minutemen. And if you think this is bad, you should have seen it before we reduced the explosion effects. Anyway, I tried silently assassinating the raiders. This was met with very limited success. Eventually, I got tired of role-playing as a high-altitude weather balloon, so I nuked the bandits and entered the museum to help the Minutemen. Or rather, I tried to enter the museum, because as dangerous as nuclear warfare is outside, it's 10 times worse inside. And I got spawn killed for about 20 minutes before I finally made it past the front door. But by that point, I had been ground zero for roughly 35 nuclear detonations. My ears were ringing, my retinas were fried, and there was a very distinct possibility of me vomiting all over my keyboard. But my noble goal gave me the strength to continue. From here, I went room by room, clearing out the raiders in close quarters combat. This is a fantastic way to learn the exact blast radius of a nuclear bomb, because if you're off by even an inch, your limbs will eject from your body like rocket-propelled grenades. Eventually, I made it to Preston Garvey, who wasted no time complaining about how hard his life is. Just wait until he hears about my plans for Nikke World. Preston had me climb up to the roof and equip this suit of power armor. I was feeling very confident until a drug-fueled maniac popped out from around a corner and gave me both barrels of his shotgun, a phrase which has recently intensified in meaning since each pellet is now its own nuke. Honestly, I had a lot of difficulty at this section, because the minigun takes half a second to spin up, and if a raider happens to squeeze out even a single shot in that time, it's all over. But if I've learned anything from watching a homeless man avoid arrest by drinking his vodka out of an antifreeze
for a reason
bottle,
and for
it's
no
that
reason.
necessity breeds
Everything is just
innovation.
nukes.
Come to think of it, that might have actually just been antifreeze. Regardless, I pioneered a new combat strategy, that is the mortar technique. Instead of shooting at my enemies, I just kind of carpet-bombed the entire town with poorly aimed artillery.
Makes sense.
And it worked really well. From here, I jumped off the roof and did my best to crush Preston like an ant. What are you, crazy? When that failed, I settled for finishing off the raiders and laughing at the Deathclaw's attempt to intimidate me. Following this, I went inside, Preston thanked me, and Mama Murphy gave me the perfect setup for a joke.
We're all gonna die eventually.
Yep. After reloading, we all went to Sanctuary and started drinking from the same toilet bowl, because we are now friends. In fact, Sturgis asked me if I could build everyone some beds so they didn't have to sleep underneath bridges and inside of burnt-out cars. I looked him straight in the eye and said I would do that. Of course, I was lying. In fact, I immediately left Sanctuary and never contacted any of these strange people again in my entire life. At this point, we're level 3 and I've got a decent selection of guns, but I'd still like to gain access to some better perks before taking on Nikke World. So I began doing odd jobs around the wasteland. First mission, a filthy woman wants me to go to this place and kill all of these people. No problem. I travel to the Corvega factory and start using my mortar technique to soften up their defenses. It takes only 9 seconds for me to accidentally nuke myself. That's a personal best. Eventually, I make my way inside and begin atomizing the inhabitants while the building vibrates violently with each shot. Luckily, the other raiders convinced themselves it was just the wind. Now you might think the best weapon for room clearing would be a shotgun, but you'd be wrong, and I found this out the hard way, because the spread on a shotgun means it's almost impossible to aim it straight, and despite your best efforts, you will hit either the floor or the ceiling, and the resulting blast will almost certainly turn you into a human jigsaw puzzle. This happened to me more times than I'd like to admit. Before I begrudgingly piled the double-barrel shotgun next to Reggie Fan Meetup in the category of things that sound fun but will probably get me killed. I also tried hacking into this cute little security robot so he could help me clear out the bandits. He lasted all of 3 seconds before they murdered him in cold blood.
Yep.
This was the single biggest mistake the raiders could have made, because his existence was the only thing stopping me from doing this.
Okay. I have not played Fallout 4, no.
Yes, indeed, the bandits were dead. Completing this quest
Okay,
got
they're
us to
dead.
level 6 and allowed me to unlock the Mysterious Stranger perk, which is now substantially more satisfying because yes, he does shoot nuclear bombs. This was good, but we still have a long way to go, so I continued on my quest to convert every living being into experience points.
Dead.
It went a little like this. I start the day with some train yard hobos. First you shoot them, then you beat them. 8 experience each. Also, tried my hand at cattle wrangling.
Well, he
I
tried.
think I'm a natural. A shipyard? Break into a shipyard. It's full of murder crabs. Now it's not. Apparently, the owner was trying to domesticate them by playing soothing messages on the PA. It didn't work. That was a lot of effort. Let's go ahead and take a rest for the night in this old building. Never mind, the universe hates us and we've just been ambushed in our sleep by attack dogs. Plunged the world into nuclear winter in retaliation. After that, I went to Bunker Hill, where I spent 20 minutes marveling at the ugliest human being I have ever seen, which is strong words coming from someone who looks in the mirror every morning. Once I was done, I went to the Drumlin Diner to try to negotiate peace between some raiders and the store owner. When I told the lady I wouldn't be taking her side, she presented me with a very compelling argument.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
But 2 can play at that game.
Yeah, just blow it up.
Say what you want, but this is the fastest method of de-escalation. Following this, we got a quest to kill everyone inside this preschool. Don't worry, the kids are already dead. We're just killing the raiders. I nuked every room with extreme prejudice, but still died anyway because the whole place is booby-trapped and tripwire guns now fire atomic bombs.
Of course
they
do.
Because we can always retreat to the public bathroom to brew more health potions. Eventually, I find their leader and introduce him to the concept of a glory hole before stuffing his charred corpse into a garbage bin. Finally, I finish by releasing all of his captives, except for you. Someone has to stay behind to tell the people about my good deeds. After all that, we're now level 10, and I've even figured out how to craft bear traps, which I have successfully stress tested on a small child. Works like a charm. Let's finish up a few more quests and then go straight to Nikke World. I was in Bunker Hill admiring the absolute girth of this man's biceps when I was approached by Edward Deegan. He took me to Cabot House to accept a quest from John Cabot, who wants us to steal some secret serum from a psychotic gentleman living in a shack on top of a hill, which is fine. However, John bears a striking resemblance to the Zodiac Killer, and so I wasn't sure if I could trust him. That's why I covertly stole and hid exactly 1 of his pool balls. If he betrays me, he'll never get this back, and the loss of a singular ball in an otherwise perfect set will almost certainly drive him to a suicidal rage. This is what we call establishing collateral. Anyway, I went to the insane guy's shack to get the serum, but an acorn fell on the ground and it spooked me, so I spent the next 55 seconds nuking the man's house until I stopped getting hit markers. I grabbed the vial, went back to Cabot, lied to him and said the serum was gone before taking it out of my inventory, waving it in front of his face, and injecting it into my neck just for fun. For good measure, I also smashed a bunch of his research equipment and stole this fancy camera. Only one more quest to go, then we're off to Nikke World. It's time to go help Paladin dance.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my...
I rushed to his distress signal as fast as I could, but upon arriving, it seemed like he had things under control.
Hi.
I talked to Dance, and he asked me to accompany him on a mission to salvage technology from some nearby ruins. This quest was awful, but I do have a few tips. First of all, you're going to come across a gang of bandits robbing some traders. This is an interesting interaction that I recommend observing from a distance. Second, if you hear any variation of the phrase, "We've got company," you need to run for cover, because there is a 90% chance Paladin Dance is about to pivot like LeBron James and nuke the shit out of you for being within 20 feet of a bloatfly.
We've got company.
If and when you do finally make it to the destination, the synths inside are very dangerous, so I recommend a tactical approach, such as watching through a sheet of plexiglass as Paladin Dance does all the hard work. Also, when you get to the basement, don't forget to accidentally melt off Dance's face with this rocket exhaust. Trust me, he actually likes it. After that, you just go upstairs, grab the tech, and it's all over. It's not a great quest, but it does give us the junk jet, which is some kind of pneumatic catapult for weaponizing random garbage. While it doesn't fire atomic bombs, it does allow me to kill my opponents by cracking them in the forehead with dirty cigarette trays, which is something that resonates with me deeply. Finally, we're now level 16 with maxed out luck, a few helpful perks, and a new rifle that has a 50-round drum mag along with a bayonet.
Oh yeah, that, the classic.
But before we go any further, I need to warn you about something, because the fine people at Nikke...
Yeah, it's all about the Zelda CDI though, right? Morshu best character. Morshu best character. Sorry, Link, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
Ship have infiltrated my apartment, stolen my genetic material, and created hundreds of clones of me that are conveniently the correct size and shape to fit inside of a mason jar. But you wouldn't do that to me, right? Anyway, for a limited time, we're going to be selling these Reggie plushies, and I highly recommend picking one up. But Reggie, what can I use this for? Well, I like to use mine as my own personal hostage. You see, he's relatively small, which makes him very easy to overpower. Sometimes I also like to wave a big knife in front of his face. It fills me with a sense of control that I've long since lost in my life. Also, he has no legs with which to run, no mouth with which to scream, only eyes with which he may observe me perform my elaborate war dances as I prepare to take his life. But if that's not exactly your style, he also makes a pretty good stress ball. So you've got 30 days to take me hostage. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, click the pinned link in the comments and put yourself down for as much of me as you think you can handle. Then, prepare yourself. Now back to the video. I arrived at the Nikke World Transit Center with determination, because from here we can take a tram to the amusement park. The only thing stopping us is a small army of bandits, robots, and rooftop snipers. I must have died about 15 times at this part before I settled on just firing 30 nukes.
I have
into
no
the
idea if
sky
we're gonna
and
get
hiding in
Cabbage
a
Dog.
parking garage while all
I
of my
have no
enemies
clue.
were turned to ash.
It'd be nice to get the Cabbage Dog, but I have no clue.
Made my way down to the tram, where this guy was telling me raiders had taken his family hostage at Nikke World. Apparently he escaped, but was shot in the process. But the fact he didn't have a single drop of blood anywhere on his body led me to believe this man was a liar. So I politely excused myself, loaded up my junk jet with steel ingots, and then came back and pulverized his heart with a high-velocity metal slug. Now his story about being wounded is a lot more believable. After this, I jumped on the tram and it took me to the promised land. I arrived, and it was beautiful. A voice came over the speaker and told me two things. One, I'm trapped, and two, the only way to escape is to survive the gauntlet. I surveyed my surroundings and found the dead bodies of several half-eaten male prostitutes. So I'm going to go ahead and say my chances aren't great, but let's give it a shot. Room 1. A large lobby full of rusted junk. If the tetanus doesn't kill you, the machine gun turrets firing nukes definitely will. Also, the ceilings are very low, which makes it easy for you to blow yourself up. So I recommend using VATS. Even if your chance to hit is low, it doesn't really matter, because atomic bombs are more of a to whom it may concern type weapon anyway. After that, it's on to room 2.
Yeah, it's a to whom it may concern type weapon.
This room was supposed to be armed with several booby traps. However, the nuclear detonation we unleashed on the last room seems to have spilled over and disabled most of them. The key word being most.
Most.
After
Rip.
reassembling my body parts, I moved to room 3, which presented us with 3 doors to choose from. Door 2 was a room full of human heads, which appear to have been decapitated in the middle of nutting, while door 3 contained a bouquet of live grenades. I'm flattered. Escaping through door 1 led us to a radiation room which was giving me 60 rads per second. In order to avoid developing Stage 4 League of Legends, I took a near lethal
Stage 4 League of Legends. Okay, wait.
Stage 4 League of Legends.
What the fuck is this guy's head? The fuck happened to this guy's head? Stage 4 League of Legends. What the fuck is this guy's head? That is, quite the head.
I took a near lethal dose of radiation medication and ran around in a fugue state until I found the keys to escape. Next was a maze full of bizarre traps and animatronic aliens. Fairly simple, just don't underestimate the overgrown rats.
It's
because they
Photoshop?
will not
Okay.
hesitate to put you down. After this was a tunnel full of landmines. Sprint through it at top speed and across this definitely up-to-code wooden bridge. Uh-oh, it collapsed, and you're now being attacked by shellfish. Assert terrestrial dominance before proceeding to the hardest room of all, the gas chamber. It's here where we get locked into a room which is quickly filling with phosphine gas. If we don't get through this door in the next 30 seconds, we'll be dead. So here's the plan. Take a bunch of drugs to numb the pain of your lungs being dissolved. Stab all these bugs while making sure to fill your pockets with their succulent meat for later. And then hop on this computer and open the escape door. That leads us to a shed full of flying ants, which are surprisingly difficult to hit with a nuke. The torture of this room is a little more abstract, but it's very real nonetheless. Then quickly run through this cage area while people shoot at you from above. Just kidding, you can't do this quickly and you're going to die at least a dozen times. But after that, we're finally at the last stage of the gauntlet. See that guy down there in the power armor covered in blood? Yeah, we're going to fight him and he's invincible. But we have a secret weapon. It's not a high-powered rifle or even a rocket launcher. Instead, our secret weapon is a plastic water gun. The plan, in theory, is that our enemy is receiving power to his suit from this exposed electrical line. And if we can cover him in water, well, that probably wouldn't be very good. Alright, let's give it a shot. They counted us down and opened the gates, at which point I charged headfirst into my opponent. He responded by blowing off all of my limbs with a nuclear bomb. Clearly, we need a different approach. The guy is actually invincible, but I found out that I can stay in the starting area and snipe him with the water gun to disable his armor. Then I followed up with like 20 nukes to finish him off. Following this, a lot of exposition happens, but I'm going to summarize it really quickly. That guy we just electrocuted? Yeah, he was the CEO of Nikke World, and the raiders that live here seem to put a lot of respect on violently murdering your political opponents, so they now recognize me as their leader. This is fantastic, and it comes with a lot of perks. For example, I now live at the peak of Vstop Mountain with a lovely view over all of my employees.
You are now one of my elite employees.
Also, since I'm the boss, I can go to the market, steal things right out of the display case, and then sell them back to the shop owner for free money. The downside is that Nikke World is divided into 6 parks, with only one of them being under our control. So it's our job to liberate the remaining parks directly into my authoritarian governance. Then, once we have them, we can distribute them to the different raider factions according to which of their political philosophies
you'd think
I find the
nukes
most
would
amusing.
bypass
So it's time to
invincibility,
go
yeah.
meet the gangs. Operating out of Vstop Mountain is the Disciples, which is a faction that couldn't be any edgier even if they were actively pulverizing the elderly in a hydraulic press. This is strangely juxtaposed against the fact that they don't know how many belts you can wear before people stop taking you seriously. Overall, they're my second favorite. The second faction is the Operators. Their primary concern is making money at the cost of human life, which is my personal favorite philosophy. However, they have some shared mental disorder which precludes them from wearing clothes that actually fit. I don't know exactly why, but this makes me extraordinarily angry, and I regularly have to restrain myself from killing them. Fortunately, I found a good compromise. Instead of creating a civil war by nuking their entire faction, I just swing by every few days, find a random operator, and secretly deposit a live grenade in his pocket. Lastly, there's the pack. They have a relatively experimental aesthetic, along with a nice selection of chairs. But whenever you want to talk to their leader, you're going to be forced to listen to the bite.mp3 sound effect for hours on end, because they installed a dogfight pit in the middle of their base. This immediately and irrevocably disqualifies them from receiving any further attention from me whatsoever. With introductions out of the way, it's time to start expanding our operation and making some big money. There's 5 parks to acquire: Galactic World, Dry Rock Gulch, Safari Adventure, the Nuka-Cola Bottling Plant, and Kitty Kingdom. First up is Galactic World. This is a space-themed park inhabited by hundreds of robots. However, someone spilled their Dr. Pepper on the AI mainframe, and it caused the robots to become violent murder machines. It's not great for business, so I went there and started fighting my way through the streets. The first thing I noticed was that there's plenty of laser turrets all over the premises. Luckily, they don't seem to work very well, and usually spend their entire time in a life-or-death battle against the ceiling. However, don't get too comfortable, because on at least one occasion, the air pressure from these explosions caused my cranium to detonate forcefully. Other than that, just keep an eye out for Mr. Frothy, who is very fast and will startle you into jumping off a bridge and subsequently dying in a nuclear explosion. Anyway, I made my way to the control room, where I'm able to turn off the robots. Only problem? It's broken, and it needs a total of 20 star cores to repair it. Unfortunately, they're scattered all over the park in the safekeeping of several automatons that would like to crush my neck like a can of soda. But much like a restraining order, I viewed this as a challenge rather than a problem. Do you really think I can't get within 100 feet of you? So I began wandering around looking for these cores, which led me to a building called the Robco Battle Zone. My hopes of this name being metaphorical were quickly dashed when upon entering I died about 37 different times.
That's a lot of deaths.
The issue is that the mini nuke mod isn't working perfectly on the robots, and some of them are shooting me with laser beams. While my supple body is perfectly optimized for dying in nuclear explosions, it does very little to protect me against this space-age technology. But just like how the lifeguards at the YMCA can't stop me from drinking the pool water, these robots couldn't stop me from blasting my way into the battle zone, at which point I was promptly locked inside and forced to fight a variety of enemies which entered from these doors and these hydraulic platforms. The robots were tough, but the primary difficulty in this cramped space was finding a place to detonate a nuke that wouldn't instantly vaporize me. First, we had to survive some Protectrons and a swarm of iBots. No problem. Then it was on to the Novatrons, even easier. Then our final opponent was the Space Sentry.
Oh. Yep. Gotta make sure you don't blow yourself up.
Yeah, he got the better of me. But as the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'll obliterate you with nuclear weapons. And we did just that. With the battle zone conquered, I gathered all the space cores and moved on to the next building, the Interstellar Theater. Surely a fucking theater can't be as dangerous as the battle zone, I thought to myself. But boy, was I wrong. Very, very, very wrong. The entire auditorium was full of robots, and honestly, I was only able to conquer this area through the repeated use of a strategy I like to call kill one guy and then save the game. While searching for the star cores, I found a Nuka-Cola mixing station, which allowed me to combine a Nuka-Cola beer with another Nuka-Cola beer to create double beer. Some people will claim that AI and vaccines are the greatest advancements of the past century, but to that I ask, can you get drunk on polio vaccines? I didn't think so. That's why double beer is the real scientific pinnacle of our generation. After completing my schizophrenic monologue about alcohol, I found the star cores next to a few decomposing junkies in the washroom. Very nice. The last building wasn't as bad. Vault Tech Among the Stars is a recreation vault life experience, outfitted with realistic living rooms, indoor gardens, and even an entire room dedicated to giving you cancer. I'm feeling nostalgic already. Strangely, as my character progressed through this area, he was getting recurring headaches. I chalked it up to a brain tumor and thought nothing of it, but it turns out the whole vault was actually just one giant experiment in subliminal messaging. According to this observation log, they're broadcasting a high frequency over the PA that's meant to induce degenerate behavior such as pissing your pants. Joke's on them, they just wasted millions of dollars to make me do something that I was already going to do anyway. Following this, I slaughtered a bunch of automatons, found a really nice shotgun, immediately flashed back to all of those times I killed myself with with a shotgun, and then quickly unequipped it before finding the remaining star cores and rushing back to the mainframe. With the help of computer scientist extraordinaire and definitely not dead person Kendall Alston, I was able to repair the computer and pacify all of the AI, meaning we can now walk around the park without having to worry about a medical robot electrifying our testicles. With the robots subjugated, I went upstairs and raised a flag to officiate the conquest of Galactic World. Our empire is expanding, and the next theater of war is the Wild West. Dry Rock Gulch is an arid wasteland inhabited primarily by dead bodies, which should make it an easy target. So I made my way there and quickly realized where all the dead bodies came from, because within moments of arriving, I was attacked by subterranean bloodworms. Yeah, these little bastards tunnel around underground and then ambush you when you least expect it, which means they're either underground, so you can't kill them, or they're firmly latched onto your jugular vein in such a way that makes using a nuclear bomb seem a little too risky. In this case, I recommend treating the entire area as a high-stakes game of the floor is lava.
Yeah,
Eventually,
like
I came
watching
down to chat with the sheriff,
those
who
streams
informed
are
me
kind
that
of
he'll give
boring.
us the park if we can get rid of the
That's what
bandits coming
I've
out
said
of this
before
building.
too. I don't
One
really
problem,
like
the building is
watching
locked, and I need
like
combination
game
codes from the
promotion
Giddy Up
live
Kid,
stream like
One-Eyed
things like
Ike,
that.
and Phosphorus Pete to gain
I
entry.
would rather just
really
look up
wish he
the
told
news
me
later
this
if I cared
before
enough.
carpet bombed the entire park, because I'm pretty
But
sure
like
I
it,
killed all of
it
those
just
people.
applies to
This
like
was an
everything in the
irritating
industry as a
development,
whole.
But my anger quickly faded after the sheriff appointed me as his deputy and gave me this excellent cowboy outfit. Upon reloading the
Yeah,
save,
it really
I found
makes
the Giddy Up
ZZZ a
Kid, who
fitting
explained that
acronym.
some cattle rustlers had stolen
Exactly.
his loyal steed, and he wants me to bring it back. In case you're wondering, he's talking about an inanimate object, but it was like 4 a.m. at this point in the recording, so I just played along with it.
Rustle up some horses for you, huh, cowboy? I'll be back before sundown.
I searched the grounds for all of 13 seconds before finding the torso of a giddy-up buttercup stuffed inside this man's anal cavity. I grabbed it and dropped its dismembered body inside the horse pen. Our friend was mildly dismayed.
What happened to Giddy Up Buttercup? They butchered her up like a cow.
But he still gave us his part of the combination code, so I don't really care. Next, I sauntered into a saloon where I met Phosphorus Pete. He wants us to deliver some Nuka-Cola to the residents of Dry Rock Gulch. No problem.
The people of Dry Rock go.
And before you ask, yes, all of the people we delivered soda to were in fact dead bodies, which I made sure to tell Pete.
I'm afraid everyone's dead.
Well, that ain't good.
Doesn't matter though, the quest is done, and Pete rewarded us with his code, along with a large quantity of alcoholic Nuka-Cola, which I quickly became addicted to. From here, I sought out One-Eyed Ike to complete our final test, which, much to my dismay, would be a duel at 10 paces. Ike gave me a 44 Magnum and started counting down, but unfortunately, I was still stun-locked by the idea that an amusement park mascot was programmed to hand out loaded revolvers to children before shooting them, which resulted in Ike getting the better of me. Second attempt at the duel, I won, but I won a little too hard, and Ike wasn't alive to give me his code. Third time's the charm. For this, I decided to swap to the junk jet, and after blasting Ike in the head with a steel ingot and an empty beer bottle, he conceded defeat and gave me the final piece of code. Now we can enter this mine shaft, destroy the Bloodworm Queen, and claim Dry Rock Gulch. Honestly, this part was pretty easy. There's really only two things you need to do. One, make sure you break into the office so you can equip this cool duster and pretend you're playing an actually good Fallout game. And this last thing should go without saying, but do not jump in the pit full of dead cows, because they'll erupt with dozens of bloodworms, and it makes for a very stressful experience. Other than that, I just nuked everything inside and completed the quest. Not too bad.
Just shoot them all.
After raising the flag, we're all done at Dry Rock Gulch, and on to the next target, Safari Adventure. I approached the park and observed a man doing battle with a large creature. I chased it off by shooting it with 3 nukes, all of which it survived. This was not a good sign. Anyway, the guy started talking to me, and from a distance I had assumed he was some kind of male stripper, meant to appeal to the female fantasy of being bludgeoned to death with a sledgehammer. But actually, he's just a caveman who was raised by gorillas, which is marginally more believable. His name is Cedo, and he used his caveman dialect to explain that Safari Adventure is overrun with gator claws that are being cloned in a big triangle house, and I need to disable the cloning machine to claim the park. I briefly considered putting a revolver in my mouth as a preferable alternative, but after I heard him using 150% of his brain power to forcibly enunciate the word facility, I felt bad and accepted the quest.
facility.
So I set out searching for a key to the Triangle House, and thankfully the gators weren't much of a problem. I mean, they didn't have any nukes, which was a pretty big deal right off the bat. However, they are very tanky, so just use literally any gun that goes full auto and you should be absolutely fine. In fact, if you want to make it especially simple, you can just go to the top of this treehouse and firebomb the entire map. Honestly, I think the hardest battle I had here was against my alcoholism that I had acquired in Dry Rock Gulch. Eventually I found the key, let myself into the cloning facility, and started clearing it out. I felt kind of guilty for slaughtering all these dumb animals with nuclear weapons, so I thought I'd try fist fighting one of them just to get my anger levels back up again. It worked like a charm. Anyway, I blasted some gators, hacked into this computer, and turned off the cloning device. I told Cito the good news, and he was so excited that he gifted me a rocket-propelled aluminum bat that presumably he has engineered himself. Not really clear on that. What I am clear on is that the park now belongs to us. On that note, let's go to the fourth park, the Nikke bottling plant. An industrial complex which, judging by the automated turrets and unmarked minefields, was probably run by Jeff Bezos. There's also a little section called the World of
Jeff Bezos
Refreshment, which I spent some time exploring. And by exploring, I mean I was pulverizing crustaceans to death with a baseball bat. Back outside, I was feeling a little guilty about the power disparity between myself and the crabs, so I decided to handicap myself by asserting my vertebrate dominance with nothing but a flare gun. This was a massive mistake, because out of the lake emerged the Queen Mirelurk, and she's pretty tough. A direct hit with the nuke does about 10% damage, and sometimes she likes to spit acid on me and melt off all of my skin. And as if that wasn't bad enough, she has a whole harem of Mirelurk kings to chase me down and pound the shit out of me while I'm reloading. However, I navigated this problem by applying my universal solution, which was to take a lot of drugs and run really fast. This helped create some distance, which allowed me to pick off the ads before circling back and slow motion nuking the Queen Mirelurk to an early retirement. I cannot imagine how embarrassing it must be to have your entire colony destroyed by this dickhead, but luckily she won't have to worry about that, because she's dead and the bottling plant is now ours.
Yeah, don't have to worry about if they're dead.
This is it,
That's
the final
fair.
park. Kitty Kingdom. As a professional YouTuber who owns a copy of Minecraft, this could be the most dangerous park of them all. Previously a children's theme park with several rides and a castle, it has now been renovated into an industrial gas chamber, with radioactive fumes being pumped into the area at regular intervals. Also, it's inhabited by hundreds of feral ghouls, which are relatively easy to kill. However, they close distance very quickly, and melee combat has become substantially more hazardous, thanks to the mysterious stranger who sometimes shows up and nukes the shit out of me. The only upside is that I have this cryogenic shoulder pad, which sometimes freezes my enemies solid, at which point I can take my time knocking off all of their limbs with a baseball bat. Anyway, our goal here is to defeat Oswald the Outrageous and seize control of the park. He's hiding somewhere, and I decided to start my search in the funhouse. Upon entering, we had to navigate a labyrinth of mirrors, which was fairly easy because none of the mirrors were reflective. Instead, they appeared to be coated in several layers of dried ejaculant. However, while I was marveling at the artisanal craftsmanship of the mirrors, I failed to notice several landmines scattered about the floor. After limping my way through the maze, I spot Oswald in this control room. I attempt to get closer, and he throws a grenade at me. What a dick. From here, I engage in what was either high-level platforming or low-level astronaut training, before entering the hallway of hypnosis. I won't lie, this part was actually mildly disorienting. In fact, at one point, I had to use a dead guy just to confirm I wasn't actually hallucinating. I fumbled my way through this section and into a spinning room with about 24 doors all around it. One door led to that thing that happens when you open OBS. Another presented us with the illusion of a happy family. And of course, there was the classic room full of flamethrowers, positively delightful. By the time I found the correct door, Oswald had already escaped, so I moved on to search for him in King Cola's castle. Never mind. It turns out the park has more traps than I thought, not the least of which are the amusement rides themselves. In fact, I have personally witnessed several park employees being killed, maimed, or otherwise dismembered by the rides here, and it's only been like 20 minutes. Of course, I had to try this for myself with the roller coaster carts, and I realized that it's a lot like boxing. When you expect to get hit, it doesn't do that much damage, but it's the punch you don't see coming that will decimate you. After this, I strolled around the park a bit more, killing ghouls and rummaging through through garbage bins, until I wandered my way into some employee tunnels. I sprinted through the tunnels like a wild animal, at which point I found Oswald talking to one of his staff members in his office. Naturally, I wanted to return the grenade he had thrown at me earlier. This did not work, and I felt like an idiot, so I just kind of took that one on the chin. But it wasn't all bad, because after Oswald disappeared in a puff of smoke, I went into the office and found my next stylistic evolution. Oh yeah, this is gonna work just fine. Alright, well that does it. There's only one place left for Oswald to be hiding, the theater.
one more
I broke
left.
in with all the grace of a homeless drug addict and started talking with Oswald. He was trying to convince me that he has magical abilities, and he said he was going to show me one of his greatest tricks. Then, he punched me in the head and ran away. Truly a master of the mystical arts. I followed him up to the roof, where
truly
he
a
gave me some
master.
shitty story about being a sympathetic villain. But at this point, I was so tired of chasing him around the park and getting hit by roller coasters that I opted for immediate violence. In response, Oswald unleashed his most powerful magic trick of all, crashing my game. 3 minutes later,
is
we were
indeed a
back, and
powerful
the fight
trick.
was on. Oswald was much higher
Can't
level
play
than
it
me,
if
and
it's
he had a grand
crashed.
time cutting off my limbs with his fancy sword. However, I managed to counter this by simply jumping over a railing, at which point he could no longer stab me. His method of coping with this was to bathe me in Molotov cocktails, but they don't hurt that much, and I've got enough drugs to stay up here for weeks. I am aware that this tactic borders on cheating, so I'm prepared to negotiate. Instead of staying up here and nuking Oswald into oblivion, I will instead empty out the entire contents of my junk section into the junk jet and kill Oswald with the physical manifestations of my hoarding disorder. This included everything from light bulbs to rolls of duct tape, but the primary ingredient was 156 stacks of pre-war money, which I spent the next 20 minutes bouncing off Oswald's head. This was very enjoyable, albeit not especially effective, because Oswald seems to legitimately be invincible. I shot him with 200 junk items, he barely noticed, ran him into 6 fragmentation mines, he walked it off, and even when I got desperate enough to nuke him, he would just reset his health bar. This kind of freaked me out, so I panicked and shot him like 50 times, at which point I realized he wasn't damage immune, just damage resistant, and now he's dead. I stole his clothing in order to complete my Charlie and the Chocolate Factory cosplay, and quickly raised the flag on Kitty Kingdom, indicating our complete conquest over Nuka World. All that's left to do is to go to the power station and press the big red button to finally power up the park. And just like that, we are the CEO of the world's finest slavery-themed amusement park, which gives us quite a few benefits. For example, all of the rides are now operational.
Okay, that's cool. They're all operational.
And I can't confirm this, but it is my personal headcanon that we're receiving our electricity from a small armada of slaves running on hamster wheels. Also, we can even gather up a gang
All
of
running on
raiders and
hamster
go out
wheels.
into the Commonwealth to recruit more employees through what I like to call competitive hiring practices. So now that we've achieved our primary goal, what's left for us? Well, according to mustache enthusiast Christopher Vogler, the final stage of the hero's journey is to return home as a changed man. In our case, that would be Sanctuary, and as a matter of fact, I am a changed man. Because whatever final thread of sanity had previously prevented me from killing all of these people has finally been severed.
Look at all the explosions, man. That's a lot of explosions.
Well, it's finally over. We've conquered a world where the only projectile ever invented was nuclear bombs. I want to thank this month's patrons for supporting the channel. Don't forget to check out Makeship to purchase and abuse my likeness. And finally,
I think
thank you for...
This is where we end off then for the night. We can at least mark this off. We got through like a decent amount of reacts again, like another 4 hours worth. I think 3-4 hours worth. Yeah, it's like we've been live for about 7.5 hours. I need to get some sleep. Right, it's already 7:30 in the morning. But yeah, as usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. And yeah, we're like slowly just going through the exploration while mixing in reacts after a bit, instead of rushing it all at once. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.